Hello again, friends! And you are our friends, the great Brian Last here. You there, we are back on the bus, Omnibus season, volume 2 of what was a popular Omnibus, what is a popular weekly segment. As times are changing and streaming is entering the picture, Jim Cornette's AEW Ratings Omnibus, volume 2. And of course, here's the man who breaks down these ratings each and every week, the leader of the cult of Cornette, Mr. Jim Cornette.
Well, I don't know, Brian, if you could say I break them down. I think the company itself is doing a pretty good job of breaking them down and putting the boots to them. We just report them here. And you've got every bit as much of your hand in this as I do, reading these numbers such as you do. You know, you're like Vanna White. You gotta be able to read these numbers, or else so you're very integral to the show. Did you see when one time they said, well, you know, Vanna White was saying in her defense, because everybody said she was an airheaded blonde, she said, well, I have to be able to turn the fucking letters around. I have to know what the letters are. They light up. She had to distinguish light from darkness. But she's now 65 years old or whatever. She's still out there doing that.
Usually when I think of AEW ratings, I think, here's a chance to put down Vanna White.
Here's a chance to just eviscerate Vanna White. But no, this is a very integral period. You know, we've been talking about the ratings since they went on the air, but every year, every month, every week, it seems like it's gotten more and more important to focus on these things. This Omnibus, number 2, covers the period of May through December of 2023, our contemporaneous accounts of what was going on. And boy, howdy, in hindsight, this is kind of a very interesting period, because this is where in the present day, they are currently on, you know, all kinds of antibiotics and machines because of the infections they've gotten from the self-inflicted wounds that they gave themselves in the period of May to December 2023, where Tony again proved that he couldn't figure out who to hire and who to fire and who not to fire and which one was which. And they've made decisions that they still are suffering from today. So we can see them now as we talked about them then. And the fact that this wasn't going to be good, and it ain't been.
Well, these ratings may not be great, but we now call them the glory days of AEW ratings. Let's take this look back. Volume 1, of course, is already available. Let's go to Volume 2, Jim Cornette's look at AEW ratings, Omnibus Volume 2.
All right, now I know the number. I've gotten a heads up on the numbers that, again, they're no better or worse than they usually are, but that people actually wanted to see this. Basically, 2 guys dropping down and taking a shit in the middle of the ring, so they did better at the end of the program. But what are the exact statistics this week?
This week's AEW Dynamite, May 10th on TBS, was watched by, on average, 877,000 viewers.
And over the past several weeks, it's been 860, 830, 860, 860. So we're about in the range.
Well, the show opened up, and these were compiled by WrestleNomics. The show opened up 8 to 8:15 p.m., segment 1. Claudio Castagnoli versus Ray Phoenix, with picture-in-picture, 866,000 viewers.
And again, we got to have somebody find out for us if the business, the Big Bang Theory business, the bottom's dropping out of it. Because they were always over 1 million at the start. Now they're not even over 900 at the start. And that's the Big Bang.
Well, again,
what they're handing off.
A lot of things happening on TV right now, specifically with the NBA, so that may play a part of it. But segment 2, 8:15 to 8:30 p.m., Miro backstage, the MJF video, the Blackpool Combat Club and Elite video, FTR, Mark Briscoe, Jay Lethal, Jeff Jarrett, Sanjay Dutt, Satnam Singh's live angle, and Chris Jericho and Roddy Strong's backstage angle, 859,000 viewers.
So they only lost 7,000. That ain't as bad as normal. So every once in a while, it's 100,000.
Well, they started so much lower here, but segment 3, 8:30 to 8:45 p.m., Thunder Rosa showing up backstage, the Sammy Guevara video, Tony Khan's backstage announcement of a future announcement, And Orange Cassidy versus Daniel Garcia, 880,000 viewers.
Can you believe that? They got 21,000 back. Actually, more than back. They didn't have them to begin with.
I do believe that because I also think unless you knew the main event was on last, and if you wanted to see it, you'd probably start tuning in closer to 9 o'clock thinking it could be then.
Very true. Continue.
Segment 4, the continuation of Orange Cassidy versus Daniel Garcia with picture-in-picture, as well as an Outcast and Hikaru Shida video and Christian Cage's promo, 878,000 viewers.
And they only lost 2, so they're flat again. So apparently in this particular week, everybody that started out with this program said, okay, we want to watch this tonight. They've given us the pay-per-view level lineup, so we're going to stick with it. This is the least variation they've had. They've been down 7 and up 14 from the start the whole fucking show through so far.
Segment 5, the 9 o'clock hour, 9 to 9:15 p.m. Darby Allin's video, as well as Anna Jay versus Julia Hart with picture-in-picture, Falls Count Anywhere or No Holds Barred. I think that's what it was.
Yes.
877,000 viewers.
So they only lost 1,000 more. If they didn't run them off with Anna Jay and Julia Hart, they ain't going anywhere.
Segment 6, 9:15 to 9:30 p.m. Orange Cassidy and the Best Friends promo, as well as the House of Black versus Bandito and the Best Friends with picture-in-picture, 842,000 viewers.
Ouch. Okay, I'm sorry. Anna Jay and Julia Hart didn't run them off, but Pockets did. There's 35,000. They just wanted to get away from him. They promised they'd come back.
Segment 7, 9:30 to 9:45 p.m. Kyle Fletcher is attacking Orange Cassidy backstage. Jack Perry's video, Ricky Starks' video, and the beginning of Kenny Omega versus Jon Moxley, 880,000 viewers.
And son of a bitch, they came right back as soon as they cut Pockets off the screen.
And finally, segment 8, 9:45 to 10 p.m., Jon Moxley versus Kenny Omega in a cage with picture-in-picture, as well as the post-match angle with Don Callis, 937,000 viewers.
And that is amazing that they picked up another 57,000 people in the last segment that they never grow in, that they hemorrhage viewers in. And that, can you remember another AEW program where the last 15 minutes was the highest rated quarter in the whole program? I don't think there's ever been one.
I'm looking for it now. I don't know about highest rated quarter, but I think the last time I remember a rise, I got to check here, may have been the Kenny Omega versus El Hijo del Vikingo match. Which again goes into something about if Kenny Omega is the guy who at the very beginning of AEW, a lot of fans were pumped up to see, and then AEW, they made him the world champion, but you could argue about how well he's been booked or not booked.
Right.
People still want to see him as a single star, I think, more than they want to see every other way they've been using him. And again, there may be physical limitations because of his injuries. That
I think you're right, because think about it. The best of 7 series where people had to watch him and the Buckaroos and the Six Mans, they lost 6 figures of viewers at the end of every program. And every time he's in another one of these multi-person things with his little friends, it loses viewers. But then, of course, this was a cage match, but still, as a single, for whatever reason, people want to see this douchebag. So I have to admit that.
Hey, I found it right here. AEW Dynamite, March 22nd. The show opened, for the record, 1,016,000 viewers. That was Darby and Orange Cassidy and Sting versus the Butcher, the Blade, and Kip Sabian. But segment 3, which was the Factory video and Tony Storm versus Sky Blue, was 911. And then it went up to 965 and 969 for the final 2, which was Kenny Omega versus El Hijo del Vikingo. So not a huge rise, but certainly over segment 6, there was a rise.
Boy, I tell you what, if it had been my television program, I'd have like, Jesus Christ, almost 1 million people watched the last 15 minutes for the first time, and they have to see that. It was just, I don't care whether people watched it or not, it was embarrassing. And You may have liked it as a fan, but if you're in the wrestling business, again, I draw the analogy. Does the star of the Metropolitan Opera get offended when they hear Milli Vanilli selling records? It's the shits. It's embarrassing. And I don't know that you should want to root for people to watch this kind of stuff, because then it makes people want to do more of this kind of shit. And then we're where we are today, because that's all they've done now for the past 20 years is do more of that shit.
Yeah, the problem is the Moxley stuff specifically. Tony lets him do anything he wants to do, and his ideas are really, really bad. Brock Lesnar experienced that years ago. Other people in that company may have experienced that too. Moxley has bad ideas that he's convinced are really good, and he wants to do them, and he only wants to do them. And to me, it's just as lame as it could be. It was just a manufactured group that he put together. He declared they were dope. They're feuding with the Elite. We really don't even know why. Danielson couldn't even comprehensively explain or coherently explain why last week. We're doing this because we want to make you better. And we want people to be better. And you're amateur. Where is this coming from?
It always improved me when somebody would correct me by stabbing me in the face with a screwdriver.
Not very good. But there people seem to like it, and that was AEW Dynamite. Well, Jim, did you see the ratings for this week's show?
No, I haven't. And I would. We've been on a path for the last several weeks where they are starting lower than they used to, but they're keeping more of their audience, so they're not having the high highs or the low lows. They're kind of just in the mid. Is that trend continuing this week, or are we seeing a change in pattern?
Well, we'll see what you think of this. The average rating for AEW Dynamite on May 17th was 814,000 viewers.
Ouch, okay, that's in the 800s that they've been doing, but the lower range of them.
There was some strong competition. The NBA playoffs were, actually the finals are on TNT. Also, Vanderpump Rules, which is a big hit.
What the,
Who is Vanderpump? I know, that's what I keep asking
Who is Vanderpump, and what are his rules? Is this a sporting show? What is this show about? And who's this guy Vanderpump? I have no idea. Why has he made his own rules?
Holy shit, you want to hear something else that's pretty funny? I'm looking at this. These were compiled by WrestleNomics, by the way.
Are they in the Vanderpump business too?
Dynamite did worse than the premiere of Rich and Shameless featuring Hulk Hogan and Gawker on TNT, which had 854,000 viewers.
Ooch.
So they lost to Hulk Hogan on this night.
And now, were they opposite, or it was at a different time?
It says they were also outranked by the Hulk Hogan Gawker premiere.
But that was on like 11 o'clock at night.
Okay, so maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong there. Maybe I'm wrong. So more people at 11 o'clock at night, if that's the case, watch that than Dynamite. But let's go to the ratings here. See what story they tell. Segment 1, 8 to 8:15 p.m. The Wardlow Christian Cage Luchasaurus promo and angle. Darby Allin and Orange Cassidy versus Big Bill and Lee Moriarty with picture-in-picture. 908,000 viewers.
Okay, and that's not showing a good sign considering their average for what's going to happen from here, but go ahead.
Segment 2, the continuation of Darby Allin and Orange Cassidy versus Big Bill and Lee Moriarty, as well as the Young Bucks Blackpool Combat Club backstage angle, and Wardlow and Arn Anderson's backstage promo. We didn't even talk about that.
Well, we did. That's where he challenged them to the ladder match. Arn said nothing of interest.
As well as Sammy Guevara versus Optimus Prime, 876,000 viewers.
Okay, so there went 32,000 in the first 15 minutes.
Again, strong competition, of course. Segment 3.
Well, what would you have to not be strong competition to Big Bill and Lee Moriarty against Pockets and fucking Pussy, his partner? I don't know who these people are.
Let me stop the ratings real quick. You and I both have no awareness of this show. I see some of the names of the people on it in the New York Post every now and then, but I don't know anything about it. What do you think Vanderpump Rules is?
I've just told you I have no idea who this guy is or what his rules are or what his occupation is or what the whole concept of this thing's about.
All right, well, that was the competition for this segment 3.
I thought you were going to tell me.
I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out. I can look that up after I get the ratings here.
Well, we got to do the ratings.
Segment 3, 8:30 to 8:45 p.m. Sammy Guevara's live promo, as well as the FTR, Jeff Jarrett, Jay Lethal, Sanjay Dutt, Satnam Singh, Karen Jarrett angle, Darby Allin's promo, and the start of Ruby Soho and Toni Storm versus Hikaru Shida and Britt Baker. 832,000 viewers.
Ouch. Okay, now we've bled another 44,000, so that means we're down 76,000 from the start of the program.
But again, Vanderpump may have been just ruling all over the place by this point in time. We don't know. Segment 4, 8:45 to 9 p.m. The continuation of Soho and Storm versus Shida and Baker with picture-in-picture. Orange Cassidy's promo. Tony Khan's big announcement. 762,000 viewers.
Jesus H. Christ on a cracker. So that's another 38, 68, 70,000 people, bringing the total in the first hour. They started at 9:08 and ended at 762. That is 146,000 people they lost in an hour.
Hey, listen, that segment, I'm sorry. The women's match, Orange Cassidy, who, if you're not already an Orange Cassidy fan, you're sick of him, and Tony Khan's announcement, which the first one I popped a number. And since that time, he's on almost every week making an announcement. That's why you have that number there for that quarter. But coming out of that, the big 9 o'clock hour, segment 5.
It's got to go up.
Roddy Strong versus Chris Jericho, Falls Count Anywhere, with picture-in-picture, and Adam Cole. 816,000 viewers.
Okay, so they got 30, 40, 54,000 back of the 146,000 they're down.
Segment 5. No, segment 6, excuse me. Roosh versus Jack Perry with picture-in-picture and the post-match angle with Sammy Guevara, Darby Allin, Preston Vance, and the assistant guy. 799,000 viewers.
Boy, they should have wished that suddenly they had a blackout on the East Coast on that segment, but they're down again another 17.
Segment 7, 9:30 to 9:45 p.m. MJF's promo, as well as Jay White versus Ricky Starks with picture-in-picture, 753,000 viewers.
Jesus! So that's another 46. I got to work on my math. 46,000 they've lost. So, good Lord. Again, now they're in the worst spot they've been. They're down 155,000 people from the start of the program.
And finally, segment 8, 9:45 to 10 p.m. The continuation of Jay White versus Ricky Starks, Don Callis' live promo, and the angle with the Elite and Blackpool Combat Club and the return of Hangman Adam Page. 769,000 viewers.
So 16,000 back at the end. So they started at 9:08 and finished at 769. That's a total attrition from start to finish of 139,000 people.
Can I say something though? For everyone, I want to get your opinion on this. For everyone who's talking about the strong competition, and again, not to take anything away from the NBA Finals or whatever's happening in the world of Vanderpump, but they did a big angle last week. They did a pretty big angle. We're going to finally get some answers, we would think, from Don Callis here after that big angle last week. They couldn't pop anything for that? They couldn't get someone who just wanted to see some resolution?
Well, I think it's how hard do you need to make somebody to work to get there after what they had previously seen? They're like, well, I don't care as much as I did at the start of this thing. They're going to sit around and, and just wait through this?
Is the idea that wrestling can never beat or never do a better number on a night where there's an NBA Finals or a Vanderpump? Or if it was something the audience was really captivated with, would they say, you know what, I got to tune out and check out that other thing for 15 minutes? That's the thing. There was no audience that was like, I got to hear what Don Callis says after that turn.
I don't, again, from years back, the wrestling fans watched the wrestling program if there was goddamn chaos going on outside their home and fires in the streets, they didn't miss the wrestling show because they wanted to see it. They had to see it. And that's not the case anymore because it all looks the same. And if you didn't see somebody drawn and quartered and eviscerated and their fat sold for soap in Seg 6, you'll see it again in Seg 9, or next week they'll do it again. So I think we've just, now that nobody's really, the people that are there for anything are paying the close attention, and everybody else is like, what the fuck's going on here? I don't know, but again, that's, when you make something so forgettable and disposable, people don't care that much anymore.
Well, that was Dynamite, and I don't care that much anymore.
Speaking of not caring, would you like to move on across the street to SmackDown?
No, I really wouldn't. Can we talk about more animal deaths or something?
So the question is, how many people ignored this television program last Wednesday night?
Let me pull that up right here. I have some ratings information. This was compiled by WrestleNomics. AEW Dynamite for the 24th of May was watched on TBS by 846,000 viewers on average.
Do you have the last several weeks?
I would have to pull them up. You'd have to give me a couple minutes, yeah.
Well, we'll go through this, but it doesn't even need to be read because it can be said. Over the last 6 weeks, they've had 5 of them that were somewhere between the 820 and 860 range, and then they had the one 900 outlier. But they're spinning in the same place. There's not any more wide variations. They don't have big shows that do over 1 million anymore and then it settles down like they were for a while. And they don't have the big numbers to start with that they used to, but they start and finish somewhere within a range of the same thing every fucking week.
I have the numbers here. Here's February. 901, 899, 827, 1,028,000. Here's March. 833, 858, 852, 954, 833. Here's April. 877, 866, 830, 863, and finally May, which we're in the middle of, or towards the end of, 776, 877, 814, and now 846.
Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. In the last 13 weeks since they popped that 1 million whatever at the end of February, they've had one audience in the 900s and one in the 700s, and everything else has been in the middle of 800. That's pretty flat. Go ahead.
Well, this episode, May 24th, the first segment, 8 to 8:15 p.m., Orange Cassidy versus Kyle Fletcher with picture-in-picture, 906,000 viewers.
All right, that's what they start with from the Big Bang. And how many of those people were around for the last 5 minutes of that fucking fiasco 15 minutes later?
Well, again, after the Big Bang, it took a while for the planets to end up where they were going to end up and things to start to grow, but segment 2, 8:15 to 8:30 p.m., the continuation of Pockets versus Kyle Fletcher, Ricky Starks' backstage promo, Jungle Boy's promo, and the FTR Mark Briscoe, Jarrett, and Friends live promo segment, 923,000 viewers.
What? How did they manage to pick up 17,000 people for that 15 minutes of dreck? Was it the announcement? Are they tuning in to hear the announcement?
No way. Well, I shouldn't comment on anything as we go through the ratings, but segment 3, 8:30 to 8:45 p.m., the Sammy Guevara promo, the House of Black versus AR Fox, Metalik, and Blake Christian with picture-in-picture, 919,000 viewers.
Okay, so they're back down 4, but they're 13,000 ahead of the first quarter hour, which they never do. And this is telling me that we are soon to find the precipice off of which the lemmings are about to drop.
Segment 4, the Blackpool Combat Club promo, MJF and Darby Allin's live in-ring confrontation, and then the angle after that, 873,000 viewers.
Okay, so unfortunately, I think they mistimed it. I think that was supposed to be up at 9 o'clock and it was up at 8:52 or whatever, the 4 pillars. But they've dropped 46,000 people.
The 9 o'clock hour, segment 5, 9 to 9:15 p.m. The Wardlow video, Taya Valkyrie versus Lady Frost.
Oh boy, here it comes.
And Tony Khan's big announcement, 847,000 viewers.
Okay, so they lost 26,000 from the last quarter of the first hour, but they got the announcement. And if that is indeed what was keeping people through the rest of this crummy fucking program, or through the first part of this crummy program, now that the announcement has been done, is this where gravity takes over?
Segment 5, 9:15 to 9:30 p.m. The Adam Page promo, the Adam Cole-Chris Jericho contract signing, and a Tony Storm video, 846,000 viewers.
They lost 1,000. Okay, well, where the fuck are these people going to go? Where's this average going to go?
Segment 7, 9:30 to 9:45 p.m. Daniel Garcia versus Roderick Strong with picture-in-picture, 733,000 viewers.
That's okay. But wait a minute, that was the only thing listed for that quarter? That didn't go 15 minutes.
That's the only thing listed here for this quarter, with picture-in-picture.
Good Lord, it didn't seem like that, but...
Well, the final quarter...
wait a minute. So the point is, there went 113,000 people, and I've got to think the 846 in Seg 6 after the announcement is people were waiting around. There's going to be something else said, right? One would think. What about Punk? Are we going to get a card? Anything else? And then they got tired of it.
Also, you realize there's not a mention of Punk. And then after that Jericho segment, if you sat through that and you saw Sabu, the next thing you see is Garcia just wandering around ringside waiting for his match. It was kind of awkward. Everyone else left. But the final segment, segment 8, 9:45 to 10 p.m., the Lucha Brothers versus Claudio Castagnoli and Wheeler Yuta, and the post-match angle with the Blackpool Combat Club and the Young Bucks, 718,000 viewers.
Good Lord. Okay, so they kept everything. I mean, you can't argue with the first hour at all. 906, 923, 919, and 873. But then they got their announcement. 847, 846, 733, and 718. They end up 180, 8,000 people down from the start, which is over 20% of the fucking starting audience in 2 hours.
Now that Tony has CM Punk back in the fold, but seeing how these ratings are playing out, do you think Tony should sign Vanderpump to go against CM Punk?
If we could just figure out who this fucking Vanderpump guy is and what his finish is, it would be great, because I still don't know. But what were the ratings on this fiasco? Let me get comfortable before I hear these things. I'm stretching my hip out.
What the hell are you doing?
I'm stretching. Okay, I'm getting comfortable. All right, what's the story?
The story this week, May 31st, AEW Dynamite on TBS, was 923,000 viewers.
Oh, now, what was different about this program as opposed to the ones that have been getting 800 and something thousand? It wasn't certainly any better in quality. One must think that something was teased, a possible carrot was dangled on the proverbial stick as to people might hear something that they wanted to hear.
Well, we'll see how the ratings play out, but the show opens, segment 1, 8 to 8:15 p.m. Claudio Castagnoli, John Moxley, and Wheeler Yuta versus Bandito and the Lucha Brothers. With picture
and a 2-minute suplex.
With picture-in-picture, 1,040,000 viewers.
Whoa, now that's the first time in quite a while that they have started at their previous over million level since we began to question the popularity of the Big Bang Theory. So that's a good start.
Segment 2, 8:15 to 8:30 p.m., the continuation of the previous match, the Young Bucks Adam Page and the Dork Order backstage, the Juice Robinson, Jay White, FTR, Ricky Starks live promo, 999,000 viewers.
Okay, so apparently 41,000 of those were just the people that tripped getting up to change after the Big Bang went off.
Segment 3. Tony Khan announces CM Punk's return, along with Trent Beretta versus Big Bill versus Swerve Strickland. I can't say that name without it being funny.
I know, even if, for fuck's sake, even if he's good, if he's the shits, you know, he's working hard, he's whatever the fuck. Give him a last name at least. Big Bill Dromo, for fuck's sake, Junior. I don't care, but just Big Bill is the most nondescript, generic, bland, great value, as they say. How you going to market that? There's Big Bill. All right, go ahead.
Versus Swerve Strickland with picture-in-picture, 991,000 viewers.
So again, they only lost 8,000. That was the announcement was in that quarter hour that they wanted to hear. But where do they go from here now that all the children have grown up? And how do we face our lives knowing nobody gives us a chance?
We go to segment 4, 8:45 to 9 p.m., the Chris Statlander promo video, the Acclaim's promo on the ramp, as well as Don Callis and Takeshita's live promo, 906,000 viewers.
Ooh, okay. Many people apparently have heard what they wanted to hear. That's a drop of 85,000 more. So we are now down 134,000 since the start of the episode.
And by the way, I should say these were compiled by WrestleNomics.
Oh, that's right. We got to give credit where credit's due. Thurston Howell III is on top of all of the wrestling business in the various companies these days. All the statistics, the things that people need to know.
Well, let's go to segment 5 here, the big 9 o'clock hour, 9 to 9:15 p.m. Darby Allin and Orange Cassidy versus the Gates of Agony with picture-in-picture, as well as the post-match with Sting, Brian Cage, and Swerve, 888,000 viewers.
Ooh, okay, so we've dropped another 18,000.
Segment 6, 9:15 to 9:30 p.m., the MJF video, Hook, Preston Vance, and Dralisto? Do we know him?
That was the guy in the lucha mask.
Well, him, as well as Jungle
and
Boy.
And a suit.
Well, they're
apparently now the lucha suits over in the WWE aren't using the gimmick anymore, so now all the lucha guys in the AEW are wearing the suits.
Well, that segment, as well as the Outcast backstage promo and Chris Statlander versus Nyla Rose, 866,000 viewers.
There went another 22,000.
Segment 7, 9:30 to 9:45 p.m., Chris Statlander versus Nyla Rose continued with picture-in-picture and a recap video, I believe, of the pay-per-view, 854,000 viewers.
So we've got down now to about where they have been over the last, several weeks or however many weeks, where we said this is about the number of people that are going to watch, 850, somewhere around there.
And finally, segment 8, the main event, 9:45 to 10 p.m., Adam Cole and Britt Baker versus Chris Jericho and Saraya.
Now, I thought that might have some interest, maybe more interest than the Falls Count Anywhere single match between Cole and Jericho would have had, because at least it's different instead of something that's, is going to look like the same thing they always do with everybody. Did anybody tune in to see that on free television after they shot the angle on pay-per-view?
with picture-in-picture, 839,000 viewers.
And the answer is no. They've turned 15,000 away. And not in a good way of a sold-out arena, but like, no, we turn away when we see that. Okay, so that's what happened. A bunch of people tuned in to have their question answered. That was the one thing that they were up in the air about over the last week was, is Punk going to be part of Collision or not? They started with 1,040,000. And by the announcement, they had only lost 49,000 of those people, and most of them, as we said, probably the big bangers. After the announcement, they lost another 152,000 people to finish up starting 201,000 down from where they began.
Considering the mixed reaction to CM Punk, I thought the audience would have been like, okay, we heard the news we want. We don't need to watch anymore. Do you think any of the audience said, we heard the news we didn't want to hear. We don't want to watch anymore?
Well, no, because why would you not want to watch the rest of the program that you know that he's not on because they announced he'll be on a program? You just keep watching Wednesday if you don't want to see Saturday. But it did satisfy the curiosity of a lot of the people, but then there was nothing else to hang around for because look at the state of all that. So, again, they only lost a certain amount until the announcement and 991,000, and then they lost another 160,000 off of that. That's not AEW's faithful fans tuning out. That's people said, okay, is he coming back? Okay, he's coming back. Well, we'll come back when he comes back. Or they just didn't give a shit about the rest of the program.
Well, I think that's part of the problem.
That's part of it, too.
There's a lot of people on this show that have been on this show a lot, and they're not doing anything special. We've talked about the Orange Cassidy issues where he started off so many shows. Here he is at the 9 o'clock hour, didn't hold anyone from the announcement. They still kept leaving. You had some women's segments. Statlander hasn't been around in a while. Nyla Rose hasn't been around in a while. No one gives a crap about the Outcast and Britt Baker stuff. MJF, it was a not throwaway, but it was a backstage promo segment as opposed to anything live. They front-loaded the top of the show with BCC, The Elite, Tony Khan's announcement. Even if you're a hardcore AEW fan, what's the motivation to stay around? To see that Jericho match?
So what you're saying is they didn't hold the viewers held their noses and turned away.
I think they risk people getting sick of a lot of people they've been using regularly because of how they've been used and also just because they've been used regularly forever.
Well, but see, here's the problem. Somebody with the attention span of Tony and or his ilk over there will take that statement and go, okay, that means we should only put somebody on TV once every 6 weeks. And they can't, nobody can find the fucking middle ground between light and shadow or science and superstition. You get your top guys you push, you hear from them or see them, or refer to them or show video of them every week. Okay, and they're winning a lot more than they're losing. And then when he has talent, he has roster depth, if not talent depth. So then the fucking peons that he thinks are cute, that nobody really wants to fucking look at and they just look past, those are the ones that should be seen sparingly and heard even less. But those are the ones that he is continually, whether it be the mascot or the green girls, they're all in green, how apropos, or just anybody that he has done to death over the last few years because he gets it in his bonnet. That's what people get sick and tired of, and it looks all the same. And especially the chaos in the matches, because there's nobody to oversee the matches with not only the knowledge, but the authority. So that's the problem. You want your top guys on TV every week. You just want to make sure that you pick the right top guys.
Hey, another note here. This was Dynamite's highest total viewership since March 22nd, however, down 11% in 18 to 49. Whatever that says.
I don't even care.
You know, what's done is done, and the network wanted what they wanted. But how beneficial do you think it would have been to AEW for Collision to be a 1 hour show as opposed to a 2 hour show?
It would have probably been easier to start off with and make the, by popular demand announcement months later or however long later, because that way they wouldn't have to. Again, he's got a plethora of people, but not deep on real talent that can draw a mainstream television audience past the bubblicious audience they got that doesn't grow because it's And, again, the mixed reaction in San Diego, that was California. It'd be overwhelmingly positive in Chicago. It would be probably 6 one, half dozen the other in a number of markets. It's going to vary across the country depending on the fan base, because every AEW fan from every state in the union is not the same. But again, they're carving up a small pie. They're turning parts of their audience against parts of their roster. They're putting different talent, so as we are led to believe, at least in some part, on their Wednesday night and Saturday night TV shows, not because of a business strategy, but because of fucking meh. So they're diluting the talent roster. They're diluting the fact that AEW is now on one of those networks 5 hours a week, counting Rampage that nobody watches. It's all getting, not only the fan base is getting watered down and overexposed, but the talent roster and the television time and everything else. And since all their shit looks the same anyway, because all of these fresh-faced, perky young talents were raised on the Outlaw Mud shows, how are they going to make it look different? Besides Punk's segment. What's going to fucking be different about Saturday than Wednesday? And if Saturday don't look any different than Wednesday, for the people that watch both, they'll get tired of Wednesday because they're seeing twice as much of it. So, Brian, I'm going to be a prognosticator. I'm going to turn into Nostradamus here for once, because I don't know what the numbers were, but I'm betting that it was worse than last week, but better than the week before. In other words, about the same thing as they've been doing.
Well, Jim, the ratings for AEW Dynamite on TBS June 7th, a Wednesday, as always, 903,000 viewers on average.
So that was a little down from last week and a little up from the week before, about what they've been doing.
Well, the show opened quarter one, 8 to 8:15 p.m. Orange Cassidy versus Swerve Strickland with picture-in-picture, 962,000 viewers.
The big bangers must love old pockets by now, but now the debate here is going to be, as usual, where do they fall off the cliff? For an average of 903 to start out at 962, looks to me like they're going to be strong for the first part of the program before they hit the fucking bottomless pit. Go ahead.
Segment 2, 8:15 to 8:30 p.m. The final 4 minutes of Cassidy versus Strickland. The post-match with the Mogul Embassy, Darby Allin and Sting.
The Mogul Embassy is what we're calling it now?
Well, that's what WrestleNomics called it. This data was pulled by WrestleNomics here.
Did Lovey do this one, or is Thurston Howell off for vacation this week, or?
There was a Jay White video, as well as a Bryan Danielson Kazuchika Okada video. 924,000 viewers.
So Pockets only drove 38,000 off this week.
Segment 3, 8:30 to 8:45 p.m. Chaos versus Blackpool Combat Club with picture-in-picture Chaos, the best friends and their other friend.
Is that what they call them now?
Well, the Japanese faction with Rocky Romero is Chaos, so now.
Oh, I thought he became a best friend when he was with the other two. Isn't it 2 out of 3 rules? It's 2 best friends and 1 chaotic guy. So
If you're in a group called Chaos, do you feel like a moron if you're wrestling the Blackpool Combat Club? We're Chaos. Look at these fucking guys.
Well, what did Best Chaos and the other guys do here?
Well, also the Hung Bucks promo backstage, 895,000 viewers.
Okay, so that they're dueling, let's see, 24 and 520. They only drove off 29,000. So they're not as good as Pockets.
Segment 4, 8:45 to 9 p.m. The Kenny Omega Will Ospreay video, MJF and Adam Cole's live confrontation in ring, 955,000 viewers.
Wow. So
we have not seen a bump like that in a while.
Yeah, that's unusual, and that's the 8:45 to 9 p.m. So they apparently wanted to see MJF and Adam Cole talk because that was, 12 out of this 15 minutes? That is, they're up 60,000 from the previous quarter.
Have you been watching the first...
And they overlapped into 5 at the top of the hour, so we'll see what that is. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Right. And if you've been watching the first 45 to 50 minutes, MJF's a breath of fresh air at this point on this program.
Yeah. There must be some kind of concerted effort for people to text their friends or whatever. He's on!
Well,
back on.
Well, segment 5, the big 9 o'clock hour, 9 to 9:15 p.m., the final 2 minutes of the MJF Cole Live promo, as well as the Hardys, Isaiah Cassidy, and Ethan Page's backstage comedy promo, and La Faction Ignobernale. The Goobers. Versus Jungle Hook.
Shorten it. The Goobers. What did the Goobers do?
Well, the faction of Goobers versus Jungle Hook with picture-in-picture, 929,000 viewers.
So
the Goobers.
one can assume that nobody turned off the last 3 or 4 minutes or whatever it was of Adam Cole and MJF, so we can give the other guys credit for running off 26,000 people.
You know what? Even though I wasn't crazy about the entirety of the Adam Cole MJF promo,
you at least wanted to see where it was going.
You wanted to see where it's going, and you know what? At least it didn't end with just a brawl like everything else does. Like, whatever you think of it, there's still room for more. They didn't
do the whole goddamn thing.
Exactly. Segment 6. 9:15 to 9:30 p.m. The finish of the Goober faction versus Jungle Hook. Konosuke Takeshita versus...
Our friend Take.
Versus Damon Ace. Damon Ace. Excuse me, not Demon. Damon Ace. The Dodd Callis and Takeshita Live promo. Christian Cage's backstage promo. And the beginning of Chris Statlander versus Anna Jay. 863,000 viewers.
Ouch. So there we found it, because now they've dropped another 66,000. So that they've lost almost 100,000 in the past 30 minutes.
Well, segment 7, 9:30 to 9:45 p.m. Chris Statlander versus Anna Jay continued, and the Outcast backstage promo, 847,000 viewers.
And bye-bye to 316 more thousand of you.
And finally, 9:45 to 10 p.m., segment 8, Ricky Starks versus Jay White with picture-in-picture, and the post-match with the Guns and Juice Robinson, 845,000 viewers.
Gee, Manelli, they couldn't even pick up anything. They lost 2 more thousand people for the main event. It's not a bad number to end up with, considering where they've been in the past. But they're still...
But look at
they lost 120,000 from start to finish.
You know, look at the end of the show, though. Statlander versus Anna Jay. I would have to go back and check. I'm looking at the trend line here. Didn't drop as much as most of the women's segments at the end of the show usually do. And although Ricky Starks has had a good following and people have been into him, and MJF now months ago was great on TV, it's him against Jay White. Jay White has not been established enough to pull a number from main eventing this show. So the fact that it was only 845, that it didn't drop off further, I actually think is pretty good.
It's the little things. Brian. It's the small victories. Meanwhile, and again, somebody asked me on Twitter, well, why don't you go through the SmackDown ratings or the Raw ratings like this minutely? Well, number one, the Raw ratings is 12 quarters, and it's ridiculous. And you know what it's going to be. First hour is okay. Second hour is usually the biggest one. Third hour drops off because what the fuck? And with SmackDown, as we saw last week, and I think we forgot to mention it on the last program, last week's SmackDown number was enormous for modern times. And the final quarter with the Bloodline Roman Reigns 1,000-day ceremony was 2.9 million viewers. And, honestly, to be quite honest, the Bloodline thing has to be what's carrying the whole deal because there's not that much interesting going on otherwise. But good Lord, the people are liking that. And that was the end. My point to be made, the end of the 2-hour program was the highest rated segment of the program because people wanted to see that. They weren't watching a show that they were saying, okay, good God, we know what's coming up and we don't give a shit. And that's the difference. They're pretty consistent. They do not lose. The WWE does not lose 20 to 25% of their audience from start to finish on a show usually, unless it's the 3-hour Raw. And then actually they don't lose that percentage. They lose more viewers because they start out with many more, but they don't lose that much. This show, you can't watch the whole goddamn thing because it's just endless, same, chaos, violence, not even violence, just wreckage. They're not really mad, you can tell that, but they're just hurting each other. But they're cooperating when they do it. Anyway.
And
those
by the way,
are the numbers there. What?
You brought up the SmackDown numbers. Last week, which was the 1,000-day celebration, for the record, the show started with 2.45 million viewers. It ended with 2.9 million viewers.
They picked up, what's 450,000 to 2.5 million? They picked up almost 20%, didn't they?
And the key demo is interesting, too. Starts at 860,000 viewers, ends at 1.13 million. So the advertisers and the network love that.
And again, that's what I'm saying is that there's not anything interesting on the WWE program except the Bloodline. So when the Bloodline does something, the people fucking love it because they're starved. And over on the other channel, you can't get fucking hungry because they won't stop feeding you. So it's complete polar opposites. But the one seems to be working, the starvation thing. Hey, you lock somebody up in the fucking closet and you only pitch them a sandwich every couple of days, they're going to love the fucking sandwich, right? That's what the experience I've usually had with people that's been in my closet. What about you, Brian?
I have not had that experience. Maybe
people don't get hungry in your closet?
I don't lock people in my closet. How many people have you locked in your closet?
I'm not allowed at liberty right now to enumerate.
Have you been locked in the closet?
No, I got the key.
Before you had a key, no one just pushed you in and locked the door and ran away?
No, I had the closet built.
There are other closets, Jim. Hotchkiss didn't invent the closet.
No, this is a good closet. You can't get out of this closet. You can get out of a lot of closets, but no, I got a brand new built-in closet, and I got the only key. I just want everybody to know what the ratings were because I peaked this time, but I don't know the exact quarters, but I know where they started and where they finished. So why don't we elucidate the people before we move on to the second half of their week?
Well, this week's AEW Dynamite for June 14th, Wednesday night, was watched by 832,000 people.
And that is significantly, unfortunately for them, down from the overall number they had last week. But if I'm not mistaken, I think they started as strong or maybe a little stronger, didn't they?
I would have to pull up last week's numbers. I don't have them in front of me. If you do, that may help. But let's start with where they did start off, naturally. Segment 1, 8 to 8:15 p.m., Adam Cole versus MJF, 918,000 viewers.
Okay, they started off down. They were a little bit down from last week where they started, as I recall, but still 918,000. They know that's usually their highest point because they get the Big Bang people. So they put something in that one would think would retain pretty much everybody that was there to watch AEW rather than just hanging over from the Big Bang Theory would keep tuned to MJF and Adam Cole. So whatever they did in the second quarter, that's the number of people that wanted to watch AEW that night on purpose, I would think. So what is the second quarter?
Segment 2, the continuation of Adam Cole versus MJF with picture-in-picture, 889,000 viewers.
Okay, so they lost 29,000 people between the first quarter and the second quarter, and one would think that then, as I said, nobody that wanted to watch AEW is going to turn that match off. So therefore, they had 30,000 big bangers that said, we're not going to stick with it this time.
And it should be pointed out here, because we do want to talk about a little bit what the network cares about, the key demo. Adam Cole versus MJF started at 415. Segment 2 went to 429. So while the overall number came slightly down, the key demo number, which is where the advertising is based off, went up. So that's an important thing there.
And that is the difference in viewers was 29,000. The difference in the demo was 14,000. So basically, they lost 29,000 people, but they picked up 14,000 of a more attractive demo. That ain't too bad.
Segment 3, a continuation of this match, the final 6 minutes of Cole versus MJF, with the post-match, as well as the CM Punk video, and the Sammy Guevara Darby Allin live promo, no Chris Jericho yet. 890,000 viewers.
And they kept everybody and added 1,000 going into that finish.
By the way, let me mention these stats were pulled by WrestleNomics.
Thurston Howell III strikes again.
Segment 4, 8:45 to 9 p.m., continuation of Sammy Guevara's confrontation with Darby Allin with Chris Jericho added to the mix. And then Sting, the Sonata video. There goes Swami. Darby Allin, Sting, Keith Lee, and Orange Cassidy versus the Mogul Embassy, with picture-in-picture.
Jesus Christ.
865,000 viewers.
That's better than I thought it was going to be. So they only lost 25,000 for that whole mess.
Segment 5, the big 9 o'clock hour, 9 to 9:15 p.m. The final 6 minutes of the 8-man tag match previously mentioned, the Guns backstage promo, and the beginning of Wardlow versus Jake Hager with picture-in-picture, 857,000 viewers.
And again, I've got to say, only 8,000 more. That's better than... They're hanging with it better than the content that they're being given would indicate. So they ought to be proud of this so far.
But this is the point of the show where if you're anywhere near a regular viewer, if the front of the show has been loaded with the people you want to see, the rest of the show is not going to have that. Segment 6. Yes, that is in fact segment 6. Segment 6, 9:15 to 9:30 p.m. The end of Wardlow versus Hager with the post-match Christian Cage, Luchasaurus, Arn Anderson angle. Tanahashi's video, MJF's backstage promo, Cassidy, Daniel Garcia, Zack Sabre Jr.'s backstage angle, and the beginning of Tony Storm versus Sky Blue with picture-in-picture. 792,000 viewers.
Wow. Okay, at that point, they say, there's 65,000 more people. They are now down 97,000 from quarter 2 and 126,000 from the start of the program.
And this is also where we talked about the key demo earlier. This is where the key demo starts diving off, too. Segment 7, the final 3 minutes of Tony Storm versus Sky Blue. The post-match with Ruby Soho and Willow Nightingale. Jack Perry's exciting backstage promo.
I missed that.
FTR's backstage promo.
I missed that.
I missed that too, actually. And the beginning of the Elite versus the Blackpool Combat Club, 745,000 viewers.
Okay, and they have advertised, not only did angles for this and been building this for weeks, but they advertised this main event match. It wasn't a surprise. So leading into that, 173,000 people from the start of the program said, we don't want to see any of that.
And finally, segment 8, 9:45 to 10 p.m., the Elite versus Blackpool Combat Club continued with picture-in-picture, and the big post-match with Eddie Kingston, Konosuke Takeshita, Kenny Omega, Will Ospreay, Bryan Danielson, Con Edison, Bank of America, Home Depot, 699,000 viewers.
And there you have it. The BBC and the Elite managed to run off 219,000 people from the start of the program, which is about 25% approximately of where they started. And what was the number in the key demo?
Yeah, I want to say, we got to point that out. It started at 415, went as high as 429 for segment 2 of MJF versus Cole. It ended at 325.
Jesus. So nobody likes these jackoffs.
No. So, I mean, that's the other thing. Anyone who thinks that there's like a big youth fan base for the Bucks and Omega, even if there was 7 years ago, how old are those people now?
They lost 219,000 off the total viewership. They lost 104,000 in the key demo from its height. But yet they're the EVPs, main event guys. The plumber's allowed to do whatever he wants. Tony has no control over these people. All they do is run off viewers and talent. They not only ran off more viewers than anybody in wrestling history, but they ran off a bigger star than anybody else in wrestling history.
Well, there you have it. AEW doing a fine job there.
Let's talk, before we get into Collision, because of our strange recording schedule this past week, we didn't have the ratings for Dynamite from this past Wednesday when we reviewed the program. Do you have that information at your fingertips now, Brian?
I do. This past week's AEW Dynamite, June 21st on TNT, was watched by 902,000 viewers on average.
How in the flying fuck did they get 902,000 people to stick with that stinker? And what is the pattern when they do something on Wednesday night that's remotely acceptable to the viewer that one would think people would be interested in? They're down at 800. But when they have something that pretty much stinks from top to bottom, it boosts them about it. Are people watching for the car crash mentality? This is so rotten we can't believe it. More people must see this and give us their opinion. What's going on here?
There may be some examples of that here. Let's go to the numbers. These were compiled by WrestleNomics. Quarter 1, 8 to 8:15 p.m. The Guns versus the Hardys, with the post-match of CM Punk, FTR, Ricky Starks, the Guns, and Bullet Club Gold running in. 932,000 viewers.
And that's better than normal to start out with. Let's see if they kept them to quarter 2.
To your earlier theory, quarter 2, 8:15 to 8:30 p.m., Jeff Jarrett versus Mark Briscoe concession stand brawl with picture-in-picture and the Blackpool Combat Club promo, 976,000 viewers.
Jesus Christ! When's the last time that they gained over 40,000 people in the second quarter instead of lost some? Ever?
Again, a lot of different things could play into that. I personally think that if you were someone not watching and you heard CM Punk appeared, you may have thought he could appear again, and that didn't happen, or you may have tuned in because you heard he just was there. But also, you know, these concession stand matches and arena matches, whatever AEW does, I would think, without knowing for sure, those lend themselves better to picture-in-picture than regular matches, just because if you're flipping through, what the fuck is that? What's happening there? So I wonder if that lends itself to the rating too.
I have no idea, but Mark Briscoe should be a ratings draw, but he's not been presented as one, and Jeff Jarrett has not so far scored anything like that. So let's move on, see where we go from here.
Quarter 3, 8:30 to 8:45 p.m. A recap of Collision, as well as Chris Jericho, Minoru Suzuki, and Sammy Guevara versus AR Fox, Action Andretti, and Darius Martin, with picture-in-picture, 926,000 viewers.
Okay, well, it's going in the direction that I would imagine that match would go in. They lost 50,000, but they've still got such a big number. That's insane.
Quarter 4, 8:45 to 9 p.m., the end of the previously said six-man tag match, the Chris Jericho Sting live promo confrontation, the Elite, it just says the Elite. I don't know. Oh, the Elite Eddie Kingston promo in the back, and Adam Cole's live promo, 965,000 viewers.
What the? And they're back up another 40. What is different about this show than any other show they've ever done? Besides, much of it was the shits. Well, that's not really different.
Again, we also don't know, although it's a small audience that watches New Japan Wrestling on TV in America, we know that for a fact. We also don't know what percentage of the New Japan fans who don't watch AEW tuned in specifically to see any of their guys, knowing it's the lead up to the pay-per-view. Again, who knows? But
I don't buy it. It didn't happen last year.
No, it didn't, and that was awful TV all around that event last year. But let's go to the big 9 o'clock hour, segment 5, 9 to 9:15 p.m., Adam Cole and MJF live promo, and then Orange Cassidy and Shibata versus Daniel Garcia and Zack Sabre Jr. with picture-in-picture.
Okay, that is a test.
962,000 viewers.
They lost 3,000.
No, well, again, who lost the 3,000? Not to spoil anything, but let's go right into segment 6.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It should have been when you got that fucking Pockets debacle for 20-something minutes. You've got to be, what, restrained to the chair? Tied down so you can't reach the remote?
Well, segment 6, 9:15 to 9:30, the continuation of Cassidy and Shibata versus Garcia and Sabre Jr. with picture-in-picture, 833,000 viewers.
Okay, that makes more sense. 130,000. So that's where everybody said, okay, fuck it.
We've seen MJF. We've seen CM Punk. Show's over.
This is the most bizarre. They start ahead of where they usually start. They never gain in the second quarter, and they do. They lose in the third quarter, but they gain the same thing back in the fourth quarter. Stay steady at the top of the hour, and then Pockets drives off 130,000 people. This is a wild show, weird, wacky show.
And again, if we're going based on trends, and who knows what percentage of an audience tunes in just to see if CM Punk's going to show up here, and then he did, and how many people tuned in right after he did, but MJF and Adam Cole, whatever we think about it, it's been working as far as ratings. Their segment's been popping the number. So it is bad placement of that Shibata Orange Cassidy match right after that. But I have to wonder, after MJF and Adam Cole appear, and you pretty much know they're not going to be back on the show the rest of the show, how many people said the show's over?
Yeah.
Maybe it's 100,000 people here. Who knows? But segment 7, 9:30 to 9:45 p.m., the Will Ospreay Don Callis backstage confrontation, Tony Storm, a Tony Storm Willow Nightingale video, and Taya Valkyrie versus Chris Statlander with picture-in-picture, 804,000 viewers.
Okay, I mean, it could have been worse with that 15 minutes, but they only lost another 29,000 people. So they, in a space of 2 quarters, they've shed 158,000 people.
And finally, segment 8, 9:45 to 10 p.m., continuation of Statlander versus Valkyrie, the live promo with Eddie Kingston, Jon Moxley, and then the introduction of Tomohiro Ishii, and then Bryan Danielson calling out Okada, and the appearance of Okada, 818,000 viewers.
Okay, so people came back to see if there was going to be a main event, and they found out there wasn't. All righty then. Whew.
Do you think, well, I mean, we're about to talk about Collision. Do you think Tony saw these numbers and unfortunately, as it happens every now and then, got a little bit overzealous about the numbers, and that led to what was Collision this week?
It's possible, because their first hour of Dynamite would be a nice, respectable television program if they had cut it off there, but the second hour brought them to an untimely end. But yeah, because according to the ratings, nobody wanted to see this thing, or if they had wanted to see the main event, they were discouraged by the 2 hours of treachery, deceit, and torture that came before it.
You're saying it.
Let's go to the ratings quickly, and then we will move ahead to SmackDown.
The ratings, AEW Dynamite, June 28th, Wednesday night. 809,000 viewers on average. And it's the lowest total viewership since May 3rd. And it's the lowest in the key demo 18 to 49 since June 24th, 2020. 3 years ago.
Well, but it was their anniversary. Did they have a rotten show 3 years ago this week?
I am not exactly sure. Now, the NHL draft was on the same night.
All right, you got that all-night gas station opened up down the road. How are you going to compete with that?
Well, let's go to the quarter hours. Here they are. Once again, June 28th, AEW Dynamite on TBS. 8 to 8:15 p.m., quarter one. These are compiled by WrestleNomics. Tomohiro Ishii versus Jon Moxley with picture-in-picture. 943,000 viewers.
Okay. They started at 9:43. Let's see where they finish up. And let's see how many people this thing ran off in the first 15 minutes.
Segment 2. 8:15 to 8:30 p.m. Continuation of Ishii versus Moxley with Eddie Kingston. Yeah, that's what it says. With Eddie Kingston's involvement. MJF and Adam Cole's backstage angle. Moxley and Kingston and Renee's backstage angle, and a Will Ospreay Kenny Omega video, 909,000 viewers.
Well, that is considerably better than I thought they'd do. They only lost 34,000.
But wait, there's more. 8:30 to 8:45 p.m., quarter three, El Hijo del Vikingo.
Oh, boy.
And Keith Lee.
Oh, boy.
And Orange Cassidy versus Daniel Garcia, Matt Menard, and Angelo Parker with picture-in-picture, 835,000 viewers.
Gee, okay, now we start seeing the exodus, the lemmings dropping off the cliff. There's another 74,000 people. Now they've lost in the first 45 minutes, 108,000 viewers.
But again, the NHL draft was on, and that's a big night for all those hockey-loving wrestling fans. Segment 4, 8:45 to 9 p.m., the finish of the previous six-man tag match, the Elite's backstage angle with the Dark Order, Chris Jericho's promo, and the beginning of the Elite versus the Dark Order, 808,000 viewers.
And off go another 27,000, bringing our total that we've lost now to 135,000 people. And they're going to the top of the hour with that shitty Buckaroos match.
But wait, there's more. Top of the hour, the big 9 o'clock hour, 9 to 9:15 p.m. Continuation of the Elite versus Dark Order with picture-in-picture, and the post-match angle with the Blackpool Combat Club and Eddie Kingston. 783,000 viewers.
So they lost at the top of the hour 25,000 more people with who are allegedly some of their main event individuals in the ring competing.
Segment 6, excuse me. That's right, it says overrun. Segment 6, 9:15 to 9:30 p.m. Jon Moxley's live promo, Samoa Joe, Dustin Rhodes, and Ricky Starks' videos, MJF, Cole, and Roderick Strong's backstage confrontation, and Jungle Boy's promo with Hook running out. 762,000 viewers.
Jeez, another 21,000. They are down now 181,000.
Segment 7, 9:30 to 9:45 p.m. Sammy Guevara's entrance with picture-in-picture. Ruby Soho versus Alexia Nicole. Ruby's live promo. And QTV's backstage promo. 711,000 viewers.
Oh, and 51,000 more people just said, fuck this, I'm out of here.
And finally, and I remind you we have overrun numbers, and finally, 9:45 to 10 p.m., Darby Allin and Sting versus Chris Jericho and Sammy Guevara with picture-in-picture, 720,000 viewers, 2-minute overrun, 810,000 viewers. So 90,000 people came to see what else was on.
What program normally starts at 10 o'clock?
I am not sure.
Well, it must have a devoted audience, but basically they could, with Sting and Jericho in the ring, they could only get 9,000 people back of the 120. No, I'm sorry. In Seg 7, they had lost 132,000, and Jericho and Sting got 9,000 of them back. And then suddenly 90,000 other people showed up at 10 o'clock. Boy, howdy. But you can't say that was unexpected. Look at that program and look at it's starting to be a cumulative effect at this point also, because the shows the last several weeks have been stinkers on Wednesday nights.
You know, this is going to start affecting both shows too, because if, for the most part, the only thing Collision has going for it is that CM Punk's going to be there. And Wednesday night's falling apart because look at what it is. This is why the brand split, whatever you want to call it, doesn't work for AEW. You need all hands on deck to make these shows acceptable. Because they're bad.
And even then, if Wednesday sucks, why should they suspect that Saturday will be better if they've been seeing this from this company? You know, yes, the Punk fans will check it out, but everybody else goes, well, it's going to be more of the same. And, you know, meanwhile, the WWE runs away with the viewers with one interesting thing in fucking 2 or 3 hours.
And that's different in terms of how you establish, you know, Roman will be on SmackDown. Whenever he's there, he's going to be there unless they announce he's on Raw. If you're a casual AEW fan, whatever that means, I guess one of the, 700,000 people that don't buy the pay-per-views, I guess that would maybe be a casual fan. What do you know about Punk? Do you know that Punk's only going to be on one show? Are you tuning in frustrated every week expecting Punk on Dynamite and there's no Punk? Because it's not really said, he's only available on Saturdays. Nothing's being said. They're handling that wrong, too. And they've taken so much off Punk already, and it just continues.
Yeah, they managed to, it's like I said about Shitstain a long time ago. They don't get people over, they get people under. They managed to take people that the fans are interested in and diminish or devalue or damage them to the point where that they're not as interested as they used to be. Or the matches, or the stipulations. How many times can you say, oh, we're going to cut this guy's head off with a chainsaw? Well, that's great the first few times. Not for the guy whose head's being cut off, but for the people watching. But after you've seen a guy get his head cut off with a chainsaw about 7 or 8 times, ain't that many different ways you can do it.
No. Well, that was AEW Dynamite, another horrid episode, one of the worst episodes ever, just worthless.
How'd you really feel?
I liked it.
Okay.
Well, do you want to find out how special it was this week?
I am almost willing to say that I will whistle Dixie out my ass if people watch this program. This was abysmal. But I'm scared because, the AEW fans are just one step above the Germans that like to have their balls nailed to a step stool. So I don't know.
So just to confirm, you will or will not whistle Dixie at your ass?
I said I'm almost willing to.
Okay. Well,
we'll see what happens.
That may have been the right decision. This past week, AEW Dynamite, Wednesday, July 5th on TBS, on average, was watched by 855,000 viewers.
Good Lord. So, again, they can't run them off. The 800 to 850 or 860 that of every Wednesday night, they can run them off over the course of the 2 hours, but they will come back the next week and start again.
That's right, and that's indeed how the show began. They started again this week. Segment 1, Quarter 1, 8 to 8:15 p.m., compiled by WrestleNomics here. Darby Allin and Keith Lee's backstage angle, and then Lee and Swerve versus Darby and Pockets with picture-in-picture, 906,000 viewers.
All righty, let's see where they go from there.
And I believe, and I don't have anything in front of me, someone told me for the record that this week specifically was up off the Big Bang Theory. So they actually began higher than the Big Bang Theory, for whatever that's worth.
Good Lord.
Segment 2. The continuation of Lee and Strickland versus Darby Allin and Pockets with the post-match, the Nick Wayne video, Jack Perry and Hook's backstage confrontation, and the MJF Adam Cole video, 829,000 viewers.
Jesus Christ on a cracker. They lost 77,000 people in 15 minutes. And with that average, they've got to go back up somewhere.
Segment 3, 8:30 to 8:45 p.m., Billy Gunn and the Acclaim versus the Blade and the Bollywood Boys with picture-in-picture, the post-match with the QTV girl, Eddie Kingston and Jon Moxley's promo and video, and then RJ City announcing that Matt Hardy has to team with Jeff Jarrett. 835,000 viewers.
Well, they got 6,000 of them back.
Segment 4. The Chris Jericho Don Callis live promo, 8:45 to 9 p.m. And the CM Punk Samoa Joe video, 898,000 viewers.
Okay, that is again 63,000 more, so they're almost back to where they started from. Imagine that, Punk being in that quarter.
The 9 o'clock hour, segment 5, Roderick Strong and Adam Cole's backstage angle, followed by Adam Cole and MJF versus The Butcher and Matt Menard with picture-in-picture, 879,000 viewers.
Back down 2019, but again, that has to be people curious about MJF and Cole, right? One can only assume, because what else would you watch that for?
It's not the match, and I mean, there is something to be said here about show-wide star power, where you have someone who's been presented as a star, someone who's a company star, versus people who may not be. You know, it's like a squash match in the old days, but segments, what is this now? Segment 5. Segment 6.
That was,
Excuse me, the overrun threw me off here again. That happened last week. Segment 6. The MJF Adam Cole live promo post-match, Britt Baker's backstage promo, the Jericho Garcia and Guevara backstage promo, and the beginning of Ruby Soho versus Britt Baker, 859,000 viewers.
So they only lost 20,000 on that, and boy, that's where they usually start hemorrhaging, so the last 2 quarters could tell the interesting tale.
So quarter 7, 9:30 to 9:45 p.m., the continuation of Ruby Soho versus Britt Baker with picture-in-picture, the Outcast and Sky Blue confrontation, and the beginning of Kenny Omega versus Wheeler Yuta, 837,000 viewers.
Okay, now people are getting the idea. There goes another 22,000. So we started at 906. We dropped to 829. Second quarter, unbelievably enough, the worst so far. That usually doesn't happen.
Orange Cassidy.
Well, there you go. It came back up almost to where they started, and they've lost another 61,000 since then.
How many weeks have they had people tune in, you see Orange Cassidy, and you go, I'll come back later.
Come back later.
But finally, and I'll do the overrun here too, quarter 8, 9:45 to 10 p.m., Kenny Omega versus Wheeler Yuta continued with picture-in-picture, 804,000 viewers, and 10 p.m.
Well, hold on. I'm just going to say they held up better for that main event. They held up better than I would have thought. They only lost 100,000 or so people, only about 10%.
And finally, the 2-minute overrun, 10 to 10:02 p.m., the finish of the match and the post-match brawl with the Elite and the Blackpool folks, and Takeshita, 804,000 viewers.
Same exact thing. In 2 minutes, you can't get credit for the quarter-hour number for only 2 minutes. I forget exactly how they quantify it, but unless at least back in the Attitude Era when we were starting to pay attention to that, unless something went like 7 minutes or the majority of the quarter or something like that, you couldn't take credit for that number. I think they just dittoed because it was only 2 minutes, because they didn't do it on purpose. They just needed the extra time.
And that was this past week's AEW Dynamite.
Well, I got to hand it to them. They kept a lot of their audience, too, on this rotten program. So Wednesday night is starting to shape up as being the night that people watch a rotten wrestling program. And Saturday night, they watch a good, logical wrestling program. And the fight amongst them is who's going to lose less of the audience that we start with? Who's going to run off fewer fucking viewers?
And you know what? Whatever we want to say about the MJF and Adam Cole stuff, the viewers have reacted to it so far. I mean, this isn't the first week where it did an all right number, or spiked the number, and this is them against two guys that you knew weren't going to win the match, that you didn't even care about. You'd have to think about who were the opponents in that match. It would be hard to remember. It didn't matter. It was all about the Cole MJF dynamic. So whatever we think about it, the AEW fans have really started to react to it.
Yeah, well, no, and honestly, as I said earlier, listening to MJF do something, anything, even silliness, is more entertaining than most of the rest of this program. So I can see that. Well, we're going to find out. We haven't even seen Collision yet, where by the end of this program, we'll have seen that too. We're doing a pause for more programming here later on. But again, in the meantime, the WWE audiences or viewership ratings with the whole Bloodline thing has gone through the roof, and they are the highest quarter hours of the shows, and they involve almost no wrestling most of the time. But they're doing better than over here, where they're trying to wrestle us to death in various ways, and that's pretty much exactly what they're doing. And they can't keep an audience because it all looks the fucking same. So
it's interesting. WWE has the Bloodline, which is such a rating smash right now, at the same time that they're negotiating their new TV rights deal. And they're not hotshotting it. They're drawing it out.
Well, because they know the consistent numbers for a longer period of time is more important to the TV stations than, oh, that one show did a great number, and the next week it was the shits. That's what the WWE wants to do, and they don't have to be in a hurry. But it just, goddamn, with all these wrestling shows, it seems like there'd be one that could actually just give us a wrestling show. But we've got the kids and chaos, the kids in the hall, and we've got over here the fucking wrestling show equivalent of C-SPAN with a talk segment that draws all the viewers. So I'm unimpressed. Watch this program?
This program was watched by people. In fact, it was watched AEW Dynamite on July 12th, 2023 on TBS. It was watched by 825,000 people.
825. So they're still barely struggling above 800, but that's where they've been in that range for some time now. But the question, as always, is what was the attrition factor? How did they start? And who hopped off the boat?
Well, the show began. These were compiled by WrestleNomics. Quarter 1, 8 to 8:15 p.m. Chris Jericho versus Commander with picture-in-picture. If you are one of the listeners from outside of the States, when I say that, it refers to here in the States, at times, there are commercials with a very small screen with the wrestling still playing while the commercials
go ahead
are
and
playing.
explain it. Go ahead and explain it to them the way that AEW is thinking. They're thinking that our fans that watch us on TV want to see this program so bad that even when we go to commercial, if we put up a small postage stamp size screen in the corner with the commercial audio playing and the commercial taking up most of the screen, people will sit on their couch, grab their binoculars, and try to look at that little picture-in-picture just to see the rest hold that is occurring at that moment.
And I bring it up because we have heard from a lot of listeners who keep saying, I don't know what Brian is referring to, why he keeps saying picture-in-picture. But Jericho vs. Commander, picture-in-picture, 896,000 viewers.
Okay, not a good sign for their quarter 8, but we shall contend. Again, they've been starting lower. The Big Bang, I guess, has lost its appeal, but they've been starting lower and keeping more of their audience. They haven't been doing the starting with 1 million and ending with 600 and something thousand here lately, but that's not a good place to start if they're going to do an 825 average. Go ahead.
Quarter 2, 8:15 to 8:30 p.m. The finish of Jericho versus Commander, the promo with Jericho and Don Callis, Jungle Boy running from Hook, Callis' backstage promo, and the first 2 minutes of the MJF Adam Cole Buddy segment, 821,000 viewers.
Oh, boy. And that 75,000 people in the first 15 minutes went away because Chris Jericho versus Ignatz McGee, been the same thing.
Quarter 3, 8:30 to 8:45 p.m. The final 2 minutes of the MJF Adam Cole video, and Orange Cassidy and Darby Allin versus Sammy Guevara and Daniel Garcia with picture-in-picture, 780,000 viewers.
Oh, good Lord. Okay,
that's pockets. That's pockets.
That's because
it's every week now.
Again, that was, hold on, where's my notes? That was after we got finished with MJF and Adam Cole. People knew, okay, MJF has been on the program, and here comes this sack of shit. Let's do something else. So they have lost 116,000 people in the first 45 minutes.
And if you watch this show every week, you're sick of Orange Cassidy unless you're one of the super in-the-bubble AEW fans.
Hey, people were sick of Orange Cassidy when they watched him the first time.
But now you've been trained to know that his matches are going to go probably 15 minutes-ish. So you know you can kind of go to the bathroom or go to the kitchen or wherever during that quarter.
How long does it take you to shit?
Well, maybe I went outside to smoke a joint. I mean, I don't know. But quarter 4, 8:45 to 9 p.m., the final 5 minutes of Cassidy and Allin versus Guevara and Garcia, the Nick Wayne video, the Adam Cole Roderick Strong backstage confrontation, and the entrances for the tag team match, 803,000 viewers.
Okay, they got 23,000 back because now we're going to have the match with MJF and Adam Cole.
And that's what we get at the big 9 o'clock hour. Quarter 5, 9 to 9:15 p.m., MJF and Adam Cole versus Brian Cage and Big Bill with picture-in-picture and the post-match promo from Cole and MJF, 883,000 viewers.
Wow! At the top of the 9 o'clock hour with the big star in the ring, and they know that some furtherance of the issue will go on, they pick up 80,000 people at the top of the hour.
Quarter 6, 9:15 to 9:30 p.m., the Jake Hager Chris Jericho backstage confrontation, and Ruby Soho versus Sky Blue with picture-in-picture, 802,000 viewers. Right back.
And they went right back where they were and lost an extra 1,000.
Quarter 7, 9:30 to 9:45 p.m., the Owen Hart Cup recap, and Swerve Strickland versus Nick Wayne with picture-in-picture, 783,000 viewers.
And now they're trickling out trying to find something else to do because they know that they've seen what they want to see, and there's nothing more to see here.
Well, there was a little bit more to see, and that was quarter 8, 9:45 to 10 p.m., the final 5 minutes of Strickland versus Wayne, and the promo and angle featuring Don Callis, Kenny Omega, the Blackpool Combat Club, Jon Moxley, the Elite, Takeshita Ibushi on video, and much, much more. 831,000 viewers.
Oh, son of a gun! Well, hold on here a second. Let me give them a small smattering of applause. Where is it? I keep trying to find it.
You could have just used your hands if it's a small smattering of applause.
Well, that was recorded live at the Future Farmers of America Association convention. So they picked up 48,000 for their announcement at the end. I doubt very seriously if it was anything else that was going on.
I told you the last few weeks because I wasn't crazy about it. This week I loved the match. But MJF and Cole is resonating with the fans.
And, you've got to, this was a different rating pattern than they've been doing normally, because normally they start high and there may be some fluctuation in the middle, but they have dropped off horribly by the end. As we've talked about, they lose 20% or 25% of what they start with. In this case, they lost 15% of what they started with at two different places in the middle of the program, but finished strong enough to where they only were down, good God, about 5 to 7%. So that they were all over the page, but people were checking back in to see if anything would actually happen. So bravo for that for them. So we still have to talk before we move on to the world of the bloodline. We have to talk about the ratings at the fiasco that AEW presented last Wednesday night for Blood and Guts scored. Okay, they had every goddamn major alleged star that they have dedicated the Wednesday night television program to for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks. The BBC, the Buckaroos and their pals, the Blood and Gut, the two-ring, guaranteed carnage, chaos, and vivisection match. And one would think that they would have done the largest rating that they have done in recent weeks or months for something like that. One would suppose it's been built up and promoted. And also one would think that this week they would have broken their usual tradition of hemorrhaging viewers as the show goes on, because the big Blood and Guts match where they gave all the blood and guts was on last, and people should have hung around to see that, theoretically. Now, I do not know, because of the thing that I believe I mentioned earlier in this program before we did a little time traveling, and I haven't had much sleep over the last few days. I've been working on a fucking project. So you are going to enlighten me now, Brian Last, as to what the ratings were for this past Wednesday night, without me ever having any predetermined knowledge of this important bullshit that we're about to talk about.
Well, this important bullshit was AEW Dynamite Blood and Guts, July 19th. The email from WrestleNomics says Blood and Guys. I think he has a misprint here. Blood and Guts, July 19th. TBS was watched on average by 953,000 viewers.
953,000. So they did. They hopped themselves up on their blood and their guts, their plasma and their uterine samples. 100,000 people more than normal.
Well, the show opened quarter 1, 8 to 8:15 p.m. Jack Perry's tryout for Breaking Bad, followed by Hook versus Jack Perry with picture-in-picture. 952,000 viewers.
Aha! So this indicates that they are going to keep and indeed possibly gain some of these people.
Well, quarter 2, 8:15, 8:30 p.m., the continuation of Hook versus Perry, the Adam Cole MJF Buddy video, an ad break, Don Callis and Chris Jericho captured in a restaurant by Alex Marvez, and Kayla Sparks versus Britt Baker, 915,000 viewers.
Okay, so they lost 37,000 on that because that was a great variety of not very gripping television.
Quarter 3, 8:30 to 8:45 p.m. Adam Cole, MJF, and Roderick Strong's backstage angle, and the beginning of Adam Cole and MJF versus Daniel Garcia and Sammy Guevara with picture-in-picture, 977,000 viewers.
Woo! So hand it off to MJF and Mr. Cole for their continuing saga, and they get 62,000 back. Not even back, but their 37,000 they lost and another 25,000.
The next quarter, quarter 4, 8:45 to 9 p.m., the continuation of Cole and MJF versus Garcia and Guevara, with the post-match with Chris Jericho and Garcia and Guevara. FTR, just as FTR, I don't remember what it was. Did it do a promo or whatever it was? FTR, and an ad break, 967,000 viewers, and also the high point during the scheduled 2 hours for the key demo, 464.
So they lost 10,000 at that point. That's bathroom breakage material, if that.
But again, like we've said, the Cole MJF stuff, I'm not really happy about it. However, the fans are reacting to it, and more than importantly, it's popping the youth number in terms of their viewers. But
it's MJF performing anything. At this point, I think he could, fart in their general direction and pick up viewers.
Quarter 5, the big 9 o'clock hour, 9 to 9:15 p.m. The Best Friends Orange Cassidy, Chris Statlander, Darby Allin, Nick Wayne backstage angle. The Blackpool Combat
I think I managed to fast forward all the way through that.
The Blackpool Combat Club Golden Elite video, entrances, an ad break, and the beginning of Blood and Guts, the Blackpool Combat Club with Takeshita and Pac versus the Golden Elite, 957,000 viewers.
Jesus Christ, they lost 10,000 at the top of the hour for the start of the fucking end of the world? All right, that's surprising. That's still, I just called 10,000 people a bathroom breakage, but that's fluctuation in what was already going on. This is the start of, all right, nevertheless.
Well, quarter 6, the continuation of the Blood and Guts match with picture-in-picture twice. This is the high point of the 2-hour scheduled show, 980,000 viewers.
Okay, so they picked up another 23,000 there.
Quarter 7, 9:30 to 9:45 p.m. Once again, the continuation of Blood and Guts with picture-in-picture, 945,000 viewers.
Jesus Christ! Okay, maybe they're proving our point.
And finally, and there's going to be an overrun here, I tell you too, quarter 8, 9:45 to 10 p.m., the conclusion of Blood and Guts with picture-in-picture, 928,000 viewers, and the overrun from 10 to 10:03 p.m., 980,000 viewers.
But how long was the overrun?
3 minutes.
Okay, so no, you don't get the credit for 3 minutes of the 15 minutes. It's only if it goes past 7.5, right? Do you really get the credit for?
They're doing this a lot lately, though, with overruns with AEW trying to, I don't know if they're doing it to try to increase the number or whatever the reason is.
It's an artificial inflation if they're averaging 953 and factoring that in. Because no, suddenly on a declining ratings pattern over 45 minutes from quarter 6, 7, and 8.
Yeah.
You don't suddenly get credit for a 3-minute overrun that people are tuning into the scheduled program that suddenly boosts you 52,000 for 3 minutes. No, especially since every other top of the quarter they had been fucking tuning out since that thing started. They kept the majority of their audience on this program. If you look at the top of the show to the bottom of the show, but if you take the Blood and Guts 1 hour and look at it by itself, they still, over the course of that match with those people, lost viewers. And from their high point to the finish of the main event of the most important match in the history of blah, 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 they lost 52,000 people. Still not the major percentage that they normally do, to be quite fair. And they managed to not even lose 5% or so from the start to the finish of the thing. And they got an extra 100,000 people from what they do every week. So kudos to them. But nearly the high point came. The high point in the first hour came when MJF and Adam Cole got together. And the high point in the second half came, and pretty much the first goddamn 15 minutes of that cage fiasco. And as the longer it went, the more people tuned out.
What does that say to you, considering the amount of TV time that's been spent on the Elite versus Blackpool Combat Club feud that Cole and MJF, who are at this point doing comedy and just doing...
The other guys are falling in broken glass and thumbtacks and slicing their heads with razor blades, and they can't get to fucking viewership of
a dance contest.
Olsen and Johnson. Maybe they could come out and do Mac and Moran. It would work. It shows that they promoted this television show, this big event, this night of chaos and mayhem and comedy, and people tuned in for it, and they loved MJF and Adam Cole, and they were kind of hanging around to wait to see the blood and guts thing. And as the blood and guts thing went on and on and on, people got less and less interested instead of more and more. Wasn't it? Forgive me if I'm wrong, but last week, over the course of an hour on Saturday night, didn't FTR and Gin and Juice actually pick up people interested in what was going on when they heard about it?
Yes, they did.
Well, this was the opposite effect. Because as we all know from going to grade school, for every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. They put on a good match and people tuned in. They put on a stinky match and people said, fuck it, and started tuning out.
All right, well, a rather weak edition of AEW Dynamite, and that was it. July 26th.
How weak were the ratings, and did they give up hope when the first match was AR Fox and fucking Pockets for 20 minutes, or did they wait until they found out they were getting Puddin' Gang in the main event to fucking bail en masse?
AEW Dynamite, July 26th on TBS, was watched by 898,000 viewers.
So, my God, they were down from blood and guts, but up about 50 or 60,000 from what they've been doing on this fucking crummy... They ought to thank their lucky stars that this got a rating.
Well, Jim, let's go to the breakdown of the different quarters. Of course, these were pulled by WrestleNomics. Quarter 1, 8 to 8:15 p.m. The Darby Allin AR Fox video and Orange Cassidy versus AR Fox with picture-in-picture, 985,000 viewers.
Much better start. I can't remember last week. Last week was the big blood and guts, but much better start than they have been doing. And apparently by the overall average, they didn't keep all of them.
Well, quarter 2, 8:15, 8:30 p.m. The final 5 minutes of Cassidy versus Fox, the post-match with Darby Allin and Jon Moxley, a recap of Blood and Guts, the Chris Jericho Don Callis promo with Renee, and an ad break.
Good Lord.
975,000 viewers.
Good God. They kept all but 10,000 through that misery. Sometimes you either have to wonder about the Nielsen services or the average American public.
Or misery. But quarter 3, 8:30 to 8:45 p.m., the Claudio Castagnoli Wheeler Yuta promo interrupted by Jon Moxley, the Jack Perry in-ring promo interrupted by Jerry Lynn, the Britt Baker promo, and the beginning of Pac versus Gravity, 997,000 viewers.
What?
And the high point, 441 in the key demo.
Good Lord. They wait a minute. So tell me again what was in that quarter.
Okay, it was the Claudio Castagnoli and Wheeler Yuta promo interrupted by Jon Moxley. It was the Jack Perry in-ring promo interrupted by Jerry Lynn. It was the Britt Baker promo and the beginning of Pac versus Gravity.
And more people watched that 15 minutes than watched any portion of their blood and guts match last week that they hyped for weeks and weeks. How the fuck does that make any sense?
I don't know, but let's go forward and see how this
And
works
apparently
out.
we're coming to a cliff.
Well, that cliff, 8:45 to 9 p.m. The continuation of Pac versus Gravity with picture-in-picture, the MJF Adam Cole promo, an ad break, and the FTR promo, 863,000 viewers.
Ouch. Okay, there's 134,000 that they... Were they waiting to hear something? Did they tune in for some reason? Was it MJF and Adam Cole? And they thought, okay, they've been on?
You know, sometimes I wonder, if you're someone who's just a casual viewer who likes wrestling and you watch AEW when you see it, and the show opens with Orange Cassidy, whatever we think of him, you recognize him, you know who he is, you may watch. Darby Allin, same thing. Moxley, same thing. Pac versus Gravity. All of a sudden you have Pac against a guy you've never seen on his television show ever before who looks like a generic guy. So I think that's part of it. Well, who knows?
And you know, and I've said in the past, the Nielsen ratings, especially years ago for local television, were fucking bullshit. I found that out 25 years ago with OVW when the infamous test pattern quarter was the highest rated quarter of the show. But that's local television. If 3 people go on vacation, your program can die. But this is national numbers and modern times. They got to be on the ball, but Jesus Christ. All righty. So they got up to 1 million for a direct segment and then lost 135,000 in 15 minutes. Where are we going from here?
We return with quarter 5, the big 9 o'clock hour, 9 to 9:15 p.m. Swerve Strickland versus Darby Allin with picture-in-picture, 911,000 viewers.
And then suddenly they gained 58,000 back. And for Darby and Swerve. Again, this ain't holding out a lot of hope for the Puddin' Gang, but keep going.
Quarter 6, 9:15 to 9:30 p.m. The post-match angle with Nick Wayne, AR Fox, and of course Swerve Strickland and Darby Allin. The Jericho Appreciation Society confrontation backstage. An ad break. And Taya Valkyrie versus Britt Baker with picture-in-picture. 855,000 viewers.
And they lost those 58,000. They gained back and another 8,000 on top of that. So people tuning in at the top of the 9 o'clock hour to see what's going on, they see Darby and Swerve, and then they ain't sticking.
Quarter 7, 9:30 to 9:45 p.m. The final 5 minutes of Taya Valkyrie versus Britt Baker. Various pre-taped promos, an ad break, and the entrances and beginning of the match for the 3-way main event. 815,000 viewers.
And another 40,000, and we're down 170,000 from the start of the program.
And finally, quarter 8, 9:45 to 10 p.m. The Lucha Brothers versus Jon Moxley and Claudio Castagnoli versus Best Friends with picture-in-picture. 781,000 viewers.
And that's what I figured. And there go another 19, 20, and 34,000 people, and they ended up 204,000 down from where they started, or, by my math, about 21.5% of their viewing audience is what they lost from start to finish, which is about normal. But they started with more and they kept more early, but they still lost the same amount by the end. And now, regardless of whatever we say about these shows, Brian, there have been shows that I will readily admit and or recommend that were much better than this show that they've done, and we still didn't like them. And they didn't do anywhere near this viewership. Why did this many people watch this crummy show.
I don't know what the competition was that night, but usually that plays a big part of it. There's no Vanderpump. There's no NBA championships. A lot of the things that have thrown things off in the past are not there right now, and we'll see how long this continues. Again, they got a lot of people in there. Beyond that, it was not a great episode to get them to want to come back.
Or even to stay. But yeah, but they ought to be turning cartwheels. They got that number for this program. But again, the main event was what glared at me. I mean, we're used to crummy segments in the Wednesday night program on a regular basis, but why did they think that anybody wanted to see that main event?
As a question that people will be asking themselves for many years, but that was AEW Dynamite.
Well, before we move on, we gotta jump back to last week. We gotta wrap up a loose end from the Drive Thru. We did not have the Dynamite ratings for last Wednesday. We reviewed that program. Boy, howdy did we. But we didn't know how many people watched it. And my thought was if there was any justice in the world, this program would get the first ever rating of 7, as in 7 fucking people. Because this thing stunk, but the AEW fans know that going in. There is a high percentage of the AEW fan that knows and expects and is looking forward to having a big whiff of shit.
And there's a lot of people looking forward to seeing what's going on with MJF and Adam Cole, but this week's AEW Dynamite, August 2nd, Wednesday night on TBS, was watched on average by 894,000 viewers.
Okay, so again, they're in their sweet spot. They didn't do as good as Blood and Guts, but they didn't do as bad as they did the week before, I believe, Blood and Guts. It's 800 and something again.
That's right, and these numbers were compiled by WrestleNomics.
Thurston Howell III.
That's almost his name.
Quarter one. Financial wizard.
Quarter 1, 8 to 8:15 p.m. Chris Jericho and Takeshita.
Take a shit.
Versus Daniel Garcia and Sammy Guevara with picture-in-picture ads. 919,000 viewers.
Well, that ain't bad. And now if you are telling me that the overall was 894,000, they're going to have to go up from here, which is unusual to get, because I know they're going to go down somewhere. So where we go from here?
We go to quarter 2, 8:15 to 8:30 p.m., the finish of the previous tag match, a video, an ad break, Jericho being confronted by Matt Menard backstage, Jack Perry being confronted by Jerry Lynn and Rob Van Dam, and Hikaru Shida's backstage promo, 903,000 viewers.
Well, that's pretty much normal fluctuation when you get to those numbers, 16,000, but I don't see how we're going to get to 894 unless something happens to bring these people into the tent.
Quarter 3, Trent Beretta versus Jon Moxley versus Penta El Zero Miedo with picture-in-picture ads.
Certainly to God it can't be this.
917,000 viewers.
Okay, they basically went back to where they were in quarter 1. Okay.
Quarter 4, 8:45 to 9 p.m., the finish of the previous mentioned match, the post-match with Blackpool Combat Club, Best Friends, that's it, Blackpool Combat Club and the Best Friends, an ad break, RVD's backstage promo, and the beginning of MJF's promo, 945,000 viewers.
Okay, so that's 28,000, and one would have to think that I don't know if the ad break or the promo did it. I think they're tuning in for MJF.
Well, the big 9 o'clock hour, quarter 5, 9 to 9:15 p.m., the MJF and Adam Cole live promo, Roderick Strong's temper tantrum backstage. That was funny. The Kingdom confronting Roderick Strong or talking to him. Jay Lethal, Jeff Jarrett, and Satnam Singh versus Kenny Omega and the Young Bucks with picture-in-picture. 964,000 viewers, and also this segment was the high point for the key demo, 441,000 viewers.
And one would have to, and that's the high point for the show so far. And one would have to credit that with MJF and Adam Cole, or I guess they're the new Rocca and Perez.
They're doing it on every show. They pop the number on Collision.
They're doing it.
And they're doing it with the key demo, too. Segment 6, 9:15 and 9:30 p.m. The last 4 minutes of Lethal Jarrett and Singh versus Omega and the Bucks.
Oh, boy.
The Kenny Omega and Adam Page live promo.
And that was a thriller.
And then Swerve Strickland and AR Fox breaking multiple laws and attacking Nick Wayne at his home. Plus an ad break. 863,000 viewers.
Wow!
Thank you, Elite.
The highly paid, recently re-signed Elite loses 101,000 viewers in 15 minutes.
Boy, there's something there. But quarter 7, 9:30 to 9:45 p.m., Aussie Open versus El Hijo del Vikingo and Commander with picture-in-picture and an ad break. 835,000 viewers.
I was about to say, I didn't think they were going to come back in droves there. There goes another 28,000.
And finally, and I'll give you the overrun here too, quarter 8, 9:45 to 10 p.m., Tony Storm versus Hikaru Shida with picture-in-picture and a title change. 807,000 viewers. And the 2-minute post-run, 852,000 viewers.
Yeah, but we're not given the extra 45,000 people for 2 minutes. We're not going to do that. Well, this one's interesting because they don't normally peak in the middle. They normally peak at the beginning. But in this case, they stayed fairly steady until MJF and Cole showed up. They popped in big for that, and then they ran off in droves for the Elite and continued migrating away for the rest of the programming afterwards. So they only ended up 112,000 down from where they started, but they ended up 157,000 down from where their peak was. Very interesting.
Another show where this Adam Cole MJF stuff gets the highest rating, gets the highest key demo. It hasn't just been on Wednesday. They did it on Saturday. What does this tell you? I mean, this is clearly the hottest thing in the company, by far. And it's selling merch, too.
It may be their bloodline. And MJF is flawless with everything in terms of just he can perform anything and in any emotions or whatever. Adam Cole has been a little... but with this, he's sunk his teeth into it. It's silly for me, a bit of the tone of being silly. I wish they'd have tried to make it a little bit more believable with the cinematic-like vignettes, but it's more fun to watch than most anything else on this fucking program.
Considering the business they are doing, and they continue to do, with what the network wants, which is the key demo, with the overall number, with merchandise, with crowd reactions, everything we could look at. If there was a plan to turn one of them on the other one, do you reconsider it? Or do you say that I could take how hot this is and make it hotter by having these guys continue to work with each other, just not as friends?
Without knowing what their plot is. And I mean, this could be the greatest build-up to the worst idea ever, or it could be a great build-up to a, wow, that was a great idea. But without knowing what that is, it's hard to say definitely, but I would at least have the thought of, they've already booked the match in Wembley, so it seems like they're going to have to do something. But I would have had the thought at this point, God damn, if I can still do the same thing in 3 months, maybe I don't need to do it right now. Because once that unless again they've mastered an intricate bloodline-like scenario where they can pull the trigger on the next thing and still leave questions and still, people want to see what's going to happen next, or they've answered everything and that is what it is. I might try to stretch it out a little bit. But now if they book the match and what they're doing in the match brings this to a conclusion, then they can't do an hour Broadway and shake hands, so somebody's going to have to do something. Or is it a deal where fucking they have a great match and then Roddy's not happy with MJF, so he comes out and tries to fuck MJF, and Adam super kicks Roddy, and MJF schoolboys Adam because he didn't see that, and 1, 2, 3, and then they still shake hands. I don't fucking know. But
Kyle O'Reilly shows up wearing his Viv from the Young Ones outfit that he was wearing in NXT. That way he'll fit in with the British fans, and he does something to help or hurt someone.
Well, but then, I don't know.
Bobby Fish is outside selling autographs.
Bobby Fish can't get in the country, I don't think. But anyway, it's going to be interesting, and I think that's why everybody's interested. But I would, if I could think about it, I'd try to stretch this out a little bit longer. But they may be headed toward a drop dead date.
Well, those were the ratings for AEW Dynamite, and of course, we'll talk about Collision after we travel through time a little bit later on.
Anyway, I guess we should talk about some of the wrestling now, shouldn't we?
Can we talk more about Colin Thompson?
No, we got to talk about other weasels. We covered on the Drive Thru the Dynamite episode for Wednesday night, August the 9th, but as we recorded that, God, it seems like it's 2 months ago. It was like 4 days ago. They didn't have the ratings out. Well, now the ratings have come out, and we were again saying that, boy, howdy. I mean, there's a lot of people out there with tolerance for watching whatever the fuck, because you can't imagine the rating would be 7 for some of these shows. But there were certain points in this program where we anticipated a cliff being fallen off of. And so now we get to go over it and find out where that came, if it came, and who was responsible. Brian, do you have the documentation there?
I have the documentation here. AEW Dynamite for August 9th on TBS, on average, was viewed by 846,000 viewers.
And they do 800 and something thousand. They'll hot shot a program like Blood and Guts or War Games, whatever they're doing, and they'll get up to 9. And then the next week they'll drop back into the high 8s, and then they're back where they started from. Is this again the range of that we can expect going hitherto for forever?
Possibly. And again, with declining viewers on traditional television and going to the internet or other means, it definitely is going to be a declining number, I would think. But also, I think a story that maybe we should look at, maybe on the drive-thru, not today. NXT. The last 4 weeks, I think they had Rhea Ripley and Dominic Mysterio on the show, and they've been almost, just over 700,000 every single week.
Well, and those were the averages. The Dominic title win, I believe it was that one, got 800. Basically, this viewership on Wednesday night got 800 and something thousand for the title match of NXT that week.
So they're not head to head, and of course, main roster people are being sent down there. But all of a sudden, NXT is popping the ratings while Dynamite's doing Dynamite things. But AEW Dynamite on TBS, August 9, 2023. These were compiled by WrestleNomics. Quarter 1. 8 to 8:15 p.m., the Jericho Appreciation Society live breakup with Chris Jericho, and an ad break, 892,000 viewers.
Okay, we've got that's, I don't, they used to start much higher, but that's been going off, or that's been going on.
It's been a while, yeah.
It's been a while. It's not been going on for a while, is what I'm trying to say, but that's a healthy number.
Yeah, they're not coming a million out of Big Bang Theory anymore like they used to.
Well, I guess the 47th airing of each Big Bang episode has something to do with it.
And considering they're awful the first airing, who knows about the 47th, but quarter 2, 8:15 to 8:30 p.m., the Chris Jericho Don Callis backstage promo, and the Hardy Boys versus the Hardly Boys with picture-in-picture, 839,000 viewers.
Ouch. Okay, so was it the Jericho Society segment that just made people go, fuck, let's just get out of this? Or did they have to wait to see that they were going to be seeing the Hardys and the Hardleys? And then they said, fuck. But either way, 53,000 people said sayonara.
The Hardys don't mean much anymore, and the Bucks have never, especially right now, Kenny Omega could pop a number with the right opponent, or even an offbeat opponent. the Bucks are driving away viewers every time we see them, unless they're involved in like a Jon Moxley cage match that goes 5 segments. They're losing viewers. Quarter 3, 8:30 to 8:45 p.m. The FTR confrontation with the Young Bucks. Adam Cole, it just says Adam Cole. I don't know what he did. Adam Cole MJF video, an ad break, and Blackpool Combat Club's backstage promo. 805,000 viewers.
Ouch. Now, they got to go back up according to the average number, but now they've lost 87,000 people from the start of the program in only the first 45 minutes.
Well, there's a reason stars of the past are still around today. Quarter 4, Jack Perry versus Rob Van Dam with picture-in-picture, as well as a Lucha Brothers backstage promo. 861,000 viewers.
Okay, well, I think we can attribute that extra 56,000 people to the Lucha Brothers backstage promo.
Maybe not.
Rob Van Dam hadn't been on national TV in a while. Boom, there we go. I can see that happening.
Quarter 5, the big 9 o'clock hour, and this story continues this week, 9 to 9:15 p.m. The Adam Cole MJF in-ring promo with Roderick Strong coming out to yell at them, and the Blackpool Combat Club entrance through picture-in-picture ads. 889,000 viewers, which is the high point, as well as the high point in the key demo, 425,000 viewers.
No, it's 3,000 below where they started.
Oh, shit, you're right.
It's not the high point quarter, but it may be the high point of the demo.
It's the high point of the demo by far. But once again, let's just stop real quick. Every week, MJF and Cole, wherever they are, Collision, Dynamite, they're popping the number.
And quite honestly, the 861 in quarter 4 can partially be attributed probably to people tuning in, 6, 7, 8 minutes early for the top of the hour where they would see, and probably figured they'd see, MJF and Adam Cole.
Quarter 6, 9:15 to 9:30 p.m. The Lucha Brothers versus Claudio Castagnoli and Jon Moxley with picture-in-picture. 844,000 viewers.
And as soon as MJF and Cole are finished, we have dropped 45,000.
Quarter 7, 9:30 to 9:45 p.m. The finish of the previous match. The post-match. The Kenny Omega being confronted by Alex Marvez backstage. The ad break. And then Swerve Strickland and his crew being confronted by Darby Allin and Sting. 850,000 viewers.
Good Lord. Okay, that surprises me because they picked up an extra 6,000 for a potpourri quarter. But what was the main event? I've forgotten. That's not a good sign. So were they tuning in early for the main event?
Quarter 8, the main event, 9:45 to 10 p.m. An ad break followed by Hikaru Shida versus Anna Jay.
Okay, I remember that.
With picture-in-picture. 790,000 viewers.
Well, and boy, they lucked out because that wasn't long enough where more people had the chance to change the channel. But yeah, that's where looking at it, I can't believe that the third quarter hour did only 15,000 people more than the last segment there. Because one would have figured that maybe people were just asleep on the couch at that point.
If this show didn't have MJF and Adam Cole, it would be a straight nosedive from the beginning to the end.
Yeah, pretty much.
And it's been like that several weeks in a row now. So whatever we want to say about the goofiness, and I don't like the bro segments, I like the in-ring stuff. Either the in-ring promos mostly, or the matches minus the dance segment.
Yeah.
But whatever we say, that is resonating with the AEW fans more than anything else company-wide right now.
What do you think it says about the AEW talent roster, the AEW office staff, the AEW fans, every affiliated party around AEW, that the biggest things that resonate with those people are you going to be my friend or are you going to be his friend? I want you to be my friend, but you like him instead of me. It's always that, isn't it? And I mean,
yes.
I know wrestling has always been about friends betraying each other and backstabbing and jealousy or whatever, but it seemed like nobody ever complained about, well, you were my friend. Just taking it to these simplistic, childish components.
Well, Jimmy Valiant was kind of upset at Pez, now that you think about it.
That's true.
I mean, they were friends. They were friends.
They were friends. And then suddenly Pez became Shaska, and Boogie got his head shaved. And
if the Young Bucks and Adam Page, I'm not even going to leave Omega out of this. If they had been booked by someone other than themselves from the beginning of AEW, and if we haven't had 4+ years of a fucking rack store cowboy having emotional issues and worrying about who his friends are, and the Bucks worrying about who's friends, every single thing they do is about who's friends with who. That's why people think it's all stupid. Because they're stupid. But yeah, we get way too much of that. Never like, you tried to fuck my wife. You want to make something realistic nowadays? You fucking Instagram something on my wife? Nothing like that. Instead, it's like, oh, you don't want to hang out with us anymore. Well, I do.
Remember when Page took the job guys on a ride on his new lawnmower?
Yeah. That helped.
But he's trying to have a career to fall back on.
As a landscaper?
As a landscaper.
I wouldn't hire him.
Farming only has its seasons. Anyway, that was Dynamite, wasn't it?
It sure was.
All righty, well, I guess we ought to move forward from the good old days where the business depended on ticket sales and people being interested and the money you made, to modern times where it's all about the ratings, Brian. It's all about the TV viewership. It's all about the metrics. It's all about the key demo. And AEW perpetrated a nightmarish dream of the Welsh rarebit fiend on last Wednesday's program. Look, Google it, kids. It'll be hilarious if you fucking understand it, if you have any context on that line. It was bad. It was fucking Timothy Leary guest booked this edition. And we were wondering, you and I, where the cliff was going to come that people said, I've had all I can stands, I can't stands no more, because there was so many opportunities. So now the time has come. We have the documentation from Thurston Howell III over at Wrestle Economics or whatever.
WrestleNomics, I believe is the name.
Well, he was a home economics teacher before he switched professions. Thurston was.
That's not, his name's not even, well, his name is Thurston, but whatever.
Well, see, then don't try to call this guy by some other name that he doesn't have, because that'd be disrespectful. So what did Thurston have to say about the ratings for Dynamite last Wednesday night, which was the 16th or so?
AEW Dynamite August 16th on TBS was watched by 874 viewers on average. 874,000 viewers on average.
Okay, they're in the range they've been in. It's a fucking gift. I don't know how they can coerce people to watch this fucking thing, the state of it, but where did they start and where did they finish?
Well, they started with this Windsor McKay produced edition of AEW Dynamite.
Little Nemo.
That's right, quarter 1, 8 to 8:15 p.m. Orange Cassidy versus Wheeler Yuta with picture-in-picture ads.
Christ.
946,000 viewers.
All right, well, that's their starting point.
Quarter 2, 8:15 to 8:30 p.m. The post-match with the Blackpool Combat Club beatdown, and then the Best Friends, and then the Lucha Brothers, and then Eddie Kingston all run in. Kenny Omega's sit-down interview with Jim Ross, followed by his attack by Don Callis and the Bullet Club Gold and Takeshita.
Followed by Jim Ross. If he had heat vision, all of them would have burst into flames.
Followed by Adam Page outside of the hospital. Followed by Don Callis and Chris Jericho starting their live promo. 943,000 viewers.
Jesus Christ, they stuck around through all of that, eh? Good
That's right.
Lord, the
Doug
patience that
McKenzie.
these people have.
Well,
Eh?
Quarter 3 was 8:30 to 8:45 p.m. The continuation of Don Callis and Chris Jericho's dramatic oil painting segment, the Jack Perry video, and Darby Allin and Nick Wayne versus the Gates of Agony. They're each a gate, I guess.
Did they swing both ways?
943,000 viewers.
What? Wait a minute. What? They're not losing anything for this show, for these nobodies, for this dreck, this effluvia? How can this be? Was the Nielsen people, were they stuck on freeze frame?
I was going to tune out, but Cash Wheeler stuck a gun in my face.
Hey, come on now. That's not right.
He said, you better watch this show. Quarter 4.
It was just a white male with a beard, for all you know.
It was just some bearded white guy. 8:45 to 9 p.m. The final 2 minutes of Nick Wayne and Darby Allin versus the Gates of Agony. The post-match with Swerve Strickland, AR Fox, and Sting. The MJF Adam Cole Kangaroo Outback Steakhouse segment with Tony Khan making an appearance. And then the beginning of the Adam Cole MJF live promo in the ring.
Now, they usually do, people stick or come back for MJF and Adam Cole. What happened here?
903,000 viewers.
Ooh, okay, they lost 40. Is that the first time that MJF and Cole have lost instead of gaining or at least keeping?
It is the first time, I believe, in quite a while. Now, they did 434 in the key demo, which is a little bit off the high, which was quarter 2. You have to wonder how much of the craziness on the show may have run anyone off.
Well, I was about to say there was a lot of provocation before this for people to leave, but still, I can't believe they've only lost 43,000 people since the show started for the first hour. That could be a record for AEW.
Well, get ready for the big 9 o'clock hour. Quarter 5, 9 to 9:15 p.m. The continuation of Adam Cole and MJF's live promo. They get attacked by Aussie Open, and Chris Jericho licks his blood in the back. 898,000 viewers.
Okay, they've stayed mostly flat. That's normal fluctuation. But the average, they have not even gone down to the average yet. So what is left to happen in the next 45 minutes?
The fun begins.
Okay.
Quarter 6, 9:15 to 9:30 p.m. I can't even say this without smiling. Jeff Hardy versus Jeff Jarrett, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre match.
Uh-oh.
Through picture-in-picture and an ad break. 822,000 viewers.
Okay, 77,000 people said, oh, this is too much. And they got $100,000 sponsorship for the video game or movie or whatever the fucking thing is these days. The $100,000 is almost $1 per person that tuned out in some fashion, is what I'm trying to say.
Well, quarter 7, let's see if the trend continues, 9:30 to 9:45 p.m. The Bunny versus Britt Baker.
Oh, boy.
With picture-in-picture. An Acclaimed video, and the Acclaimed are attacked by the House of Black, who steal boots, I believe, this time.
The boots.
800,000 viewers.
22,000 more. So now we're down 146,000 from the start of the program. But what was the main event? I can't even remember now.
The main event, quarter 8, 9:45 to 10 p.m. An ad break, followed by the Young Bucks versus the Guns.
That's right.
With picture-in-picture and a post-match featuring Bullet Club Gold and FTR. 738,000 viewers.
Oh! 62,000 more people said all we've got left is the Buckaroos. Fuck this.
And it was the low point in the key demo as well. 358,000 viewers. The low point by far.
And the low point in everything. And they lost 208,000 people from the start of the thing, which is of 946, 208, 460. What is that? 23% of the audience from start to finish. Woo! Glad they got those new contracts, the Buckaroos, for that high salary Tony's paying them because they're doing these kind of numbers.
And that was the build up to All In. I mean, that was FTR confronting them in the ring. That's the build up to the pay-per-view, which is right around the corner. And they got the lowest amount of viewers the entire show.
Did it deserve to have any more viewers?
No, but I don't know. The formatting of this show certainly raises a lot of questions.
I'll tell you what, the luck of fools that they held those numbers through that first hour, because if they had done what they normally do, their average would have been even worse.
Well, that was AEW Dynamite for August 16th, 2023. But I think, hey, we're going to talk ratings, I believe.
Oh, are we back on the air now?
AEW Dynamite on TBS, August 23rd, 2023. Jim, the overall number?
I'm going to write this down.
On TBS, AEW Dynamite was watched by 870,000 viewers on average.
Is that within 2,000 or 3,000 of the previous week? And it's in a way, it's almost amazing that they're getting almost the exact same number every week now. Number one, it's amazing because how do they talk 870,000 people even into starting this program? And secondly, how does nobody even go on vacation anymore? It's the same number of people every fucking week. Okay, 870,000 for this thing, that was a fucking gift. But the question is, where'd they start and where'd they end up?
Well, they started at 8 o'clock, 8 to 8:15 p.m., quarter one. Kenny Omega and the Young Bucks. It's not even a match. And the Guns and Juice Robinson and Jay White and Takeshita and FTR all brawl all around. And MJF's sit-down interview with Renee Moxley Good. 961,000 viewers.
Jeez, oh, Pete. That's a bigger number than they've been starting with. Curiosity for Wembley Stadium, potentially. Why would, was there something interesting advertised for this program and they just didn't do it? Or why would they get a good tune-in number? Who knows? What was on beforehand? How's the Big Bang doing these days?
I'm not sure. Again, the big news in wrestling was Terry Funk coming into this, but I don't know how many people would tune in just to see if any mention was made of Terry Funk, and they did have a graphic up on the screen. But quarter two, Jim, 8:15 to 8:30 p.m., Jon Moxley's entrance through picture-in-picture ads, and Jon Moxley versus Rey Fenix, once again with picture-in-picture, 865,000 viewers.
Ouch! So, that is atypical and unlike the last few weeks where, again, we said, for the first hour or so, they were pretty static, pretty standard, and then they started dropping. But 100,000 in the first 15 minutes, not a good choice of a mess to have, in your first opening segment. So they lost 96,000 to be precise.
How many fans did the Young Bucks drive off last week at the end of the show?
I think it was about 200,000, wasn't it? Well, in that one quarter, it was they were 200,000 lower than when they started. In the one quarter, it was six figures, but not.
Yeah, I think it was pretty much similar to this. It was about 100,000 people, which is telling you. And also, I think with MJF, I think the viewership may appreciate the in-ring stuff with a live audience more than the sit-down stuff. But that's just my 2 cents. Segment 3 or quarter 3, 8:30 to 8:45 p.m. The post-match of Moxley versus Phoenix with the Blackpool Combat Club, Eddie Kingston, the Best Friends, Orange Cassidy, Ortiz, Mike Santana, Penta. Then is an ad break, and then Phoenix is loaded into the ambulance, and then a Sammy Guevara promo interrupted by the Appreciators. 915,000 viewers.
Holy shit. So you mean to tell me that another 50,000 people came back they said, fuck it, let's just make sure that the Buckaroos are not on anymore and it's safe to come back? What? Between the first segment being a mess and then segment 2 with all of the things that you mentioned being just, Moxley and the rest of the Gaga. Okay, so they bumped back up 50,000. It's safe to go back in the pool.
And by the way, these were compiled by WrestleNomics. Quarter 4, 8:45 to 9 p.m. The Chris Jericho Will Ospreay contract signing, an ad break, And the Adam Cole sit-down interview with Renee Moxley Good, 899,000 viewers.
And they dropped back 16,000. Not that major of a change, but not going in the right direction.
Quarter 5, the big 9 o'clock hour. Darby Allin and Nick Wayne versus AR Fox and Swerve Strickland with picture-in-picture, 886,000 viewers.
Again, just dropping 13,000, not bad in and of itself, but now they're down 30,000 from the quarter 3 increase they got. And from their average, it looks like this is not telling a good tale for the last 45 minutes of the program.
Quarter 6, 9:15 to 9:30 p.m. The post-match with Brian Cage, Christian Cage. Hey, it's the Cage brothers. Luchasaurus. And that's it. And then the Young Bucks FTR sit-down interview, an ad break, the Britt Baker, Tony Storm, Hikaru Shida video.
I forgot there was something like that in there.
And a Ruby Soho inset. 855,000 viewers.
Okay, so the Buckaroos came back and people said, oh shit, we thought we were done with it. And here went another 31,000 people. Now they've lost their 44, 54. They've lost 60,000 people in 3 quarters. And again, the average tells me that we've got further to fall.
And I remind you, we also have a 5-minute overrun, so we'll get to that as well. Quarter 7, 9:30 to 9:45 p.m. Ruby Soho versus Sky Blue with picture-in-picture. The Roderick Strong and Kingdom promo. And then the Acclaimed and the House of Black have their confrontation leading to the return of Billy Gunn. 848,000 viewers.
You know, I'm surprised that I'm not more surprised because they only lost another 7,000. That's staying remarkably consistent throughout the program at that level for this quality or lack thereof of a television show.
Well, finally, the main event. Quarter 8, 9:45 to 10 p.m. with an overrun. The Hardys entrance, an ad break, and then the Hardys versus Aussie Open with picture-in-picture. 759,000 viewers.
Huge. That's where it comes.
5-minute overrun with MJF and Adam Cole coming out for the post-match, 776.
So that was 90,000 people. That was 89. On top of the... Jesus Christ. So I'm trying to do this math in my head. They started with a bigger number than normal. They managed to keep halfway consistent throughout the program and even gain a little bit in quarter 3, even though it was a downward trend after that. But then people got to the last 15 minutes and said, fuck it. And they ended up 202,000 down from where they started by the end of the 2-hour time period, which is over 20% again. Because how much of that can you sit through? I am shocked and amazed that the second hour doesn't tank worse than it does on these programs the last few weeks. And I guess we've figured out now that the AEW audience on Wednesday nights that will be interested in this is somewhere around 900,000. And a few big bangers are hanging on. But they're mostly at 800 and something through the program. And then if the Buckaroos or something as lame as this are on the last segment or two, they're going to finish up in the 700s. And they've lost 20% of their audience. Or you go to Saturday night and they're not going to start with a big number, but they're probably going to hold the number that they've got. And sometimes they increase in the middle, depending on where Punk is placed. But they don't, while they don't lose any viewers and sometimes gain by the end of the program, they start out and generally finish up 300,000 below Wednesday night because of the difference in Wednesday and Saturday. So, good God, somehow, some way you could take the talent rosters of Collision and Dynamite and the time slots, and you could get rid of half the shit and make the other half actually good if you tried hard enough, I bet. The question is, what part needs to go?
Well, that is a question we will answer not now.
When? If we'll answer it, then that means that we know more than everybody else because nobody can figure that out. How do you fucking do something acceptable with... They've got Drek and they've got talent. They've got attributes and they've got detriments. There's good and bad. And if they could just do more of the good stuff and less of the bad stuff, they may be able to put something together on one night of the week that would please everybody, that would get numbers, ratings, that would have actual legitimate talent having matches. But instead, they've got 3 weekly programs, one of which nobody's going to watch. The people that like Wednesday and the people that are on that probably don't want to watch Saturday and vice versa, and nobody remembers that Friday is even a thing still. So there you go. Travel us through some time so we can I can go back and crib up on SmackDown.
Speaking of Moxley and speaking of AEW, Jim, we have the ratings.
These probably won't be as gracious and kind as Dave's were. These are from the Nielsen people, right?
I believe that is who is still doing these. That's right. Nielsen's ratings for AEW Dynamite August 30th on TBS.
Art Nielsen and his brother Stan, right?
Not those Nielsens. This one, not this one. This show, this Dynamite was watched.
This one over here.
This one was watched by 871,000 viewers.
The same fucking people every week.
It's becoming a running joke.
It is the same number every. What are the? Does it have the last? Do you have the column of the last 5 or 6 numbers or whatever?
I would have to.
Well, don't do any work. But
last week the total viewership was 870,000 viewers.
So okay, so they're growing by leaps and bounds. 870 to 871. Where did they start, and where did the exodus begin this week?
These are the ratings as compiled by WrestleNomics. Quarter 1, 8 to 8:15 p.m. Jon Moxley versus Commander with picture-in-picture, 957,000 viewers.
Wow. Okay. And by the way, I have clarified the Big Bang Theory apparently is no longer doing the big numbers that it was doing, a year or 2 years ago or whenever the fuck it was, where they'd start with over 1 million people. Apparently, even the big bangers have seen those reruns enough times that the bloom is off the rose. So that's why they're starting. But still, 957,000 ain't a bad number to start with. But from their average, I have a feeling it won't last.
Quarter 2, 8:15 to 8:30 p.m. The Orange Cassidy backstage promo, the Young Bucks FTR Bullet Club Gold backstage angle, the Tony Storm backstage promo, and Chris Jericho's live promo, the beginning of it, 913,000 viewers.
So, as we suspected, immediately 44,000 people saw Plummer and Commander and said, all right, they're going to do this again.
Quarter 3, 8:30 to 8:45 p.m. The continuation of Chris Jericho's promo, which is a confrontation with Sammy Guevara of sorts. The Jon Moxley and what are their names? I was going to say Bullet Club.
Claudio and
Blackpools.
The BBC.
Their promo backstage, as well as Eddie Kingston versus Wheeler Yuta with picture-in-picture, 925,000 viewers.
That is surprising that people would come back for anything that you just mentioned. But so they picked up 12 back.
I think the Jericho-Sammy thing may have gotten some people into it, but
at least it was in the ring.
That's right.
At least it wasn't just shit going on in the back.
Quarter 4, 8:45 to 9 p.m., the continuation of Kingston versus Yuta, the MJF Adam Cole backstage locker room promo, an ad break, Sammy Guevara and Don Callis' backstage confrontation, and the beginning of Adam Cole having a confrontation with Roddy Strong Mike Bennett, and Matt Taven, 909,000 viewers.
And the 12,000 they picked up and 3 more thousand said fuck it.
Quarter 5, the big 9 o'clock hour, 9 to 9:15 p.m. Continuation of Adam Cole's confrontation with Strong, Bennett, and Taven. Penta El Zero Mieto's backstage promo. Emi Sakura, Marina Shafir, and Nyla Rose versus Britt Baker, Hikaru Shida, and Chris Statlander.
Ding, ding, ding. I think we found the cliff.
With picture-in-picture, 910,000 viewers.
What?
Well, again, it's the continuation of the Adam Cole angle.
All right, okay. I see. So they stayed to see what the fuck that was all about. And then they saw the girls. So what happens next?
Quarter 6, 9:15 to 9:30 p.m. The continuation of Sakura, Shafir, and Rose versus Baker, Shida, and Statlander. The post-match with Ruby Soho. The Konosuke Takeshita Don Callis backstage promo. An ad break. And the beginning... Is it the beginning or the whole thing? The whole thing of the Acclaimed and Billy Gunn's ribbon-cutting ceremony for their new scissor-themed championship belts. 828,000 viewers.
Okay, so they that's 82,000 decided that women's six-man was not to be tolerated.
Well, not woman's six-man, six-woman.
Oh, well, that's right. Well,
the six-man tag team champions and their women? You can't have that.
Well,
Quarter 7, 9:30 to 9:45 p.m. The entrances with picture-in-picture for Orange Cassidy versus Penta El Zero Miedo, and then there was an ad break. 763,000 viewers.
Okay, now it makes sense because let's face it, they got a gift that they were able to stay above 900,000 people for this rotten, stinking, smelly program that they aired for an entire hour before people smartened up that this is all we're going to get. We ain't going to get nothing else but this. And then in the final hour, they started at 910,000, went to 828,000, went to 763,000. And now that they've got a good whiff of pockets, where did they go in the last quarter?
The final quarter, plus there's an overrun. 9:45 to 10 p.m. Orange Cassidy versus Penta El Zero Miedo with picture-in-picture and Orange Cassidy's live promo.
He did a promo?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, good Lord.
769,000 viewers with an overrun of 784 for the 1 minute of Jon Moxley and Orange Cassidy squaring off.
Yeah, we don't buy that. I can't believe that it didn't drop in the final quarter, but I guess maybe somebody was tuning in thinking, certainly to God, this is not the main event. There's going to be something else going on.
You know, with WrestleNomics, when they do the ratings, they have a bar that shows the 90-day trend. And it's starting to show a little bit more effect each time you see it for the big drop-off that happens at 9:15. And it goes to the end of the show. I mean, this is the last... I mean, we said they've been having around the same number the last few weeks. They've been having the same drop-off.
Yeah.
Around that period of time, right after MJF
200,000.
Yeah.
This was, hold on. This was only 188,000. Last week it was 200 and something thousand. But that's, they start with an audience they're handed, and those people slowly leave. I will give them credit for this. Over the last 3 weeks or so, they've kept up the first hour remarkably well for what's been presented. And maybe, like you said, they're waiting. Once they determine what MJF and Adam Cole's involvement is going to be, then they're done. But every week they lose between 20 and 25% of the audience they start with by the end of the program, which is an anomaly from every other wrestling program that we're aware of, right? Even Collision. It's not doing as well on Saturday night, but they keep the audience they get to begin with.
But they keep the audience that's there. You know, the issue, too, is with this women's six-person match, the trios match, I guess.
The six-man women's match?
The six-man women's match. There's no way you could write that on paper and not think that would cause people to say, you know, I've seen enough, I'll turn the channel. There's lots of baseball on. There's lots of other things that...
He wrote down Moxley versus Commander, and he wrote down Pockets versus Penthouse, and didn't think the same thing.
How about the fact that the international champion had to defeat Penta to get the opportunity to defend his championship against Moxley. Isn't that kind of backwards booking?
No, they think it's a privilege to get in the ring with the plumber, because then they're going to look so much better, because even Pockets next to the plumber looks like a human being.
Those were the AEW Dynamite ratings for this past week.
Well, what did the viewers think of this program? Because as I said earlier, I still don't know what the fucking ratings were, but I assumed they had to be abysmal. Can you help me out on this?
Yeah, last week's AEW Dynamite ratings from TBS.
And this was for September whatever the fuck?
September whatever the fuck, known as September 6th in the calendar, the Gregorian calendar.
Those people again?
September 6th, AEW Dynamite was watched by 887,000 viewers on average.
Good Lord. I'll tell you what, now whatever season that was conflicting with them is over. They're keeping this audience at least on average 800 and something thousand every week. I don't see how with these fucking programs, but go ahead.
Well, quarter one, and these were compiled by WrestleNomics, 8 to 8:15 p.m., Orange Cassidy's live promo, and Jon Moxley versus AR Fox through an ad break, 982,000 viewers.
Good. Okay, I see what helped the averages. That's a significantly larger lead-in than they've been getting lately, isn't it?
I think that
they haven't been close to 1 million in a while.
No, that's the largest number in a while, and I'm looking at the trend line here that WrestleNomics has, and it's significantly above that. But quarter two, 8:15, 8:30 p.m., the finish of Moxley versus AR Fox, the post-match with Darby Allin, Nick Wayne, Christian Cage, Luchasaurus, and an ad break. Chris Statlander versus Emi Sakura.
Oh, good Lord.
And Roderick Strong and the Kingdom's therapy video, 889,000 viewers.
Jesus, okay. Almost 100,000, 93,000 said.
So a Silverdome full of fans turned off the show. Quarter three, 8:30 to 8:45 p.m. Aussie Open versus Chris Jericho and Sammy Guevara with picture-in-picture ads and the post-match angle, 938,000 viewers.
Okay, now do you think...
And the high point in the key demo, 440,000.
Do you think even their fans now are starting to just pick and choose? Like, let me check back every 15 minutes or whatever? That's an awful big fluctuation for those numbers.
I think there are fans who wait for an MJF segment. And I think the ratings have shown that there are fans who kind of are in and out. And then once MJF is doing an angle or a promo against someone, they stay for a while. And then they get driven away. We've seen that, though, in the ratings multiple times.
Quarter four,
8:45 to 9 p.m., Ricky Stark's backstage promo, an ad break, Don Callis' backstage promo, and the beginning of the MJF Samoa Joe live promo, 912,000 viewers.
All righty, so that is the end of the first hour, and MJF's just got in the ring. Do we go up or do we go down?
Well, the big 9 o'clock hour, quarter five, 9 to 9:15 p.m., the MJF Samoa Joe live promo and confrontation, an angle with Adam Cole running out, and an ad break, 949,000 viewers.
Whoa, so they popped up another 37,000, and that is the second highest quarter so far of the show next to the start.
That's right. Quarter six, 9:15 to 9:30 p.m., Roderick Strong versus Trent Beretta with picture-in-picture ads, the post-match with the Kingdom, Tony Storm's backstage promo, and an ad break, 845,000 viewers.
Ouch! Okay, and then, there you go, 104,000 people said, we've seen MJF. Time to go.
Quarter seven, 9:30 to 9:45 p.m., the Adam Page Swerve Strickland live promo and confrontation, with the Mogul Embassy running out.
You'd have to have been a hardy soul to fucking sit through that whole thing.
Hardy souls over a catering. 858,000 viewers.
Son of a gun! Apparently there was 13,000 extra hardy souls. Well, then this does not bode tremendously well for the final 15 minutes of the program as I'm looking at this average.
And there's also a 2-minute overrun. I'll give you that separately. But here we go, 9:45 to 10 p.m., quarter 8. Darby Allin versus Nick Wayne with picture-in-picture ads twice. 730,000 viewers.
Ew.
With an overrun of 8:35 for 2 minutes, so I don't know how much that can really be looked at.
So that's 128,000. That's one of the bigger one-quarter drops. You had to know, because why would anybody want to see that, even if they like those guys? If they like them, why do they want to see them fight each other? And then it was the shits. But so they were down 252,000 from the start of the program, and I think that may be a new record percentage-wise, because that's, 27% of the initial audience was not there at the end.
I would think if you were going to do the little buddy angle, usually it means you introduce the character on TV, people start to get to know them, they associate that person with the star they're aligned with because they've been there a while, they have fans.
Right.
Start to maybe do some tag matches. Then he finally gets the big singles opportunity against someone, and he gets a win. Not you do all that and he gets his big singles opportunity against his buddy, acts like a dick in the match, and then all is forgiven and they move on as a team. Like, why do that? Like, there's so many weird, like, Dax Harwood, they keep putting him in these singles matches, and he loses, and you know he's going to lose. He's won one singles match. It was against Cash Wheeler. Like, it's just the weirdest booking decisions when it comes to what to do with people that are a team or friends or aligned with each other. Nick Wayne, despite what AEW thinks internally or the most hardcore fans think, he's not yet established. You're just doing that. So when you put him in that spot, you're kind of setting yourself up for failure.
Let's go back to the Dynamite for a second, because they did a rating. We got to put them over. We got to give them some applause. They actually got over 900,000 for the first time in ages and eons with their big Arthur Ashe Stadium extravaganza. And this time, they had a main event that people actually would want to see and be interested in. So I'm wondering, did they keep their audience through the rest of this fiasco to get there? Or did it do the same thing as it does every week when they have the gymnasts, the play wrestlers, the trampoline cowboys, and the Cucamonga kids in the last spot?
Well, this week's AEW Dynamite, September 20th on TBS, Grand Slam did 984,000 viewers on average.
So they picked up pretty much exactly 100,000 people from where they've been stuck at the last several weeks. Did they make the most of it?
These were compiled by WrestleNomics, quarter 1, 8 to 8:15 p.m. Claudio Castagnoli versus Eddie Kingston with picture-in-picture, 982,000 viewers.
Okay, in this case, then it sounds to me like they may be going to keep some audience.
Segment 2, 8:15 to 8:30 p.m. The continuation of Kingston versus Castagnoli, the post-match, the Kingdom Roddy Strong Adam Cole Hospital segment. Should that have been later in the show? Did they mess up the order of the things? Should that have been after Cole left MJF? Well, whatever. An ad break and Christian Cage's backstage promo. 1,004,000 viewers.
Jeez, okay, they picked up 22,000 in the second quarter. That usually does not happen, and that's the first time they've seen seven figures in a while.
Quarter 3, 8:30 to 8:45 p.m. Chris Jericho versus Sammy Guevara with picture-in-picture, 989,000 viewers.
And 11, 15,000, normal fluctuation at this point. It's pretty much the same audience.
Segment 4, quarter 4, 8:45 to 9 p.m. The continuation of Jericho versus Guevara with the post-match heel turn and Don Callis. The MJF backstage promo, an ad break, And the start of Jon Moxley versus Phoenix, 1,017,000 viewers.
Okay, so now 28,000. So they have been in a range of 35,000 for the entire first hour. That's very good for AEW and against normal trends.
The big 9 o'clock hour, quarter 5, 9 to 9:15 p.m. Moxley versus Phoenix continued. It is Phoenix, excuse me. You've got me confused. Moxley versus Phoenix continued.
I know what his name is.
With picture-in-picture and Samoa Joe's backstage promo and an ad break. 960,000 viewers.
Okay, that's where they tuned in maybe the extra ones at the top of the hour, and they saw enough of the plumber, and they said, well, 57,000 of us will take off, but there's the option to come back for the main event that we might want to see.
And this is usually where everything starts trending downwards. Quarter 6, 9:15 to 9:30 p.m. The Kingdom, the Righteous video. That's what it says. The Kingdom. Oh, I guess the Kingdom is, when you call the other team the Righteous and the other one's the Kingdom, you can't tell what's going. It just says the Kingdom, the Righteous. The Kingdom video.
The good, the bad, and the ugly.
The Righteous video. Saraya versus Toni Storm with picture-in-picture and the post-match. 938,000 viewers.
And they're not as bad as it could have been. Only another 22,000, and it's the girl spot, and it's the death spot in the normal program where they start leaving.
Quarter 7, 9:30 to 9:45 p.m. It says video. I don't know what the video is, but video, ad break, and MJF versus Samoa Joe. 954,000 viewers.
And there they get 16,000 back, and hopefully can finish strong. The entirety of the last quarter hour was all them. So what'd we finish up at?
And we have a little bit of an overrun, and this may be an example where we should look at the overrun here.
Because I think, it was about 5 minutes, wasn't it?
It's a 4-minute overrun, plus, as this is going up, the key demo's going up. But anyway, quarter 8, 9:45 to 10 p.m., the continuation of Samoa Joe versus MJF with picture-in-picture. 1,014,000 viewers, 489,000 in the key demo, the high point, not counting the 4-minute overrun, which is 1,048,000 viewers.
Son of a... So...
And because of the trend upwards, that's not one of these examples of people just tuning in for the next show, I don't think.
Yeah. It's not just Wednesday night. It's what they put on Wednesday night. The 200,000 viewers or more don't have to bail out on Wednesday night. You just got to put a match in the main event spot that they actually want to see instead of the self-indulgent EVPs and the flippers and floppers. And they've seen an entire program of that horse shit. This time there was a match that was a destination that they wanted to see. They knew it was going to be good. They didn't know what was going to happen. And they were interested. And not only did they hold the audience, but for the first time ever, or certainly in recent memory on a Wednesday night, they had more people at the end of the show than they did at the start. So they ought to be kissing MJF and Samoa Joe's asses.
They may have done a better job of promoting Grand Slam than they have anything else in a while. Especially, like I said, I can only base the local media stuff based on what I've seen, and MJF was all over the place. But that wouldn't mean an extra few thousand, 100,000 people watching the TV show.
Well, actually, think about this. The size of the New York market, if he instigated 5,000 people with the last-minute publicity to come and buy a ticket to go to the event in person, all those people that saw it, it wasn't either like, I'm going to go buy a ticket and go in person, or I don't give a shit about this and I never want to think about it again. They may have said, well, fuck, I'll just watch it on TV. You could 40 or 50,000 viewers in the New York television market with those numbers is not a goddamn significant portion of the audience. So that could have been part of the issue.
Should MJF insist on being the highest paid person in that company?
Now that Punk's gone, he should.
Seriously. Is there anyone else who should be in the conversation?
I don't see who. You've got an unprofessional fucking idiot that gets dropped on his head and drops unscheduled belts and goes to rehab at various points in time and flips fingers on your show and says fuck, puts fuck on his shirt, looks like a piece of shit and can't work, is a joke. Or you got Jericho, who's nearing 60. He's closer to 60 than he is to 40, isn't he?
Well, yeah, I guess so.
Okay. Math don't lie, baby. Or you got MJF.
And if I'm WWE, MJF's the one guy in that company I want more than anyone else.
I want him more than a sick man wants penicillin because and he's young and you got all that time and he doesn't have to be a wrestler. And in the WWE, it's more important than anywhere else that you have all the outside the ring skills. He could be an announcer. He could be a manager. He could be a fucking personality. He could be a goddamn movie star. He could be the Monroes calling me to get paid.
All right. Well, with that, I guess we can keep going or we could jump in the time machine. It's up to you.
I think you better jump in the time machine, Stewie. Did anybody watch that program that we talked about here a few minutes ago on Wednesday night, the AEW Dynamite? Anybody watch it this week?
Oh, yeah. A bunch of people watched it. AEW Dynamite on September 27th was watched by 855,000 viewers.
So have they got the exact same people every week chained to their Barca loungers? It's the same number everywhere, and then they get the extra 100,000 if they do the big spectacular event at a stadium. It's the same thing every week.
That it is. Well, somewhat the same thing.
But I mean, there used to be variation, fluctuation. SmackDown is going from 2.1 million to 2.7 or 8 million, depending on The Rock or Cena. And other programs fluctuate from week to week. They're right there. All right, go ahead.
Well, let's try to do this. And again, remember, I'm under the weather, so I'm going to do my best to actually read any of this. 8 to 8:15 p.m., segment 1, quarter 1. I'm already messing up. Ray Phoenix versus Jeff Jarrett with picture-in-picture. Obviously, they were messing up too.
Yeah.
923,000 viewers.
Okay. Starting out like that, unless they go drastically upwards, they shouldn't lose an incredible amount, according to their average. Go ahead.
Quarter 2, 8:15, 8:30 p.m., the MJF Adam Cole Big Show boat segment. An ad break. Callis, Sammy, and Takeshita live promo with Tokyo footage. And Ricky Stark's We Are Yuta confrontation. 843,000 viewers.
Ouch. Okay, so they got to go back up. They just didn't like what they saw there. 80,000 people in the first 15 minutes. Go ahead.
Quarter 3, 8:30 to 8:45 p.m. Nick Jackson versus Brian Cage versus Claudio Castagnoli with picture-in-picture. And a video for The Righteous. 907,000 viewers.
Okay, so should the people in quarter 2 take that personally? They just said, fuck that. We'll come back in 15 minutes.
I think quarter 2 is usually a reflection of quarter 1. And I think that's a large part of it because MJF usually doesn't drag things down even if he's doing his comedy segments. But quarter 4, 8:45 to 9 p.m., an ad break, and MJF and Adam Cole and Roddy Strong's live promo going into MJF and Jay White beginning their live promo, 904,000 viewers.
Okay, so again, so far the lowest rated quarter hour has been the comedy buddy video they did rather than their live appearance, MJF and Adam Cole.
Quarter 5, the big 9 o'clock hour, 9 to 9:15 p.m., continuation of MJF and MJF and Jay White's live promo, as well as the Christian Darby Allin promo with Jim Ross in the back. You didn't even mention that one. 943,000 viewers.
Holy shit. Well, There you go. The magic of and they were talking and talking and talking. So people are just going to wait to see what MJF is going to do, apparently.
That's what it seems like, and then we'll see what they do after that.
I was about to say, now we appear to be headed for the precipice with these numbers.
Quarter 6, 9:15 to 9:30 p.m. Orange Cassidy versus Austin Gunn versus Matt Jackson versus Penta El Zero Miedo.
We may have found the precipice.
With picture-in-picture twice, 813,000 viewers.
Ouch! 130,000 people said, okay, we're done here. Check, please.
Yeah, and also, by the way, quarter 5, the high point, that was also the high point in the key demo, and then that dropped off a bit going into this quarter. But quarter 7, 9:30 to 9:45 p.m., an ad break, Julia Hart versus Willow Nightingale with picture-in-picture, and the post-match angle with Chris Statlander, 759,000 viewers.
Youch. Okay, there went another 54. So that means from quarter 5 to quarter 7, they lost 184,000 people.
And finally, quarter 8, and by the way, I should mention these were compiled by WrestleNomics. Quarter 8, 9:45 to 10 p.m., an ad break, and the Swerve Strickland Adam Page contract signing, 753,000 viewers.
Oh! And 6,000 more. So, basic 190,000. They lost 2, 4, 6, 8. They lost 22% of what they started with. And if you want to go with the high point, which was MJF in quarter 5, they lost goddamn almost 25% of the audience from quarter 5 to quarter 8. Oh, well. There you have it.
Well, there you have it, AEW Dynamite.
But anyway, speaking of who watched it, who didn't, before we close the chapter on the low point in Dynamite TV history, yes, and the apologists were already saying, well, it would have done a better number if it hadn't been all for the problems. The question is, of the people who did find the program through all of that, and having the biggest star they've signed in the past couple of years in the main event or in the last spot, did they keep the audience this week, whatever audience they were able to get?
Well, this past week's show, AEW Dynamite on TBS, October 4th, 2023, on average, was watched by 800,000 viewers.
Even. Well, okay, that's down 50 to 75,000 from what they've been doing every week, and they had extra 100,000 for their Arthur Ashe episode a few weeks ago, but obviously this had some effect. The question is, what effect did the continuing developing rottenness have from where they started to where they ended up with the biggest angle they've done in a while with the biggest star in actually quarter 9? Fuck. Jesus.
Yeah, and a few notes here. These were compiled by WrestleNomics, and this was the lowest total viewership since May 3rd for Dynamite. Also, for the record, there were Major League Baseball wildcard games on ESPN and ESPN2 head-to-head with Dynamite.
Wildcard, bitches!
That's what I ended up watching, actually, and I went back to this after the fact because I couldn't do it anymore. So competition and also whatever these DVR issues are.
And there was the all-night gas station open down the road, and how can you compete with that?
Hey, on Long Island, 24-hour bagels are the best. But quarter 1, 8 to 8:15 p.m., Chris Jericho, Kenny Omega, and Adam Copeland's backstage run-in, and the beginning of Rey Fenix versus Nick Jackson with picture-in-picture, 804,000 viewers.
Okay, well, in that case, if they started there and they have that average, they had to go up. Was it a case of people finding the show that was listed or whatever, because they can't go much farther down or they wouldn't have that average?
Well, quarter 2, 8:15 to 8:30 p.m., the continuation of Rey Fenix versus Nick Jackson, Adam Cole, Roddy Strong in the Kingdom's home video, or video at home, I guess, and Wardlow versus Griff Garrison with an ad break, 788,000 viewers.
Okay, so they lost 16,000, but they're still right in the pocket.
And again, that was the segment with the audio issues. Quarter 3, 8:30 to 8:45 p.m. The Don Callis backstage angle, the replay with sound this time of the Cole Strong Kingdom video, and Billy Gunn and the Acclaimed versus the Butcher, the Baker, and Kip Sabian with picture-in-picture. Oh, and the Tony Storm video, 715,000 viewers.
Jesus H. Christ. Okay.
That can't be DVR related.
No. They lost 73,000 people in a quarter, and they're going to have to go up or this average doesn't work. So what's going on here?
And again, that audio issue, no one wanted to see that video a second time, and then they played it. Quarter 4, 8:45 to 9 p.m. An ad break, a Wrestle Dream recap, and the beginning of the Juice Robinson and the Guns promo calling out MJF and the angle with Jay White. 796,000 viewers.
So that MJ or Adam Cole and Roddy video in that quarter 3, just a bunch of people said, fuck it, we'll do anything else but watch this. So they're back up to within 8,000 of where they started from after losing 89,000 in 45 minutes.
Quarter 5, the big 9 o'clock hour. The continuation of the Jay White MJF live promo and beatdown. Orange Cassidy and Hook's backstage angle. Chris Jericho and Kenny Omega versus Takeshita and Kyle Fletcher with picture-in-picture. 849,000 viewers.
Good Lord. Okay, a much bigger jump than normal. 53,000 folks for the top of the 9 o'clock hour, and they had their main event guys in there. But as we mentioned, that was kind of a long, burdensome thing to watch, so where'd they go from there?
Quarter 6, 9:15 to 9:30 p.m. The continuation of the previous tag match. The post-match beatdown from Powerhouse Hobbs on Kenny Omega. 819,000 viewers.
So back down 30,000. And they're starting to, it looks like they're going to finish about the same place they started after having a couple of peaks in a valley.
Quarter 7, 9:30 to 9:45 p.m. MJF in the training room being massaged by Max Caster. The Samoa Joe video, and the beginning of Tony Storm versus Sky Blue with picture-in-picture. 795,000 viewers.
And they're back down around that 800,000 mark. That was 24,000 at Bit the Dust.
Quarter 8, and once again we do have an overrun here. Quarter 8, 9:45 to 10 p.m. The finish of Tony Storm versus Sky Blue. Stokely Hathaway's backstage promo.
Oh, I forgot. He's on the board of directors of Ring of Honor, apparently. Somehow a heel manager got on the board of directors. Go ahead.
An ad break, and the beginning of Adam Copeland's live promo. 809,000 viewers. And I'll give you the overrun here.
Well, hold on. That's another 14,000, but basically they didn't hold the audience. They lost a lot of the audience. Then they gained more of the audience. Then they lost that audience, and now they're finishing up about where they started from.
And finally, 8 minutes, an 8-minute overrun, 10 to 10:08 p.m. Adam Copeland's confrontation with Christian, 852,000 viewers.
Okay, but now was that... The program wasn't even listed to be on.
So wait, what exactly was the DVR problem? So it's not that your DVR recorded a different show in the time slot, it just recorded a different time slot for a different show?
Yeah, it listed AEW as being on from 4 to 6 p.m., so it recorded whatever was on TBS from 4 to 6 p.m. And then Young Sheldon was listed 4 episodes from 8 to 10 p.m., so you wouldn't have got that. But for the people that tune in anyway and don't worry about DVR in it, the show was in the correct time period. But what I'm asking here is that how would suddenly 43,000 people switch over into that ninth quarter hour when Edge was already in the ring? He'd already called Christian out. Was suddenly people, it wasn't a case of, I got to turn over now that it's 10 o'clock to see what's on the last segment of AEW. It was supposed to be over. So how did they get that? Was it tuning in for the next show, or people just realized? That's an odd pattern. I can't remember. We've been covering these ratings for a couple of years. They've never done their show low in the third quarter. But they had a major star in the ninth quarter, and that's where they usually do the lowest number of the Dynamite show is eighth quarter or the overrun, and they did the highest. So I don't know what the fuck's going on here.
And neither did they. That was AEW Dynamite. All right, Jim. Well, let's go from comfortable clothing to maybe uncomfortable ratings. I'm not exactly sure. This past week, Tuesday night, October 10th, the ratings head-to-head, Dynamite versus NXT. Any thoughts before we say the numbers?
Yeah, well, I think we ought to lay this out. It's a little different than what we normally do. Let's give as we go quarter by quarter, let's give the AEW number and what was on, and then the corresponding NXT number and what was on, so we can compare them side by side.
Okay, let me pull up everything. And for this past week, October 10th, NXT on USA Network was watched by 921,000 viewers on average, including an average of 396,000 in the key demo. AEW Dynamite on TBS, also 8 p.m., was watched by 609,000 viewers on average, including 346,000 in the key demo.
Just the fact that they were able to come that close in the key demo while getting trounced in every other category is, I guess, a small victory, but missed it by that much.
All right, and I'm pulling up the ratings and the head-to-head numbers. These were compiled by WrestleNomics, who did a great job with these this week. So if we are going, I got to see if I can blow this up a little bit. Quarter 1, 8 to 8:15 p.m. on AEW, Christian's promo, and the beginning of Bryan Danielson versus Swerve Strickland. On NXT, Cody Rhodes, Ilya, Dominic Mysterio, and Rhea Ripley's live promo. AEW, 731,000 viewers. NXT, 991,000 viewers.
Ouch. So, right off the bat, that's a difference of 260,000 people, and it looks like from those numbers that neither show is going to keep that steadily. They've got to lose something somewhere, because that's significantly higher than both of their averages.
What do you think of NXT opening with Cody against AEW?
Well, they opened with Cody because it was the perfect spot, because he was going to be the general manager. I don't think they were counter-programming, let's get the biggest name we got from AEW to put in that spot. He fit it to begin with. I think that just happens to be coincidental.
Quarter 2, 8:15 to 8:30 p.m. On AEW Dynamite, the continuation of Danielson versus Swerve Strickland, and Chris Jericho versus Powerhouse Hobbs. No picture-in-picture, by the way, commercial-free, both shows for the first half hour.
Right.
NXT, Asuka versus Roxanne Perez, and Tyler Bate and Ridge Holland versus Gallus. Wait, that was it? Tyler Bate, Butch, and Ridge Holland. It seemed like there were 18 people in there. There were only 3 people on that team?
Yeah, and that was the pub rules thing. So this should have been a massive swing to AEW. At least they had a good match going on and some name value, while there was bleh on NXT, but go ahead.
AEW, 655,000 viewers.
Ouch.
NXT, 956,000 viewers.
Okay, so at that point, 76,000 people gave up on AEW and 35,000 gave up on NXT. Maybe everybody just had to take a shit at the same time.
Well, quarter 3, 8:30 to 8:45 p.m. On AEW Dynamite, the final 3 minutes of Jericho versus Hobbs, and the Adam Cole Roderick Strong Kingdom video, as well as the beginning of Orange Cassidy versus Rey Fenix. On NXT, the continuation of the pub battle, now with picture-in-picture ads, and Becky Lynch, Lyra Valkyrie, is that her name?
I don't know.
Lyra Valkyrie video for AEW, 673,000 viewers. For NXT, 861,000 viewers.
Ouch. So again, NXT drops 85,000 people, and they're down 130,000 from the start, but meanwhile, AEW picked up 18,000, but they're still down 98,000 from the start. So they're still about 200,000 in between.
Quarter 4, 8:45 to 9 p.m. On AEW, the end of Phoenix versus Orange Cassidy, Tony Storm's video, and then the picture-in-picture silent movie, Wardlow versus Matt Sydal, Jericho Garcia and Menard backstage, and the beginning of Jay White versus Adam Page with picture-in-picture. On NXT, an ad break, and John Cena in the ring with Braun Breaker, followed by another ad break. AEW, 589,000 viewers.
Oh.
NXT, 909,000 viewers.
Oh, so Cena gets in the ring, bookended by commercials, and picks his show up 48,000, and the other guys lose 84,000.
It's a mix between Cena being on the other show and the Adam Cole segment, followed by Orange Cassidy, who the fans watching on TV, I think, have been more sick of than the fans who attend the shows or Tony Khan himself.
Yeah, and you can't even say that Cena took all the viewers away because he only got half of them. The other half just said,
Quarter 5, the big 9 o'clock hour. On AEW, the continuation of Jay White versus Adam Page with picture-in-picture, and the beginning of the post-match with MJF live promo. On NXT, D'Angelo, Lorenzo, and Cody Rhodes backstage, Baron Corbin's promo, and the start of Ilya Dragunov versus Dominic Mysterio with LA Knight as a referee and picture-in-picture. For AEW, 549,000 viewers.
Ooh.
For NXT, 958,000.
Jesus Christ. Now they're 409,000 people apart. And obviously at 9 o'clock, everybody looked at what was on one channel and said, they lost 40,000 from the end of the first hour. And meanwhile, NXT picks up 50. All right, where are we going from here?
Quarter 6. The hell am I saying? 9:15 to 9:30 p.m. On AEW, the continuation of MJF's confrontation with Jay White and Juice Robinson, followed by another Tony Storm video with picture-in-picture ads. On NXT, the final 3 minutes of Dragunov versus Dominic Mysterio, Cena, Trick Williams, Carmelo Hayes backstage, an ad break, Jade Cargill arrives, Cody and Corbin backstage, Dominic, Ripley, and Frazier backstage, and Danny Palmer versus Lola Vice. For AEW, 557,000 viewers. For NXT, 914,000.
My God, and that plethora of crap, they only lost 44,000, and meanwhile, AEW is flat over there with the faithful they got left.
Quarter 7, 9:30 to 9:45 p.m. For AEW, Hikaru Shida versus Saraya with picture-in-picture, and Don Callis and Takeshita backstage promo. For NXT, the continuation of Palmer versus Vice, the Chase U segment, Heyman and Braun Breaker.
It chased me off.
Heyman and Braun Breaker backstage, Cena and Hayes entering, an ad break, and the Lexus King video. For AEW, 558,000 viewers. For NXT, 887,000.
And again, AEW, they've got the people left that are just going to watch no matter what. And NXT dropped a few because the star power decreased a bit, but we're about to get to the main event.
Quarter 8, and I'm going to do the overrun separately this time because it's a considerable period of time they went, both shows.
Right.
For AEW, picture-in-picture and full screen, I guess, finishing the Callis Takeshita promo, MJF and the Acclaim backstage, Christian Cage's live promo, and the beginning of Adam Copeland versus Luchasaurus. On NXT, Asuka and Tiffany Stratton backstage, and the start of Carmelo Hayes with John Cena versus Braun Breaker with Paul Heyman with picture-in-picture ads. For AEW, 559,000 viewers. For NXT, 866,000.
And again, the entire 9 o'clock hour, AEW did 549, 557, 558, and 559. That was just, those people were like chained to the television. They're never going to change the channel. And NXT did 958, 914, 887, and 866. I'm surprised the 866 went down with Cena, Braun, etc. I assume they're going to do something about that in the overrun, and potentially AEW might come out of their fucking slumber as well. What do we do in quarter 9?
Quarter 9, the overrun. For AEW from 10 to 10:14 p.m., Adam Copeland versus Luchasaurus with picture-in-picture, the post-match with Christian and Nick Wayne, as well as Danielson, Castagnoli, Yuta, the Gates of Agony, Swerve Strickland, and
good
Adam
Lord.
Page.
See, I saw none of this because they went 4 minutes over their own overrun.
And on NXT from 10 to 10:08 p.m., the continuation of Hayes versus Breaker and the post-match with The Undertaker. For AEW, 606,000 viewers. For NXT, 960,000 viewers.
Wow. Okay. So the Battle of the Overrun was won by NXT by the total of 354,000 people. They had more than half as many, again, people watching their show as AEW did by the time the thing was over with.
And the only quarter in which AEW won the key demo number, 18 to 49-year-old males, was quarter 3, which was the pub match up against Jericho versus Hobbs the last 3 minutes, into the Adam Cole video, into Orange Cassidy versus Phoenix. That is the only quarter they won the key demo.
But look,
they got crushed everywhere else.
The thing is, for all that NXT stacked up all of the big stars, right? Cena and Undertaker and LA Knight and blah, blah, blah. AEW normally has been doing 850,000. This time they did 600, basically, 609. NXT has been doing around 800,000 or more. They did 921. The point I'm saying is that you would have thought that if NXT was taking away 250,000 people from AEW, they would have even done a bigger number. How does this work out? Because NXT only did 100,000 more maybe than what they've been doing as an average, a little bit more in some of the quarters. But AEW lost 250,000 off the top and did the lowest quarters 4 times in a row that I can remember a Wednesday night show doing. So they didn't all start watching NXT, or is there a bunch more crossover than we thought? Is it all the AEW fans are not fed up with WWE and hate the evil empire? How did this work? Where did AEW's 250,000 people go, unless some of them, many of them, are part of the normal NXT audience to begin with?
Yeah, I can't explain it. Obviously, there are people who DVR it, and you had to make a choice if you were going to watch it live, what you were going to watch live. But, really not a good number for AEW. You would hope that it would have been a little better, even though it was
and that's the thing. If it was just all of the fans of the viewers of Raw and SmackDown coming over to NXT, because then they've got 2.5 million of them. Seems like they would have got a bigger bump. But basically, it was just a bunch of AEW fans saying, "Fuck AEW. I'm going to watch NXT tonight like I usually do." Apparently. But yeah, 300 on the averages, 312,000 people difference, which is more than half of the total audience of AEW.
Well, go ahead.
I was just going to say, and it's not like this was unexpected, except by Tony and his mind, and maybe that's what led to some wires coming loose.
Well, some wires certainly came loose. Those were the ratings for AEW versus NXT on Tuesday night. We'll see if we ever get another head-to-head.
So did anybody watch this thing? We know they did a good number, but it had to tank at the end, certainly.
Well, hold on one second. I'm pulling up the number. This is compiled by WrestleNomics. The overall number on average, AEW Dynamite, on October 18th was watched by 902,000 viewers.
That is, to me, honestly incredible that they have put on these nonsensical programs for the last few weeks and still managed to muster. What was the tease? Was enough of the word out there about what Sting was going to do that they wanted to see that? Was there something else that we missed that was important here? Or they were just unopposed again and a lot of people skipped it last week and felt bad?
Not
like
exactly
they had cheated on their spouse.
Well, I guess the bigger question is, what was the lead-in? And did anything happen there that would cause this number to be up? Because Jim, quarter 1, 8 to 8:15 p.m., Penta El Zero Miedo versus Jay White with picture-in-picture, 1,001,000 viewers.
Wait a minute, 1,000,000.
1,000.
1,000. I can't hardly write that.
1,001.
Okay. All righty. So they hit their magic million mark. They had 1 million magic marks is what they had. Where did we go from here?
Well, that's what I said.
Now that all the children have grown up, and how do we spend our time? Nobody gives us a damn.
And that is the highest I remember the opening number being in quite a while.
Oh, yeah.
Quarter 2, 8:15, 8:30 p.m., the continuation of Penta versus Jay White, Bullet Club Gold's live promo, MJF and the Acclaim backstage, an ad break, in the beginning of Emi Sakura versus Hikaru Shida, 931,000 viewers.
Okay, we're starting to get back to more realistic numbers here, but 70,000, but for that, my God, you would have thought they'd have run off more. Go ahead.
Quarter 3, 8:30 to 8:45 p.m., the continuation of Emi Sakura.
Now you're questioning yourself.
Now I can't say anyone's name. Emi Sakura, or Sakura, whatever her name is.
How about Freddie Mercury?
Versus Hikaru Shida with picture-in-picture. Adam Copeland's backstage confession with Renee Moxley Good.
It's my backstage confession when I tell the world that I love you.
And speaking of grassroots, Wardlow versus Ryan Nemeth in the post-match promo, 924,000 viewers.
Ouch. They lost people for Edge?
They lost people for Emi Sakura versus Hikaru Shida.
That's true.
And again,
poor Edge was just caught in the crossfire.
Hey, listen, Edge has so far, as far as YouTube numbers, he's caused a big spike in his videos for AEW. His segments have done okay, but until, there's only so much slack they're going to give you before you do something. And it can't just be the acting segments you want to do. It has to be what's right. We'll see.
That makes sense, though, because the YouTube segments, that's just Edge, and people can seek it out, and the WWE fans who liked Edge don't obviously want to or have to watch the rest of this Outlaw program. They can just see the guy they like on the YouTube clips. So that makes sense.
Yeah, and the thumbnail will feature him, who's just been on their TV show, so he's easily recognizable even to younger fans. Quarter 4, 8:45 to 9 p.m., Kenny Omega's backstage confrontation with MJF, an ad break, Adam Cole and Roderick Strong's continuing circus, the Don Callis Powerhouse Hobbs Kyle Fletcher live promo, 934,000 viewers.
So they've gone 931, 924, and 934. So they're kind of plateaued there after the initial flurry at the beginning. What about the top of the 9 o'clock hour?
Quarter 5, the big 9 o'clock hour. Kenny Omega versus Kyle Fletcher with picture-in-picture and a Danhausen video.
Oh, forgot about that. Apparently that's going to be some kind of ongoing segment. Love that Danhausen, so we'll have more silliness to make fun of.
Imagine if they did that before he debuted. Everyone gets like these packages after they have been there forever. But 9 to 9:15 p.m., 929,000 viewers.
So they lost 5,000 off the... But again, 931, 924, 934, 929. Are they waiting for Sting?
Quarter 6, 9:15 to 9:30 p.m. An ad break. Lance Archer versus Barrett Brown. That was his name. Swerve Strickland and Prince Nana's backstage promo. And Sting's live promo. 892,000 viewers.
Oh, God, now apparently they weren't waiting for Sting, because they bailed out before he got there. So, all right, I'm looking at the average, and they started with 1 million people, and they spent 4 quarters between 924 and 934. Now they've dropped to 892. There's a little bit more dropping to go to get to that average. What happened in the last 2?
In quarters 7, 9:30 to 9:45 p.m., Tony Storm and RJ City's silent film with during picture-in-picture ads. Nick Wayne and Nick Wayne's mom, interviewed by Jim Ross. And then Christian Cage comes in the brawl with Darby Allin and everything else that was happening. Orange Cassidy and Chris Statlander's backstage promo.
I skipped that.
And an ad break. 861,000 viewers.
Okay, so apparently which segment was the Maxwell's Silver Hammer here that conked the viewers on the head? Was it indeed the Puddin' Gang with Statlander, or was it indeed some of this other foolishness?
Well, finally, quarter 8, and we do have a overrun. I'll give you that too with this. Quarter 8.
The only reason we got an overrun is because they can't get their shit in the regular run.
9:45 to 10 p.m., the Dynamite Diamond Ring Battle Royal with picture-in-picture ads. 762,000 viewers.
Wow.
And 5-minute overrun, 836,000 viewers.
Okay, and I think we've established that also the overrun was people tuning into whatever was scheduled next, because how can a match who loses 100,000 viewers when the people see, oh, that's on? We ain't watching that. But suddenly it gets the last 4 minutes, they're going to pick up another 74,000? No, I think not. So they started the program with 1 million viewers and ended with 762,000.
And that was AEW Dynamite, and
congratulations to them that the people that were watching this thing had the patience they did before they dove off the cliff at the last half hour, because there was nothing there to reward their interest or their patience.
You'll never guess, Jim, but once again, we are in the future.
Help me! Help me!
You okay?
Suddenly I have the head of a fly. Or is it the head of a guy and the body of a fly? I'm a fly guy.
All right, well, there's no easy transition from Fly Guy to anything else, but why don't we fly along and...
I'll tell you what, there's no easy transition for Tony to life after wrestling after the ratings this week, huh?
Again, there's a bunch of stories happening at once. It's the television show quality. Now you could say it's the television show ratings. It's the amount of people buying or not buying tickets to their shows. But hey, they had Wembley. Let's never forget that.
We'll always remember Wembley.
Jim, AEW Dynamite.
Tony Storm is going to be making movies about Wembley here pretty soon.
And they'll be silent. Jim, AEW Dynamite that we just reviewed from October 25th, Wednesday night on TBS, was watched on average by 774,000 viewers.
Youch! Boom goes the Dynamite. The chickens come home to poop. Isn't that an old saying?
Well, it's something like that. I think it's the poop comes home to roost.
That's it.
That's it.
Well, let's see what this rooster poop did quarter by quarter.
Quarter 1, 8 to 8:15 p.m. These were compiled by WrestleNomics. MJF, Roderick Strong, and the Kingdom backstage during their promo, and the beginning of Juice Robinson versus MJF with picture-in-picture, 982,000 viewers.
Boom! So they... And you said the average was 774?
That is correct.
Was there a massive power blackout on the East Coast?
Maybe voluntarily.
Possibly. Well, let's go from here and see where the journey takes us.
Quarter 2, 8:15, 8:30 p.m., the continuation of Juice Robinson versus MJF. Bullet Club Gold, MJF, and the Acclaimed and Billy Gunn's live angle. And then MJF and Kenny Omega's ramp confrontation. 936,000 viewers, and also the high point in the key demo, 394,000.
So they couldn't, even with all that MJF that they were spreading around the first half hour, they couldn't keep people there. Well, whatever they started from, the Big Bang must have been popular that evening. Maybe they just lost 50,000 of the Big Bangers that didn't like the Bang Gang Banger Ganger Clangers.
Should there be a crossover event with the Bang Bang Gang and the Big Bang and the Big Bang Club? What is it? The Big Bang Theory.
Everybody could get banged. It could be a big fucking deal bang. They could call it the Big Bang. Start all over again.
Well, let's see how they started for segment 3, 8:30 to 8:45 p.m. An ad break, a Wardlow video.
That may have been the high point of the demo. No, go ahead.
The Wardlow video, Hook and Rob Van Dam versus Alex Reynolds and John Silver of the Dark Order with picture-in-picture, 752,000 viewers.
Oh, my God. That's 100 and, I can't do this math, 184,000 people in 15 minutes said, fuck you? What did the Super Bowl start on the other channel?
And for the record, the key demo went from 394, the high point, to 286.
Yeah.
I'm looking right now at a cable guide. Can I get it from 2 days ago? Let me see. 1 day back. October 25th. So we're talking 8:30 p.m. approximately. There was Celebrity Jeopardy on ABC. There was Survivor on CBS. Sullivan's Crossing on CW, whatever that is. The NBA, the Celtics versus the Knicks on ESPN, but that game started, I believe, 7:30. Certainly before 8 o'clock.
Did somebody, was there like a triple Lindy fucking 4-point goal or a double dunk and somebody got their brains bashed out or something? They would switch over in the middle?
No, they would just go to Twitter and see the clip of that.
Okay.
But there was nothing like that, though. It was just a game. I mean, it's the beginning of the season, but nothing big at that point at 8:30 that would cause people, other than the fact that MJF was no longer on the screen, to jump off that show.
All righty.
Quarter 4, 8:45 to 9 p.m. The Tony Storm video with picture-in-picture and a full-screen ad break. And then Sting receives the gift of Ric Flair, as well as Christian Cage's live promo. 756,000 viewers.
They only got 4,000 more for Ric Flair walking out.
Again, Ric Flair in 2023 isn't what Ric Flair was in previous years, but he's still Ric Flair, for good or for bad. Is that something you want as a surprise, or is that something that should be announced Considering his history as a ratings mover, is that something that should have been announced ahead of time?
Well, again, if he's going to be around, if he didn't book himself and that's the arrangement where he's going to be here a lot, then I can understand him making a surprise the first time, because like anything can happen, there's some cachet you can earn sometimes with that. But then what did the next quarter do? Because Ric Flair showing up on Twitter should get 4,000 people in the fucking United States to switch over in a couple of minutes, right? They just, Ric Flair just showed up. And
well, you're not too far off when you said 4,000. Quarter 5, 9 to 9:15 p.m. The continuation of Sting, Ric Flair, Darby Allin, and Christian Cage's confrontation. The Chris Jericho backstage promo at Renee. Adam Page and the Young Bucks versus Isaiah Cassidy and the Hardys with picture-in-picture. 764,000 viewers.
Well, no, there's 8,000.
I know. I said 8, you were 000. Close. I said you were close.
I was close. Yeah. For Gazenda, 8. Boy, howdy. Okay. Well, at least we know where the overall average is coming from, but I think they've still got a bit of more plummeting to do, don't they?
Well, quarter 6, when you put it like that, it's nothing but funny. When quarter 6, 9:15 to 9:30 p.m., the continuation of the Bucks and Page versus Cassidy and the Hardys, with the post-match with Swerve Strickland and Prince Nana breaking into Adam Page's home and terrorizing his baby. Also,
his invisible baby.
An ad break. Adam Copeland's confrontation with Sting and Darby Allin, and the beginning of Hikaru Shida versus Ruby Soho. 726,000 viewers.
And there goes another 38,000 and is this now going to be called the EVP effect? If this was science fiction, I think it is science fiction.
If you look at it fairly, without any personal feelings or anything involved, when was the last time the Young Bucks had a positive impact on AEW programming or events?
The only time I can remember them drawing an above average quarter hour was when they went on first, which is kind of a gimme.
And maybe a couple times when they were tied to Omega, who people actually do want to see. No matter what you want to say, they want to see him a lot more than they do the Young Bucks.
Yeah, when they're out there by themselves or with Hangnail, because...
Yeah, exactly.
My God, he's like a fucking... I can't form a cogent simile. He's like a charisma vacuum in that it's just nothing happens around him. It's just whininess. Go ahead.
Quarter 7, 9:30 to 9:45 p.m. The continuation of that incredible Shida versus Ruby Soho match with picture-in-picture, as well as a post-match with Toni Storm coming out. MJF's backstage confrontation with Samoa Joe. Another ad break. And the beginning of the entrances for the main event. 643,000 viewers.
Oh, good Lord.
Now, once again, there was the Mavericks and the Spurs started at 9 p.m. So even if you want to say that game affected the 9 p.m. hour, this is 9:30 we're talking about now.
And, well, they've lost 764 to 643, 121,000 people since the top of the hour by quarter 7.
Young Bucks followed by the women's division is going to kill an audience every single time. But there's one thing that could finish it off, and that's quarter 8, 9:45 to 10 p.m. Okada and Orange Cassidy versus Bryan Danielson.
The unknown and the unwanted.
Versus Bryan Danielson and Claudio Castagnoli with picture-in-picture. There's also an overrun.
The concussed and the confused.
646,000 viewers. 3-minute overrun, 716,000.
Yeah, and I don't think those extra 70,000 people showed up just to see the last 3 minutes of this grip. Remember, the last 3 minutes you tried to explain to me was a lot of people standing around. So that extra 70,000 was probably whoever was waiting for the start of the program they wanted to watch.
Right. The other option is someone was watching another show and it was 10 o'clock and the show ended and they're like, hey, I wonder if wrestling if they're just still on. Like maybe they messed up the time and they'd still be on. And it turns out they did, and they were. But that's how you kill an audience.
didn't get any audience gain, but the last 3 minutes of that. So
they got one guy there that matters, and that's MJF, and they're doing what they can, it seems like, to kill everything he has going for him. But he's the one guy they have that actually people tune in to see what's going on with him.
Wait a minute. From start to finish, they lost 336,000 viewers, right?
Right.
And 336 Gazenda, 982, at least, let's see, they lost almost 40% of the viewers they started with by the end of the program. Is that some kind of record?
It just may be. It just may be. And I mean, look, it was a bad show. And I said to you when we were talking about it during the review, there are times they do these bad shows and you're like, Jesus, they actually popped a number somehow. But this was really bad and sloppy and unfunny and uncreative and poor. And there's no one who's a star anywhere. Okada is a great wrestler. I'm a fan of his. You put him in there with someone I wouldn't watch him with. But let's go to the fans who have no idea who he is, which is the vast majority of the viewing audience. You gave them nothing to tune into. You gave them nothing. That women's division, at this point, it really is just like the women's token match on the show in the kill the ratings spot. And the problem is they put the women in that spot and then they bomb. Sheeta versus Soho was awful. It was embarrassing. It wasn't ready for television. And then you take a step back.
It wasn't even ready for radio.
The Young Bucks, who make a lot of money, do they earn it? Do they earn it? How much merch are they moving now? How many times have they ever popped a number? Or at least in the last 2.5, 3 years? Is there anyone you want to see them in the ring with? Do you feel like you've seen all you can see from them? Does anyone want to see Adam Page? The Swerve stuff, it's like 1 step forward, 3 steps back every time. It's like, wow, he did a good promo. Or wow, he had a good match. Oh, now he's committing some sort of fucking felony on camera. With Nana. Nana's from Queens. He should know better than to participate in stuff like this.
I know Nana. He would never allow himself to be evidenced.
They put Sting on the mic again. It didn't do anything to help. They brought out Ric Flair with no prior announcement. Got a lot of negative feedback from AEW fans. If you're going to do it, at least try to get something out of it. Other than just YouTube video. The YouTube numbers for that clip are great. It's better than everything else on the show that no one wanted to watch. But, that was AEW Dynamite. However, we do indeed, now that we have gone into the future, we have ratings.
Oh, boy.
AEW Dynamite, November 1st.
I wish they had the ratings just for Louisville, Kentucky. How many people in Louisville watched that show? Because we know but actually, it would probably be more were there live than watching in this market, probably, to be honest, on cable, on television. Well, and that ain't saying much.
It's not saying much. AEW Dynamite on TBS, November 1st, 2023. On average, did 832,000 viewers.
So they have apparently chained these people to their Barca loungers. It's the same every week, and they ain't going to let them go.
I presume so.
That's a statement that I made.
I think it's going to stay like that until more people start dropping TVs. That's going to be the big thing, and that's the future, is more people
dropping TVs.
Dropping having cable.
But they're not going to have to throw their TV out the window, are they?
That'd be awesome. I love the open of SCTV, throwing the TVs out the window. I like the idea.
Well, that's because you're a reincarnated rock star from the 60s. Anyway, how did it go from big to small like usual?
It's because I like good Canadian comedy, which is why I hate so much of AEW. But AEW's ratings, November 1st, 2023, quarter 1. These were compiled by WrestleNomics. If you're into ratings, check out their Patreon, support them. Quarter 1, 8 to 8:15 p.m. The recap video, MJF and Adam Cole on the screen. The Kingdom and Roddy Strong come screaming in. Orange Cassidy versus Claudio Castagnoli with picture-in-picture. 985,000 viewers.
Wow, so that'll be the high point. We can pretty much tell that already.
Well, quarter 2, 8:15 to 8:30 p.m., the continuation of Orange Cassidy versus Claudio Castagnoli, including the post-match with Jon Moxley, MJF and Chris Jericho's confrontation leading to Wardlow choking MJF, and then the Acclaimed and Billy Gunn hanging out. 896,000 viewers.
Oh, okay. So immediately, 89,000 people said, "What the fuck is going on here?" and chose to leave. That was not unexpected, per our discussion earlier about the merits or lack thereof of fucking Pockets the mascot.
Quarter 3, an ad break. 8:30 to 8:45 p.m., excuse me. An ad break. Jon Moxley's backstage promo. Adam Page and the Young Bucks versus the Mogul Embassy with picture-in-picture. 793,000 viewers.
Jesus Christ! What another 103,000? They lost 100 and, I can't do this math, 90-something thousand people in the first 45 minutes? Well, they got to bring some of them back or they're not going to make this average, are they?
Well, again, they had the World Series up against them, so you had to have as much action as was happening in that game if you were going to hold any baseball fans. But quarter 4, 8:45 to 9 p.m., the post-match with the angry Young Bucks, MJF and the Acclaimed and Billy Gunn backstage, Adam Copeland and Christian Cage's live promo and angle, also featuring Luchasaurus, Nick Wayne, Sting, Darby Allin, and the big Tony Khan and Nigel McGuinness announcement. 836,000 viewers.
Okay, so I would have to think that that's the Adam Copeland effect there, because nothing else sounded particularly gripping. So they got back 36 and 7, 43,000 people.
And because of where it goes the next quarter, let me just say this too. They had, whatever Tony thinks, he has finally burned out his audience on caring about his big announcements.
Well, now, but it was brought up on Twitter today. I saw people discussing it, that maybe we had the wrong expectations because he's got a variety of announcements. There's big announcements, there's major announcements, there's important announcements, there's game-changing announcements. So maybe we just weren't on the terminology. We were expecting too much.
I like how it's now, how do we get Tony so that he gets his fix of being on camera, but it puts him in a better role. It's put him with a buddy. Either Adam Cole, Nigel. Do we have a buddy that speaks English well? Put him with Adam Cole, put him with Nigel McGuinness. We'll see who's next. Quarter 5, the big 9 o'clock hour, 9 to 9:15 p.m. Angelo Parker and Matt Menard versus Chris Jericho and Kenny Omega with picture-in-picture. And the big post-match with The Big Show, or he's not allowed to be called that, Paul White and the Callis family, 779,000 viewers.
Ew, okay, we're going back in the opposite direction, another 36, 57,000 people. And we are at show low already at the top of the 9 o'clock hour so far.
Quarter 6, 9:15 to 9:30 p.m. An ad break in the Kenny Omega Young Bucks locker room with drama with Chris Jericho. Hikaru Shida versus Willow Nightingale through picture-in-picture ads. 762,000 viewers.
There goes another 17,000. Whoops, there goes another rubber tree plant.
All right. Well, quarter 7.
Well, you never sang when you were a kid in school?
I never sang that. What song is that?
Oh, what was the first part of it? He's got high hopes. High hopes. He's got high apple pie in the sky hopes.
That's what you were singing in school when you were a kid?
Well, we didn't have many songs back then. They hadn't written a lot yet.
All right. Back to this, quarter 7. Quarter 7, a new low here on this show, as well as a new low rating in quarter 6 there. Quarter 7, The continuation of Hikaru Shida versus Willow Nightingale, including the post-match with Toni Storm, and the magic of Julia Hart and Sky Blue.
The magic of
MJF and the Acclaimed backstage.
The illusions of Julia Hart and
further illusions in the next segment with MJF, the Acclaimed, the Guns, Jeff Jarrett, Sanja, everyone backstage willing to be MJF's partner, an ad break, and then the entrances for the main event. 821,000 viewers.
So poor MJF still, even in these contrived and maligned circumstances, can pull it into 59,000 people and get them for the first time in the second hour above 800,000 viewers.
And we have a 2-minute overrun, but finally, 8:45, 9:45 to 10 p.m. Billy Gunn, MJF, and the Acclaim versus Bullet Club Gold with picture-in-picture ads. 792,000 viewers. And the 2-minute overrun, 790,000 viewers.
Oh, Jesus. So poor MJF wasn't enough to keep. 29,000 of those that he brought back, and they dipped below. They came up just short of dropping 200,000 from the first quarter to the last quarter. They did it in the middle, but they at least weren't down. They were only down at the end 193,000. And the overrun lost them. Yes, apparently the program that was scheduled afterward kind of sucked too.
Let me ask you this, because obviously I brought up before how they killed the Tony Khan special announcement. It means nothing now. MJF has been someone proven to move the ratings. Since day one, almost. He's the world champion. You want your world champion to have a big presence on the show. There's multiple people chasing after him, that's the thing, but having multiple people chase after him is one thing. Having him threaded throughout the program is another. When you have someone that hot, what do you do? When I say someone that hot, he's the hottest thing they have in AEW.
Right.
But
Well,
when you have someone like that, what do you do so you don't burn out the audience because you're not getting what used to be one really big, awesome MJF segment that you knew to tune in for? Now he's threaded throughout the program, and then finally the main event doesn't even pop a number.
Steve Austin was threaded throughout the program also.
Right.
You can be threaded throughout the program. It's what you're doing while you're dangling from that thread throughout the program. And I mean, we've said it, but MJF has now become a fucking nerd, a friendless nerd. He didn't need friends before. He had stooges. He didn't need friends. But now he's portrayed as someone who has to go and fucking tuck his tail between his legs to some of these people. But yet he still doesn't want to deal with some of them because he has some pride. But now he's with these fucking nitwits. And it's great for the world champion to be the focus of multiple people in the promotion. But do you remember Ric Flair being the focus of Lasertron? You know, they have to be main event people that in the promotion that are focusing on MJF. And like we've said before, he got over as that cunning heel that actually did outsmart a lot of fucking baby faces, which is hard on the baby faces, but it worked for MJF. So keep doing as much of that as possible while making him vulnerable to the really good heels that can get heat on him. And they're doing none of this. And now he's wandering around with a fucking notepad, trying with a list of people that may potentially be his friends. What the fuck is going on here? And he's too happy. And he's too buddy-buddy with Adam Cole, which this whole thing's been preposterous and phony anyway. And he's taking it seriously, not in terms of his... He's not taking it seriously in terms of his work. He's taking the preposterous scenario that he's been put in, and MJF, the personality inside the wrestling universe there, is taking this seriously. And that makes him look like a fucking idiot. Because nobody else that's watching it is. Because they shouldn't. With the The Roddy in the wheelchair and the neck brace and the gown and the fucking giraffe and the goddamn Adam Cole was at the guy's house for 2 weeks with no cell service instead of getting surgery. And what the fuck is... So they are minimizing, and now they're overdoing it because he's in the show multiple times doing stupid shit just because he's there, just because they'll watch him still, but not in as big a numbers as maybe last year, and that's diminishing. So, the fuck? The MJF in a match didn't used to be one of the 3 lowest quarter hours in the fucking show, regardless of where it was placed. But in this match, he was, and he should have been. Because it's fucking stupid.
You would have probably run into this more from working with Vince on Raw than anything with Smoky Mountain or anything, probably even with OVW. Well, I guess maybe football, but when you know in advance that you're up against, more than likely, unless it's a sweep in 4 games, you're up against a World Series game, an NBA championship game, a big football game, whatever it may be, do you change the way you're going to book the show knowing that you're up against that, whether you can keep your audience or not?
Well, the thing is, they didn't keep any more, they didn't lose any more of the audience against the World Series than they lose against goddamn Wednesday night every week. Did they? So this is 20 or 25%.
I think the biggest thing that's ever hit that show was, remember Vanderpump Rules? Remember that was the big thing that was like...
Yeah, and we never did find out who that fucking Vanderpump guy was or what he was the ruler of. But the point is that this is pretty much the people every week that sometimes try and sometimes succeed and sometimes fail to find something about AEW they want to watch. You can't tell me there's completely different people every fucking week. This is almost the same number and the same pattern. So I don't think the World Series, I don't think that the average person who really enjoys watching AEW wrestling is a fucking sports fan. How could you be? Like, watching people barbecuing Dalmatians if you're an animal lover. So this, to me, this was not due to the World Series because it's the same goddamn thing every week. They start with the biggest number. They drop fairly quickly at the start and then kind of maintain and then drop at the end and end up with losing 20 to 30% of their audience. They did the same thing against the World Series that they do against goddamn Family Guy reruns. It's always the same thing because the show sucks. And even all the people that start out want to see it can't fucking sit through it. Pick that apart.
It's going to be an interesting next couple of years. I'll say that. Especially with the people Tony surrounded himself with. Oh, jeez,
don't say it like that. We got to keep track of this shit for the next couple of years.
We've been there since the beginning. I think we have to go at least until Tony's nervous breakdown.
All right, when Tony gets institutionalized, we can take a break from this.
That's right. And then we will return when he returns from his hiatus. But, well, Jim, why don't we go over the ratings here? This is AEW Dynamite for November 8th, 2023 on TBS. On average, AEW Dynamite was watched by 804,000 viewers.
Okay, on the low end of their range every fucking week.
And let's go to the quarterly breakdowns. These were compiled by WrestleNomics. Quarter 1, 8 to 8:15 p.m. MJF's live promo and confrontation or discussion with Adam Cole, Daniel Garcia, Matt Menard, Angelo Parker, Roderick Strong, and The Kingdom, followed by the beginning of MJF versus Daniel Garcia with picture-in-picture, 892,000 viewers.
Okay, that's, I think it's less than they started out with last week, but with the average, they will probably hold and then fall off a cliff if I'm looking at the average and the starting point appropriately.
Well, quarter 2, 8:15 to 8:30 p.m., the continuation of MJF versus Daniel Garcia, the post-match with Matt Menard, Angelo Parker, and then an ad break. I was about to say ad break is their partner. And then an ad break
He was Ad Santel's partner.
A Mark Briscoe video. Very good. And then the beginning, or no, the entirety of Daniel, I can't talk. Darby Allin and Sting versus the Outrunners. And that post-match, 827,000 viewers.
Ouch. Okay. They got to hold steady from here.
Well, quarter 3, 8:30 to 8:45 p.m. The Tony Storm Hikaru Shida sit-down in black and white promo. And the beginning of Penta El Zero Miedo versus Swerve Strickland with picture-in-picture. 814,000 viewers.
Jesus. So that's 40 to 70, 78,000 viewers in the first 45 minutes have departed, but they're getting rapidly close to their average, so they either got to pick something up or stabilize pretty soon.
Quarter 4, 8:45 to 9 p.m. The continuation of Penta El Zero Miedo versus Swerve Strickland. The post-match with Adam Page and his chair. Jay White's backstage promo. Kenny Omega video. An ad break. Chris Jericho and Kenny Omega confronted by the Young Bucks backstage. 818,000 viewers.
And so they pretty much stayed steady there, 4,000 difference. And we're coming into the 9 o'clock hour, which, as we mentioned, was Samoa Joe and that young whippersnapper Keith Lee.
The big 9 o'clock hour, Samoa Joe versus Bearcat Keith Lee with picture-in-picture, followed by a Joe promo and then Orange Cassidy's promo. 866,000 viewers.
Okay, so they did pick up 48,000 people at the top of the hour. Now the question is, according to what I'm looking at from their overall average and the quarters they've done, is it going to be quarter 6, 7, or 8 that falls off a fucking cliff? Because they got to go back down.
Quarter 6, 9:15 to 9:30 p.m. The Guns versus the Bollywood Boys, followed by a Guns promo, followed by a Moxley backstage promo, followed by an ad break, and then the start of Red Velvet versus Julia Hart with picture-in-picture. 769,000 viewers.
There you go. 97,000 people said sayonara.
Quarter 7, 9:30 to 9:45 p.m. The continuation of Red Velvet versus Julia Hart. The post-match with Willow Nightingale, Sky Blue, and Chris Statlander. RJ City talks with Mariah May, an ad break, and the start of Mark Briscoe versus Jay White. 696,000 viewers.
Oh, good Lord. Okay, there went another 73,000 people. They lost 169,000 viewers in 45 minutes.
And finally, quarter 8, 9:45 to 10 p.m., the continuation of Mark Briscoe versus Jay White, picture-in-picture ads, and the post-match with MJF and the Bullet Club Gold. 750,000 viewers.
So the MJF factor gets them back 54,000 people at the end to see what might happen probably amongst them, you know, all with that.
Yeah, Mark Briscoe, who's talented, and they've done nothing to establish him on this show against Jay White, who they're pushing as hard as they can, well, in their own way, against MJF, including giving him a victory, having him punk MJF out, stealing his belt, and no one is going to tune in to watch him. There's the problem. They pushed someone into the main event that no one was ready for. At least amongst domesticated and domestic wrestling fans who are
they paper trained?
As long as they don't watch New Japan already, they're probably not going to accept Jay White in this role as he's been presented.
So the low point on the show was 196,000 viewers below where they started, and the end of the show, which was the second lowest point, was 142,000 below what they started, but that's still not as big a percentage as they normally lose. So this was a victory. The other week they lost about 30%, didn't they? This would only be 3, Less than 20%.
Oh, just wait until Vanderpump returns.
You know, that guy's pissing me off. He makes all these rules. We don't even know who he is or what he looks like, and he draws all these big ratings.
Since you're not going to watch the rest of Dynamite, you want to do the ratings?
Well, yeah, let's talk about that for a minute, because honestly, I'm wondering whether somebody may have gotten some instructions wrong, because I think they wanted a padded cell, but they got a cardboard room. Because I think Tony has completely lost his mind at this point. Somebody needs to check on him. If he thinks this shit is good, even if Uncle Dave is telling him that to keep his goddamn subscriber base happy, somebody's got to be honest about doing an evaluation on Tony at this point, don't they?
Who's going to do it? The only person that could step in is his dad, because everyone else is just going to tell him what he wants to hear. And if you're going to be the person that doesn't tell him that, who's going to back you up? You know, there've been rumors about a sit down with various talents and him to talk about the problems. The show just keeps getting worse, and they're doubling down on the bad shit. Now they're starting to incorporate the Bucks back into it. The Bucks who aren't over. The Bucks who are making more money than any tag team. The Underbucks. They're making more money than any tag team in history, and they're not over. They don't even sell merch anymore. So, nothing but issues.
As far as sitting somebody down with him, I would have said maybe, I don't know, the head legal officer of the company. But I understand now that old Megan has been transferred away from a lot of AEW duties over the past few months, is concentrating on other things, hadn't been as close to the wrestlers and the wrestling as she once was. Somebody else is handling a lot of that.
Well, at least not as close to the wrestling. But yeah, the reports came out that she's been focusing on other areas of the Khan family business from the Jacksonville offices. And, you know, I think we could say we heard rumors a little while back, and we still don't know if they're true or not. But the rumor we heard from someone in the know was that she was suspended. But now we have to question whether she was suspended or just moved completely away from AEW, because for everyone who said Jim was making stuff up and Jim's going to get sued, when Jim alluded to the idea that she had relationships with wrestlers and with talent that was Laurinaitis-ian? How did you put it? Laurinaitis?
It was very Laurinaitis-ish.
That's what it was.
Yes.
Well, it turns out that may have been right.
Well, at least I ain't been served yet. So we'll see what happens there.
We'll see what happens there. Any other thoughts on Mega leaving AEW?
No, I was just saying, you know, somebody that could sit down with Tony that maybe he'd listen to. But, you know, if she's been transferred over to where she's handling some other field of endeavor entirely, because she obviously, you know, you don't often move people away from shit they've done a bang-up job at. It's just one thing I was thinking. But nevertheless, what were the ratings?
You also don't want executives that want to party with the wrestlers. That's not what you want. I don't care what wrestling company you are. You don't want executives that want to party with the wrestlers.
No, unless it's Eddie Murphy and Rick James, because they like to party all the time.
Well, you've made several references recently to that song.
I've had that song running through my head. I like to party all the time. Eddie Murphy couldn't sing. He couldn't carry a tune if it had handles on it.
Must be contagious.
But you put Rick James in the background of anything, it sounds funky. And that's what he did. He just did some background singing for his friend Eddie and got him a hit there. Drowned him out, as a matter of fact, also.
Well, Jim, let's talk about what's been happening with the ratings here. AEW Dynamite on TBS November 15th, 2023. The overall rating for the show was 823,000 viewers.
You know, this has got to be some kind of, I don't know if it's a record or a streak or whatever. Has there ever been any television program ever that did the same rating within 50,000 people plus or minus for goddamn like 5 months, 6 months at a time? It's the same people, isn't it? And how many of them are going to give up and jump ship before the fucking journey through hysteria is through?
Well, we shall find out. These numbers were compiled by WrestleNomics. Quarter 1, the recap of last week's events, including the made-up room with the mystery window and no door, followed by Jon Moxley and Wheeler Yuta versus Hook and Orange Cassidy with picture-in-picture, 966,000 viewers.
Jesus Christ, again, they get handed 1 million people every week and they can't fucking keep them to save their life because it's this dreck with these children. And as you're reading these things, you're going to see why we're not watching the rest of this show. And Pockets on first again, and the plumber. That's not foreboding well for the rest of the program. Go ahead.
No, and I wish I hadn't watched it if I knew you weren't going to watch it, but
Well, I was going to watch it until I watched the bicycle races.
Quarter 2, 8:15 to 8:30 p.m. The continuation of Moxley and Yuta versus Hook and Cassidy, an ad break, and the Swerve Strickland Adam Page live promo, which may have been the one other thing on this episode I probably thought you should have watched, but that segment, 842,000 viewers.
Jesus Christ on a cracker, 124,000 people said, fuck it.
Pockets and the Young Bucks, most of the time are the things that the next segment, either the continuation of segment 1 or just the next segment after them, there's a big drop. You lose people. And the women. Pockets, the Bucks, and the women.
Yeah, I thought you meant you lost the women, but they don't have any of those to begin with.
They lost those a long time ago.
So by the average, they can't really go too much further, can they? Well, go ahead.
Well, quarter 3, 8:30 to 8:45 p.m. The Roderick Strong, Adam Cole backstage conversation on the monitor. Once again, they went to the monitor by just pressing a button on the phone as quickly as possible. Plus the beginning, or I guess the entirety, of Sky Blue versus Red Velvet with picture-in-picture, 813,000 viewers.
Well, there goes another 29,000.
Quarter 4, 8:45 to 9 p.m. A Miro video, an ad break, Mariah May meeting Toni Storm backstage in both color and black and white. Samoa Joe versus Joe Cruz, and Tony Khan and Bryan Danielson backstage for Tony Khan announcing, was this where he made the announcement or is this just a recap of that? But the upcoming round robin G1 style tournament that's coming to AEW.
Oh, good Lord. They're gonna,
or Champions Carnival, depending on what you prefer.
That's going to confuse the fuck out of everybody that hasn't watched Japanese wrestling for 30 years straight.
It's going to be very interesting, especially who's going to be in these brackets, but we'll get there.
And that is very intricately booked going back to the days of Baba in the 80s, right? Is Tony up to something like that, or is he just going to, put matches together and it's not going to fucking come out right?
With rare exceptions, like when Hara had to leave All Japan due to his gambling issues and Kawada filled in with Tenryu and they got to the finals, other than something like that, or Jimmy Snuka and Bruiser Brody just walking off the train and not coming back to New Japan, usually I believe these were all planned out well in advance with the idea of whatever happens there furthering other things in the company going forward.
Oh, yeah, Tony will be all over this. Okay, go ahead. Quarter 4.
That was quarter 4. 808,000 viewers.
5 more. So they've stopped some of the momentum that they're dropping at, but they're still dropping. Now they're at the top of the 9 o'clock hour. Where do we go from here?
Quarter 5, the big 9 o'clock hour. The Young Bucks.
Oh, boy.
Versus Commander and Penta El Zero Miedo.
Yeah, that's another reason why we ain't watching this shit.
With picture-in-picture and their family in the front row. 812,000 viewers. So a big bump for the 9 o'clock hour with the Bucks.
A big bump of plus 4,000 people for the 9 o'clock hour and these guys in their hometown.
Well, we now go to quarter...
I believe they got a little further to fall, don't they?
Quarter 6, the big 9:15 hour. Young Bucks and Kenny Omega backstage, followed by the Guns versus Jacoby Wyatt and Peter Avalon, followed by a Wardlow video, and the first 3 minutes of the Dragon Gaiden street fight match, or whatever it was, 804,000 viewers.
Jesus. So the Bucks effect is in full effect. The Bucks show up on the screen. They lose viewers. They basically lost twice as many as they gained at the top of the hour, 8,000. So now we're at our official lowest point in the show. In an hour and a half, they've lost 162,000 viewers.
Well, we will now go to quarter 7, 9:30 to 9:45 p.m., the big 9:45 quarter. Kota Ibushi, Paul White, Chris Jericho, and Kenny Omega versus Brian Cage, Konosuke Takeshita, Kyle Fletcher, and Powerhouse Hobbs, the continuation of that match, with picture-in-picture twice, 783,000 viewers.
Main event, garbage match, people risking their fucking health, doing a bunch of phony-looking shit, loses them another 21,000 people with all their main event talent in this fucking thing, and their new signee.
And finally, quarter 8, and we do have an overrun here I'll get to. Quarter 8, the conclusion of the big 8-man tag Gaiden street fight, an ad break, and MJF's live promo and confrontation with Jay White, leading to the overrun of 1 minute of the Bullet Club Gold attacking and beating down MJF.
Oh, Jesus. So he gets laid out again this week.
Well, to end the show, but again, if you have a DVR, you may have missed it. 764,000 for quarter 8, and for the 1 minute overrun, 759,000.
Oh my God, the people now that want to watch the fucking program that follows AEW are tuning in 5 minutes late so they don't have to see any of it.
Turner time.
Good Lord. So they lost that match as it was going on, and even with MJF afterwards, they lost another 19,000 people, and the overrun put them 207,000 below where they started the program, which is more than 20%.
I know you didn't watch, but I didn't see any mention or any actual physical bottles of Ric Flair's energy drink.
I didn't hear it mentioned during the bicycle races, and you would think that you could, drink some of those alien spore mushrooms and it would help you ride the bicycle better. Maybe that's what old Coda's problem was. He hadn't stocked up on any goddamn Ric Flair drip before he went out there. Or is that his drip or is his drink? Or
no, that's his bullshit weed brand that apparently gets bad
his drink
reviews.
Is not a drip. His drip is his weed. And his drink is mushrooms.
Well, they announced they had...
What does he sell with heroin in it?
Well, they announced they had a deal with Ric Flair, and then they announced they had a sponsorship deal with his energy drink, and then we have not seen or heard either on TV again since all the fans raised a stink about it. AEW
but I mean, if they signed the deal, they're going to have to do it unless they didn't sign the deal. And what'd you say, Brian? If you got a deal with no deal, that's not a deal.
A deal without a deal isn't a deal. That's right. Well, those were the Dynamite ratings. Another banner week for AEW. Well, anyway, speaking of Hammer Time...
But we don't have the ratings yet for Collision against Survivor Series, do we?
No, those are the holy grail of ratings right now.
Those are coming up, but we do have last week's Dynamite that's finally been revealed to the public. These ratings had to be put out in a plain brown wrapper, for those of you old enough to remember, when you had to order your smut through the mail like God intended it.
How much smut?
All right, go ahead.
Well,
sorry.
Hold on. How much smut did you order through the mail? I know where you were living.
There was a variety of smut that got ordered through the mail back in those days, before you had just the unlimited smut machine called the internet. And that's why they sent it to you in a plain brown wrapper. That's how everybody knew when you got a plain brown envelope, you were ordering fucking diddle material.
All right, well, let's talk about Tony Khan's diddling of himself.
As a matter of fact, sometimes when you went to school back in those days, you stuck a plain brown wrapper in with your school book so the other kids would think you were cool.
All right, when I was in second grade, one of the kids came in with these pens that if you turn them upside down, the girl in the bikini, like the ink in the bikini, just like...
It goes away,
yeah.
Yes. I have a vintage one of those from the 50s. With it looks like Gypsy Rose Lee, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, this was vintage too, and then the teacher took it and sent him away.
Well, God damn her. That's worth a lot of money these days.
Well, she wasn't a collector, but of course Tony Khan is a collector of wrestlers. AEW Dynamite Gym this past week, Wednesday, November 22nd on TBS.
You're laughing already.
I'm having fun. We're having fun. Just like AEW, we're having fun. Everyone should have a good time.
Give me a number.
845,000 viewers on average.
And Jesus, do they have these same people strapped to a chair every week? It's 8:35, it's 8:25, it's 8:45. They're consistent, I'll give them that, but where'd they start and where'd they wind up?
Well, let me make a note here. According to WrestleNomics, this was Dynamite's highest total viewership since October 18th, but in the key demo 18 to 49, viewership was the lowest since October 25th.
Okay, so they're running off they're running off Uncle Dave's group, the young kids and children, the 18 to 49ers, the hip cats that swing and groove and jive.
Paint their hair red.
Paint their hair different colors. It doesn't have to be red. It could be one color one day and one color the next day.
Well, Jim, let's go to the ratings right now. These were compiled by Wrestle.
Sometime when the light catches it looks like a kaleidoscope. She's like a rainbow. Oh, the colors of her hair, they're everywhere.
Oh.
It's like an old woman suddenly decided to look younger.
Well, let's see if Tony Khan came in colors this week. Quarter one.
That's because when he ejaculated, he blew a blood vessel.
Once again, these were compiled by WrestleNomics.
Oh, they were?
Quarter one, 8 to 8:15 p.m., once again, November 22nd on TBS. Jay Lethal versus Swerve Strickland with picture-in-picture, 971,000 viewers.
Jesus, Mary and Joseph riding a camel. If they started there, the Big Bangers are coming back around. The Big Bang must be doing a heck of a number, but they started there and their average is 845. We are about to, is this going to be a slalom? Is it going to plummet straight down, or are we to take any twists and turns first?
We shall find out. Here's quarter two, 8:15, 8:30 p.m. The continuation of Lethal versus Strickland. The Wheeler Yuta confrontation with Orange Cassidy, Hook, and Shibata.
Shibata.
The man whose brain returned. Also, MJF and Adam Cole begin their confrontation with Samoa Joe.
How did it find its way back, I wonder, on its own?
They removed it, I guess. Well, they had to remove it from the cord. But anyway.
So somebody was still in charge of it. They didn't just leave it to wander around.
948,000 viewers.
Okay, that is a shocking surprise because one would have thought that they would have lost about 100,000 of those right off the bat.
And let me just say, that's also the high point in the key demo, 382,000 viewers. And I think that may be the Swerve Strickland effect.
And again, they never keep a large number like that through the second quarter when they get it handed to them. They always plummet. So, bravo, Swervo.
Well, let's go to quarter three. No more Swervo, as we're now calling him.
Swervo is done now.
Well, let's go from Swervo to Swirly, the continuation of the MJF Adam Cole Samoa Joe live promo.
Ooh, boy.
An ad break. Jake Hager, Matt Menard, and Angelo Parker versus Hook. Shibata, the man with the returned brain, and Orange Cassidy with picture-in-picture ads. 862,000 viewers.
Okay, again, I have to be completely honest. I would have thought that after MJF and Cole, they would have lost more than that. Maybe we're starting to see that erosion. But again, with 971, 948, and 862, and an average of 845, it sounds like that's entertainment is headed toward the end of the program. Go ahead.
Well, speaking of 845, quarter four, 845 to 9 p.m., the continuation of the six-man tag match that I'm not going to name all the participants of again.
Yeah.
The Cole Roddy Strong Kingdom backstage angle, an ad break, and the beginning of the Christian Cage ceremony, or live promo, whatever it was. 859,000 viewers.
Okay. Apparently, now what's coming up is either a plague of locusts or a goddamn existential crisis like an asteroid hitting the Earth.
Well, there was a big asteroid that night.
I can't believe they're this far up in that first hour.
Well, quarter 5, the big 9 o'clock hour, 9 to 9:15 p.m. The continuation of Christian Cage's promo with Nick Wayne, Luchasaurus, Nick Wayne's mom, and eventually Adam Copeland. And then the Matt Menard, Angelo Parker, Jake Hager, Anna Jay backstage angle leading into Roosh versus Jay White. 920,000 viewers.
Wait, what? Okay. Massive power failure on the East Coast is coming up. I don't know how in the world they gained for that, but this ain't adding up. Where we go? Three more quarter hours. What the hell is going on here?
End an overrun. Quarter 6, Jim, 9:15 to 9:30 p.m. The continuation of Roosh versus Jay White with picture-in-picture ads and then an ad break. 799,000 viewers.
Oh, okay. So 121,000 people all of a sudden said, fuck Jay White and Rush. I mean, but still they've still got 800,000 people watching this rotten program, and the first 5 quarters were better than they had any right to be. So if they can keep around 800,000, but I'm still having a problem doing this math. Where are they going from here?
They're going to quarter 7, I believe. 9:30 to 9:45 p.m. The Ricky Starks, Big Bill, Chris Jericho backstage angle. The Tony Storm ceremony, whatever that was. And then the beginning of Ruby Soho versus Anna Jay versus Sky Blue with picture-in-picture ads. I don't mean to laugh. But what do you expect here? 746,000 viewers.
Oh, okay. Well, again, this is not as bad as I had contemplated it would be, because they only lost another 53,000. That brings it to 100 and... Wait a minute, I can't do that much math in my head. 174,000 people left in a half an hour. They've done that before.
Once again, we have an overrun here, but quarter 8, 9:45 to 10 p.m. The continuation of Ruby Soho versus Anna Jay versus Sky Blue. And the post-match, the Wardlow AR Fox backstage confrontation.
I forgot to watch that, by the way.
And then the beginning of Mark Briscoe versus Jon Moxley with picture-in-picture ads. 733,000 viewers.
The Moxley effect.
7-minute overrun, Jim. 10 to 10:07 p.m. Mark Briscoe versus Jon Moxley.
Now, hold on. Now, the overrun is always higher than the last quarter of their show because it's people tuning in to watch the program they think is coming on at that point in time. And generally, that's, a larger number, apparently. So this should be larger, I guess, right?
Well, again, it's a 7-minute overrun. 688,000 viewers.
Oh, Jesus Christ. 45,000 more people said fuck Moxley, their main event guy, their big time tough guy that drinks bones and eats blood. Woo! So, now get your calculator out there, Brian.
Oh, don't start this again. Come on.
Well, if they started with 971,000 and they ended up with 688,000, that is a loss of 283,000 people. And what's 283 times 4? 283 times 4.
3 million.
No, it's goddamn not.
No. 1,132.
1,132. So that would be 1,100,000. So they lost somewhere around 22% or so or thereabouts of their original audience, I guess. I don't know how to do that math, but Jiminy, again, what other program does this? What SmackDown doesn't do it. Raw loses that many people, but not that percentage because they're starting with so many more, and it's 3 hours. It goes to 11 o'clock at night. But and we've talked about in days gone by, back when wrestling was supposed to be so boring, according to these people, the main event, the last match, gained viewers, didn't lose. You gained more. You ended up with more than you started with. And that was Raw in the Attitude Era, blah, blah, blah. And now this was a gift that they got the first 5 quarters they got until people said, well, fuck, is this what's going to be the rest of the night? Good Lord.
You know what the saddest thing is? I mean, it's all self-induced. It's all Tony's own fault. Tony thought he knew better than everyone. I can't see anything right now to fix all this. Because of the problem being where, it's at the top.
Well, and remember I said that, and J.J. Dillon wrote about this when he wrote his book and said that he was, privy to the fact that Flair and the Horsemen asked him to go because he was also working as Dusty's assistant booker, but he was their manager. He was in the office. He was experienced. Go to Jimmy Crockett and basically say, we think we need to win more. We need to get more heat because if we lose this thing, it's harder to get back than it is to maintain it. And I said, that's with wrestling. It's harder to get something back once you've lost it than it is to maintain it, and the more you hot shot, or the more in Tony's case, you just go, I can't call this hot shotting. I don't know what it is. Weird shotting. You're just losing more of it and losing more of it. And it's not easy to get it back. Sometimes you don't. And this may be his point at this juncture. We know the audience that will watch for free is what this is. And it hasn't grown. It's shrunk somewhat slightly since the start. They're selling fewer tickets. I don't know what kind of pay-per-view attraction they've got, but sooner or later, these people are going to, how many times can we spend $50? But who's he got to sign? Who's he got to get? He just signed Edge, and we're talking about the end of the fucking end times of the company. He signs Edge, and they debut or re-debut Orton and Punk in the same night. And, and we're trending talking about something the guy that he fired did that got tons more attention than us talking about it.
I just can't get over how long people ignored what we said because you were funny or said things they didn't like about wrestlers they love. And the excuses were the video game's going to save the company, or the company's worth $1 billion, or Tony's going to be able to get a television rights deal that's going to be so astronomical, it'll make it all worth it, or they're going to beat Raw in the ratings. And it was not a quick thing, but if you were paying attention objectively, you saw this all happening. And now we're at this point where we're questioning, how could they save their company? It's going to exist. I don't mean it like save it from going out of business. Unless Tony's dad says enough, and I don't think he's going to right now, this is going to keep going. Even if it's on, some online platform because they lose their television deal. It's going to keep going.
It's going to keep going. The direction is yet to be determined.
But I don't know. AEW is such a disappointment because of that, because of what, you said it early on, and I think it becomes more and more apparent as time goes on. It was the opportunity. This was the opportunity. We may never get it again. God bless Tony Khan. He was the wrong person to be in charge of this.
Yeah, he was the right person to pay for it and the absolute wrong person to give the fucking keys to and let him drive. And, that's why I didn't take it seriously from the start. Because I heard him talk to me and I listened to the words he said. I said, this guy doesn't know what the fuck he's doing and he doesn't realize it. And $100 million apparently will buy you a lot of fucking smoke and mirrors. But at some point, when everything starts falling apart because you haven't put any fucking curbs or guardrails on it, and you don't know how you got there really anyway, and it was kind of haphazard to begin with, and now, shit, how do I get out of all this mess? And meanwhile, the Uranus Corporation over there that's worth tens of billions of dollars is just pummeling you with stars and fucking professionalism.
That's one of the things, too. We've gone through a lot of audio recently. Jace Nakarado, or Jay Sharknado, as he's known, incognito, has especially just for Omnibus.
Where is Cognito, and how often is he there?
It's in Ontario. And he's been going through a lot of the stuff for Omnibus season. So many of the things we both said in the early days. I thought what was going to do AEW was, without even knowing too much about what Tony Khan was going to do, so rich kid being given unlimited funds, there's no serious management in place. And look at the problems that have happened since. But a lot of people wanted to turn the other way. They wanted to will Tony to success. They wanted to will their favorite wrestlers to getting American time to work their favorite style of matches. No one's happy now. Even the AEW fans are now split. No one's happy now. And how do we end this show on a happy note? Have some kind
of
it's
it's my show. So by the way, here's the thing. Here's who's happy. Punk is happy. Instead of being on a show on Saturday night that didn't get as many viewers as our clip talking about what he did on Saturday night got, he's getting millions and millions of YouTube views for walking out and waving to people. And that's when he does something, people talk about it. And then people talk about the people that are talking about it. And they're goddamn going back and forth. Everything Triple H said, he gets attention. He makes people talk. He starts conversations. He creates debates. And that's what you want. If you're in goddamn any type of professional sport or entertainment business where you sell tickets or get people to watch television. And that's what Tony couldn't figure out, is he finally got one of them things, one of them ratings people that he always wanted, and he couldn't see that his fucking hand-chosen EVPs that he had fallen for because he had fallen into that bubble didn't want the guy around because he showed him up. And so they fucked with him and pushed his buttons. And he's not a person that likes that. And then created all the gaga. And then Tony was so afraid of a confrontation of any kind where he has to be the boss and somebody might not be his friend because he's mean to him. He let it go completely out of control. And then finally, when the guy, Punk, said, fuck you, I'm going to front face lock the jungle jack off, and yelled at Tony, his little romper room contingent won. See, you got to get rid of him. So he fires him, keeps the rest of them. And now you've got one guy suspended, Jack Perry. He's not even on the television, and nobody gives a fuck if he comes back. The two other EVPs that got in the original dressing room dust up are so not over now, and people are so bored with them that they're having to take time away and come back with a new gimmick and a faction because nobody gives a shit. And all of their friends still have jobs where we have to look at them on television just because they went to school with the Buckaroos and they do no ratings. This is what Tony got, and this is the people that Tony was telling me that he was going to be in business with when I talked to him in 2018. And I knew this day would come. I just didn't realize how long $100 million would bluff you. Do we know how many people watched this episode? 800 and what thousand people watched this television show? And did they lose 20%, 25, or 30% of the audience they start with?
Well, we do have the ratings, Jim, for AEW Dynamite. On TBS, November 29th, a Wednesday. Of course it was. AEW Dynamite on TBS was watched on average by 858,000 viewers.
It's got to have an 8 in front of it these days. We're down to the most ardent admirers.
They were up 2% compared to last week's total viewership of 845,000 viewers.
Well, bless their little pea-picking hearts. Where'd they start?
Well, these ratings were compiled by WrestleNomics. Quarter 1, 8 to 8:15 p.m. Jay Lethal versus Jon Moxley with picture-in-picture. 969,000 viewers.
Huge. Again, the big bangers. They come in, but they don't stay.
Well, quarter 2, 8:15 to 8:30 p.m. The stay of Lethal versus Moxley. And then an Eddie Kingston promo backstage.
That was the one where his giant beach ball stomach was stuck out and the angle they shot. No, it's the production people. That they allowed that camera angle and they allowed that tape to air, it's their fault. It's not his fault for having a big stomach. It's their fault for fucking accentuating it.
Followed by an ad break, followed by Sting and Ric Flair's backstage promo. 894,000 viewers.
Okay, so the Moxley effect loses them 75,000 people before they can show everybody Ric Flair and Sting.
And then we go to quarter 3, 8:30 to 8:45 p.m. A match in the Continental Classic Tournament. Mark Briscoe versus Roosh with picture-in-picture ads. And Tony Storm's backstage segment. 876,000 viewers.
And that lost another 18,000. Not bad, considering what was involved.
We are now involved with quarter 4. MJF's live promo with Samoa Joe and the Devil's involvement. An ad break. And the beginning of AR Fox versus Wardlow. 882,000 viewers.
So therein lies the MJF effect, which we once talked about as it would be the highest rated quarter of the show, and now he gains 6,000 viewers. That's what this MJF is doing to the reputation of the old MJF. And by the way, 9 o'clock, while we're in the middle of AR Fox and Wardlow, where do they go at 9, up or down?
Well, the big 9 o'clock hour, Jim, 9 to 9:15 p.m., quarter 5. The finish of AR Fox versus Wardlow. Brother Zay and the Hardys versus Action Andretti and Top Flight with picture-in-picture ads. 834,000 viewers.
Jesus Christ, they lose 48,000 on a quarter involving Matt and Jeff Hardy, but with their presentation, as we've discussed many times these days, not surprising. So now the 9 o'clock hour is the low point of the program so far, and they've lost 135,000 viewers from the start.
But wait, there's more.
Okay.
Quarter 6, 9:15 to 9:30 p.m. An ad break. Top Flight and the Lucha Brothers and El Hijo del Vikingo's backstage angle.
It was Vikingo.
Julia Hart versus Emi Sakura with picture-in-picture ads. And Mariah May's backstage segment.
Good Lord.
789,000 viewers.
No, hold on. They got a gift there. That is 45,000 people they lost. For that segment, that's a fucking gift. That should have been below 600.
Well, we then go to quarter 7, 9:30 to 9:45 p.m. The Endless Christian Cage live promo and angle with Adam Copeland, as well as an ad break. 832,000 viewers.
Okay, so Christian and Edge get back 43,000 of the 45,000 the previous clowns lost. But Therein lies a problem. Now they know they've seen MJF, they've seen Edge, they've seen Christian. We got two heels wrestling. Why would we emotionally want to see either one of them win? That is a meaningless match. I predict doom and gloom for the 8th quarter.
Well, we have the 8th quarter, 9:45 to 10 p.m., as well as a 3-minute overrun. In the Continental Classic Gym, Swerve Strickland versus Jay White with picture-in-picture ads. 790,000 viewers. And for the 3-minute overrun, 826,000 viewers.
Okay, 790 again is a gift. That means they only lost 42,000. And I can't believe that many people stuck with it at the end. The overrun is the next program's audience, that they didn't know that they were going to see 3 minutes of this wrestling match. And so you can't really say that suddenly 36,000 extra people switched over to watch the last 3 minutes of this. So maybe now we know why Tony's doing it and not scheduling it, because that extra 36,000 people in some way increased their average, did it not?
I would think so. We would actually have to sit here and do the math, which
and know how to do the math. But so is he doing this without telling the viewers? Because that way that gives them an artificial bump at the end. Because from start to finish of the scheduled program, they lost 179,000 people.
Remember, Dave said the plan, and I'm doing air quotes, the plan from AEW was to not ask for an allotted extra 10 minutes. To just ask the network as they go that they need an extra few minutes. That's interesting. If it is a concerted effort by Tony Khan to artificially boost the number. Because he could clearly wrap the show up before then if he wanted to.
And why do something that you're going to do on television you want people to see and then not tell anybody that where they might miss it? But
who's timing out the show? Whose job is it to time out the show?
Who knows? QT Marshall just quit. So maybe it's in the hands of, fucking Ben. Who's on the clock? Ben's at Gorilla, whatever the fuck.
Hey, listen, Alvarez said it in that clip. It wasn't always perfect. Every now and then something happened, but for 4 years they got it right with at least ending the show on time. Now they can't do it any week.
Or announcing when they would be commercial free and or when they would have an overrun. But the point is, they lost 179,000 from the start to the finish. 179,000 out of 969,000 is is more than 20%, right? Or maybe not. Well, nevertheless, I don't know how to do the math, but it's somewhere around there. It's less than 20%. It's about 20%. Are you trying to figure this out?
Well, I'm looking to see if there's anything in WrestleNomics' data here, but I'm quickly scrolling through things. I don't even know what I'm looking at.
Well, now just get your calculator and punch in 179,000 divided by 969,000, and the answer will come to you. But that was Dynamite. So what were the extensively bad ratings for the Dynamite of December the 6th, a famous man's birthday who will soon be a national holiday?
AEW Dynamite for December 6, 2023 on TBS from 8 to 10:02 p.m.
2 minutes. They just 2 minutes and they could have got it in.
Did 823,000 viewers on average.
Okay. It's literally the same people, 823, 835, 852. This is who they can't run off at this point?
I think that would be maybe a way to look at it. AEW can't run these people off, but this is going to be an interesting episode.
they can run them off through the course of the show, but they will still come back next week to give them another chance.
If there was ever an episode to run people off, this may have been one of them. The show opened, and these were compiled by WrestleNomics. 8 to 8:15 p.m., quarter one, Jon Moxley versus Rush, with picture-in-picture ads, 983,000 viewers.
Wow. Okay, they're going to lose a lot of people on this program.
Well, we shall see. Quarter 2, 8:15 to 8:30 p.m., the continuation of Moxley versus Rush.
The match that would not end.
Followed by the promo that would not end, Roddy Strong and the Kingdom's ramp promo and an ad break. 878,000 viewers.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, 105,000 people. And that, honestly, as bad as that match was, that ain't bad.
Well, we go to quarter 3, 8:30 to 8:45 p.m. The Adam Page MJF confrontation in the back. And the beginning of Mark Briscoe versus Swerve Strickland with picture-in-picture ads. 835,000 viewers.
Okay, another 43,000 people. And that makes it 148,000 in 45 minutes have jumped ship. At this point, they've almost got to come back somewhere for the average that they got.
Well, we'll see where they come in quarter 4.
Where they come?
We'll see who comes in quarter 4. Quarter 4, 8:45 to 9 p.m. The last 6 minutes of Swerve versus Briscoe. The Mariah May promo. Samoa Joe's live...
I skipped that, by the way. Sorry.
You missed nothing. Samoa Joe's live angle, which is what it says here, which is where the Devil's associates surrounded the ring and there was a big disco with the lights going out and the lights going on and MJF was hurt. Followed by Moxley's promo. 794,000 viewers.
Oh, good Lord. Another 41,000 people, bringing our total that we have lost from the start of the program to the end of the first hour to 189,000 fans.
But wait, there's more. Quarter 5, the big 9 o'clock hour, 9 to 9:15 p.m. The Ben Mankiewicz introduction for Tony Storm versus Sky Blue with picture-in-picture ads. 791,000 viewers.
And 3 more thousand. Okay, now they've lost 192, and I'm trying to figure out how they're going to make their average.
We go to quarter 6, 9:15 to 9:30 p.m. An ad break. Christian and Adam Cage. A Christian Cage Adam Copeland video. And the start of Jay Lethal versus Jay White with picture-in-picture ads. 723,000 viewers.
Oh, that's 260,000 viewers, and obviously the low point of the program. And what's next?
Well, next is quarter 7, 9:30 to 9:45 p.m. The final 3 minutes of Lethal versus White, an ad break, and the start of Edge versus Christian. 765,000 viewers.
Okay, here we go. And people just said, fuck this. Let me know when Edge and Christian is on. Now they've gained 42,000 back. And I would imagine quarter 8 will be higher still.
And we go to quarter 8, and also we have a 2-minute overrun. Edge versus Christian with picture-in-picture ads. 9:45 to 10 p.m. 807,000 viewers. And the 2-minute overrun, 860,000 viewers.
Okay, well, I don't believe 53,000 people switched on specifically because Nick Wayne's mom popped up on the screen. So that was whatever the fuck was going to happen with the following program. And you know, some people say, well, the following program didn't get 800,000 people watching it. No, dumb shits. But if even 53,000 people tune in thinking they're going to see that, that would account for this. We already had 807,000 to begin with. At that, they lost 260,000 at the worst of it. They ended up 123. No, I'm sorry. They ended the regular program 176,000 below where they started. And the only reason that they came back from the depths of despair in the last 2 quarters was because they had 2 of the only big stars they got left having a match for the first time in people's memory. And
imagine if they just held an audience throughout the show. I mean, that's the thing they can't do. You start the show with some optimism. What's it going to be this week? You give the first match a little bit of a chance. What's it going to be? What else is on this show? When you quickly start realizing what it is, again, unless you're like a super hardcore fan, who wants to see Jay White versus Jay Lethal? Right now, no one. No
Not
one.
for 20 fucking minutes or whatever it's going to be in all these tournament matches. But then that's another thing with the time management. Edge and Christian wasn't a tournament match, and they had plenty of time. They could have done that 2 minutes earlier. Tony's thinking that he's getting credit, I guess, for this fucking overrun. He's artificially inflating his fucking number at the expense of people who miss the angle. And it's not that it won't look like a real sport if it doesn't, if it suddenly goes off the air right at the right time. If you'll recall, there's been many times on Raw, which was a live program, or when SmackDown became live, that the finish and the angle would happen 5 or 6 minutes beforehand, because before the end of the show, because Vince always wanted time for the react, to get the reaction of the person who was wronged and the person who got away with it, and to replay the treacherous incident, and for the announcers to talk about what this means in the overall scheme of things. And then you're going to see a shot of the doctor at ringside if necessary. And then, folks, we're out of time. We direct you to next week to tune in and see what's going to happen. That makes it more important and reinforces what you've just done in people's minds. So you could end a little early and do that on an angle. But don't run your angles over to where either the DVR crowd isn't going to see them or whatever the fuck, just because you're getting an artificial bump in a ratings loophole. And that's the only reason this could be.
The problem is the person who from day one bragged about being the one to write the TV is the one writing the TV, and right now he's doing worse than he ever has before. And even the best bookers would have burned out by now, probably, or at least needed a extended time out. And if they owned the company, it would have been easy to do that.
Yeah, but he's burnt out and didn't have good shit to begin with, and now it's shit he's done before, and or his worst instincts. And who watched this fiasco with these wonderful tournament matches that mean nothing to their business?
Let's go to the numbers here. The AEW ratings.
800 and what thousand?
AEW Dynamite for December 13th. These were compiled by WrestleNomics. AEW Dynamite on average was watched by 845,000 viewers.
There you go. Does it have the last several weeks on your graph there? I don't want you to go looking.
It doesn't have it in front of me.
Okay, but it's 835. It's 825. It's 845. You got to say one thing about them. They're consistent. They do an 800 and something average. They start out with almost 1 million. They end up with barely 700,000 every week.
Keep that number in mind, 845, because it's a very interesting story here this week.
Okay.
Let me start by telling you, because WrestleNomics has this. The Big Bang Theory at 7:30 averaged 1,157,000 viewers.
So the Big Bang Theory, which is reruns of a situation comedy from years ago in non-primetime a time slot, in a primetime adjacent time slot, does almost 1.2 million viewers. But the first run program that they air in their entire, 2 hours of their 3-hour primetime block averages over 300,000 less than that. That doesn't look good to me right there, but go ahead.
Quarter 1, 8 to 8:15 p.m., the Samoa Joe, Adam Page, Roderick Strong live promo and angle, followed by the beginning of Roddy Strong versus Adam Page with picture-in-picture, 1,098,000 viewers.
Oh my God. Okay, so for the first time in a long time, they start out with over 1 million viewers, and they've still lost 59,000 from the Big Bang, but there's a bunch of Big Bangers still there. Where do we go from here? now that all the children have grown up.
We bang on to quarter 2, 8:15 to 8:30 p.m., the continuation of Strong versus Page, an ad break, and the start of Andrade El Idolo versus Brody King. 868,000 viewers.
Oh! That's 230,000 in 15 minutes? Okay, so maybe there was something in the water on the eastern seaboard that paralyzed people's legs at 8 o'clock and prevented them from standing up and leaving the room or something.
And Jim, at this point, let me give you this number that WrestleNomics provided. Excluding the first quarter hour, the 1 million, that's all the way over the top there, the total viewership would be 810,000 compared to 840,000. So in terms of how much that first quarter and whatever is left over from the Big Bang helped by 30,000 in the average there.
Yeah.
Again, when you're looking at AEW and where they are, there's a lot of artificial things that somehow boost the number up a little bit, but if you get past that, it's not a pretty picture. Let's go back to quarter 3. The continuation of Andrade El Idolo versus Brody King with picture-in-picture. 874,000 viewers.
Well, they got 6,000 back out of the 230.
We now go to 8:45 to 9 p.m., quarter 4. The Kevin and Ross and Marshall Von Erich confrontation with Orange Cassidy, Trent Beretta, and Danhausen. An ad break. And Chris Jericho and Kenny Omega, the Winnipeg Jets confrontation with Big Billy Starks. 888,000 viewers. And the second highest in the key demo. But 888,000 viewers.
So, their basically biggest name ex-WWE star and their biggest elite fellow team up and get an extra 14,000 viewers. And the question is, where do they go from here? Because it was so bad. Did anybody sit through this?
Well, everyone wanted to see what was going to happen at the big 9 o'clock hour, 9 to 9:15 p.m., quarter 5. A recap, followed by Riho versus Ruby Soho.
Oh, here we go. And the people are about to go.
With picture-in-picture and a post-match with Timeless Tony Storm, followed by a Wardlow video and another ad break. 804,000 viewers.
All right, so 84,000 people said we've seen enough, and as I'm looking at their average with these numbers, I have a feeling that the attrition is beginning to start in earnest.
Well, it continues in earnest in quarter 6, 9:15 to 9:30 p.m. Jay Lethal versus Rush, a Swerve Strickland Jon Moxley video, and Mark Briscoe versus Jay White. 771,000 viewers.
Not as bad as I was afraid. That's only another 33,000.
Well, we go from there to quarter 7, 9:30.
I see they've got more room to fall.
Well, 9:30 to 9:45, quarter 7, Mark Briscoe versus Jay White continued with picture-in-picture ads, an ad break, a final battle video, and main event entrances for the next match. 725,000 viewers.
And there went another 46,000. Now they have, since the top of the 9 o'clock hour, they've gone from 804,000 to 725,000, but that's not as bad as the first hour where they lost 210,000 total viewers from where they started. So, and they're down 373,000 from the start of the program.
Well, we go to quarter 8, and we also have a 5-minute overrun.
Oh, yeah.
9:45 to 10 p.m., Jon Moxley versus Swerve Strickland with picture-in-picture. 755,000 viewers. 5-minute overrun. The conclusion of the match, and Adam Page attacked by the Devil's Friends. 772,000 viewers.
And again, did 17,000 people just show up to watch the last 4 minutes of that match, or they thought they were going to see something else? And I'm not saying that all 700 something thousand tuned into there was enough people tuning into the next program that it made a difference of 17,000 people. But
if they keep this up, they're going to be averaging under 800,000 pretty soon, not counting the first quarter's artificial bump.
If you take quarter two as a real number, instead of where they started, they still lost 98,000 people, but they didn't lose 300 and fucking, what did I say it was, 25,000 or whatever from the start of the program to the end like they did in this fucking deal. So
no MJF?
Well, I mean, is that a difference maker these days? He's still somewhat, but not like it was, because
he'd be a difference maker at 9 o'clock over Riho doing 8:04.
Well, sure, but anybody would have made a difference over Riho. Are you going to tell the people why we traveled through time? We made it all that way, and we had to take a break because we couldn't leave the people, the cult of Cornette, our faithful listeners, all the way through the holidays. We knew they wouldn't be merry. We knew they wouldn't be jolly. We knew they wouldn't be happy or sleepy or dopey or Doc or any of the other ones. We knew, unless they knew the ratings for that fiasco we described here a short time ago. So we took a break and we hopped through time, and now we have the ratings. The ratings, my good sir.
Once again, another big week of the Continental Classic, Jim. The ratings for AEW Dynamite.
You know, and by the way, who was it on Twitter that says a Continental Classic is something that it sounds like a hooker gives you behind a truck stop?
Oh, see, I saw breakfast on the road.
I saw that one too at a diner. Yeah.
Well, does it sound like a wrestling tournament? That is the question. AEW Dynamite on TBS, December 20th, 2023, on average, watched by 782,000 viewers.
Ouch, ouch, ouch. So they proved us wrong. They finally, after all this time, Brian, proved us wrong, because we've been saying 800 and what thousand. They have the faithful there, the sick, the shut in, the people that are chained to a table, tied to a chair, cannot reach the remote, whatever the case. But now we've lost some of those. Was there any type of a plague or a mass extinction incident in any of the AEW hotbeds over the past week?
Yes, it's called the Continental Classic.
Okay.
Well, we began, and I do not have the Big Bang Theory numbers here. If we are able to get them, we will time travel once again, or we will not. We'll see. But quarter one, Jim?
I think the Big Bang Theory is all about time travel. Why can't we have their fucking numbers on time?
Well, these were compiled by WrestleNomics. Jim, quarter one, 8 to 8:15 p.m. Roosh versus Swerve Strickland with picture-in-picture, 964,000 viewers.
Okay, this does not bode well for their average. As starting at that level and having an average in the sevens. But continue on, my boy.
Quarter two, 8:15 to 8:30 p.m. The continuation of Roosh versus Swerve Strickland, a collision recap, an ad break, Chris Jericho's emotional backstage promo, and the start of Jay Lethal versus Mark Briscoe, 803,000 viewers.
Oh, good Lord. So, 161,000 people at the start of it say, fuck. All right.
Quarter three, 8:30 to 8:45 p.m. The continuation of Lethal versus Briscoe in the Continental Classic with picture-in-picture ads, the post-match, and MJF's video, 795,000 viewers.
Well, at least they slowed it down to a crawl on the viewer erosion and dropped another 8,000. Now that they gotta almost stay there somewhat, don't they, to even get to this average?
Well, we go to quarter four, 8:45 to 9 p.m., an ad break, the Wardlow video, the Samoa Joe MJF live promo, and attack by the Devil's many, many, many friends, the Orange Cassidy, Chris Statlander, Rocky Romero, Trent Beretta backstage angle, whatever that was.
I think I zipped through that thinking it was a commercial for uterine repair.
779,000 viewers.
779,000. Well, that's another 16. Why are you laughing?
Because you hit me with it.
These fucking viewers are falling. They're dropping like flies. This is not anything to laugh about and make merriment over.
Well, we have the big 9 o'clock hour, and we call it the big 9 o'clock hour for a reason. Jim, the big 9 o'clock hour, quarter 5.
Didn't that involve Riho?
9 to 9:15 p.m. Soraya versus Riho with picture-in-picture.
You have a little rattle there. Apparently, you were not raised by a family of yodelers because you had a rattle in there. You didn't get the clear Riho.
I'm under the weather a little.
All right.
Where are we? Post-match.
You sound like you're under the tune.
Picture-in-picture with post-match and Tony Storm.
Yes, post-match. That should be somebody's fucking name.
Post-match?
Let's get 227 pounds from Des Moines, Iowa. Here he is, folks. Post-match.
Well, this quarter and the post-match in it did 782,000 viewers.
Oh, good gravy. Good gravy, mama.
Good gravy.
So they gained 3,000 viewers at the top of the all-important 9 o'clock hour by featuring Riho.
Well, we then go to quarter...
Oh, little lady.
Give me a Ricola. Can you do that?
Ricola.
We now go to quarter 6, 9:15 to 9:30 p.m. We're taking it real serious this week, folks. An ad break, MJF...
Well, that's going to put the butts in seats. The ad break.
MJF Samoa Joe backstage running into a mask on the floor, and MJF and Swerve Strickland's backstage talk, followed by Roderick Strong versus Commander, the start of it. 745,000 viewers.
Oh, so there went 37,000. We are now 219,000 down from where they started.
Well, we go to quarter 7, 9:30 to 9:45 p.m. That red-hot Roderick Strong versus Commander match with picture-in-picture ads and Roddy Strong's live promo, followed by an ad break. 700,000 viewers.
Oh, good. Well, at least it's an even number. So we're now down 264,000. So what you're trying to tell me is by the math that I'm doing.
Well, what I'm saying is here comes the star power and the overrun.
I'm going to have to hit you here in a second with the how do we do the average of this again, because that's just rotten. Go ahead.
Well, here is quarter 8, Jim, and the overrun. In the Continental Classic, Jon Moxley versus Jay White, picture-in-picture ads, I should say at 9:45 to 10 p.m., 709,000 viewers, with a 5-minute overrun, and the post-match with Swerve Strickland coming out to say hello, 721,000 viewers.
So
the Big Bang Theory is giving them an artificial first quarter every single week, and we should just kind of look past that.
Yeah, well, and also, before we bury the lead here, the plumber and his cohort there, the main event of the evening, gained a whopping 9,000 viewers in a program that had lost. Well, if you talk about from quarter 2, they still lost almost 100. They'd lost over 100,000 until these yahoos came out, and then they picked up 9,000. And the overrun. What's the matter?
It's hysterical. I mean, more people watched Riho than Moxley versus Slingshot over there.
Slingshot.
In the last quarter.
Slingshot Jay White. That's it from now. Somebody write that down. Remind me of that later on. Yes, Riho beat the main event by 82,000 people. and or 71,000, whatever the fuck. And again, last week, and then let's talk about the first quarter, but last week we said omit the overrun number because that's probably 10,000 people that fucking wandered in trying to find It's a Wonderful Life or whatever was airing after the goddamn program was over with. So taking out the 964,000 in the first quarter, how would we do this? And taking out the end of it, what would we would add 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, right? And get a total on that, and then find the percentage like you did on your goddamn deal before. Or what? No, that would be completely incorrect. We'd add these up and then we'd divide it, is what we do. Division. Division is the key, Brian.
All right, the 7 quarters minus the first quarter minus the overrun.
Yes.
Added up and divided by 7 is 759,000 viewers.
You did that already?
I was doing it while you were filibustering for a while there, buddy.
Oh, God damn. I was trying to figure out how to do it out loud. Hey, I thought I was doing great.
Can't do it for yourself. What is that? You can't do it to yourself.
I've been doing it to myself for years. So what was that then? What was that number of viewers?
759,000 viewers.
759,000. So that's the real number there instead of 782.
Yeah, it's like the ticket count at Wembley.
This is the turnstile count.
This is the turnstile viewers.
It's how many people actually came through the door. Like some other people were caught in there from the previous show. They hadn't exited yet. We can't count them. They had come to Wembley to see the Rolling Stones or whatever, and they just got lost in the bathroom and never found their way out yet.
The 3 biggest stars in AEW history are CM Punk, Cody Rhodes, and Sheldon from The Big Bang Theory.
Hey, how is that, by the way? I'm just thinking, would that be another way they could measure Wembley? Did we just stumble onto that? Next year, instead of doing the turnstile count on how many people come in, they fucking measure how many people leave.
That's funny. Yeah.
They could claim that as a record. More people left this wrestling show than have ever left another wrestling show ever.
You know, technically, you could say that about his Wembley show, probably. More people paid to leave. More people paid and left here than any other show ever.
Yes. Not only did more people pay to see it, but more people left it than any other wrestling show ever. They're not doing enough to maximize the news they're making and the records they're setting. They could have a whole new way of looking at this thing. So they've set a record.
I don't have the number in front of me, but for anyone saying, well, it's a tough time of year to draw a number, I think they did like 930-something thousand last year for their similar themed show this time of year, this week last year.
Yeah, that was Have a Holly Jolly Blade Job last year, their special, right after Winter is Blowing.
But for all the fans that are really into Japanese wrestling who wanted this here in the States, it's killing their numbers.
Wouldn't it, to be fair? It's not necessarily an indictment of the entire tournament system. It's just an indictment of the way Tony decided to do it. I mean, at some point with talent that is over and with issues and rivalries between them that have been maybe carrying on for a while, and then they're all 10, 12, however many are put in this fucking situation where they're going to wrestle a number of different rivals that they've had over the last 18 to 24 months. And one guy decides, well, I'll tell you what, if I get mathematically eliminated, I know I'm going to fuck so-and-so up in match 4 just so he can't go on. I don't care what happens. And you really put a lot of time and effort and attention into your 10 top guys competing in such a way that you don't have to completely blow somebody out of the goddamn water and beat them like a fucking rented mule every night and throw a couple of fucking assholes like I just described in there and make it babyface versus heel matches by the luck of the draw in the first round, and except for one of them in the fucking other time, and god-da-da, then you've got something. But this, no.
He had 20-minute bangers with guys who lose every week. Isn't going to do it. Or with guys who would just appeal to what would classically be called newsletter readers. Not to say they're not talented in their own way, but how they're being presented, what's being presented, this tournament's a bomb, and then around it you have the devil running around turning off the lights to the point where when they have technical problems, you don't know if it's real or the devil.
And the only authority figures to stop it are Tony and his pirate friend.
Yeah. Or Tony, his pirate friend, and Shivani to read the statements, like the fucking press officer from Iraq.
But he had a clothespin on his nose when he was doing it. He almost literally reached up and grabbed his nose into the fake disgust that he has, right? Oh, my God.
They're chasing away their audience. And for anyone who says, oh, well, people watch in different ways. Really? Are they getting a big boost in their YouTube numbers? And by the way, where's the fucking follow-up for Christian Cage and Adam Copeland? The biggest two stars, you could argue, on this show for at least the last couple months, at least how they've been presented. Nothing.
Well, that was Tony's statement.
What?
He read it from Christian Cage because they didn't want to come to work on a holiday week. What the fuck? They're old and they deserve their rest.
Man,
I identify with that.
Is the audience going to be there when they come back? If things are falling apart, you got to ask people to maybe help out a little bit more. But yeah, I guess you also have to say to yourself, things are falling apart. You have to be able to recognize that. Not things are great, best shows we've ever done, everything's great. Who's bad faith arguing about AEW? AEW themselves or people like us?
There are no other people like us.
And I want to apologize to Jace Nakarado for any banging I'm doing as I talk about this. But I'm so fired up about these fucking...
See, I get this. I get all the time. I get, what are you banging on? What are you touching? What are you clumping? What are you clicking? What are you spitting about? What are you doing? When I get vehement and start rattling things and whatever, and now you're the one that's doing the goddamn speechifying on the desk.
But it's amazing there are still people who won't come out and just say, Tony's not good at this. Tony needs help. The people Tony has surrounded himself with are not the help. And Tony needs to stop listening to a lot of the people he's been listening to, whether they work there or not. Because look at what's going on.
Do you think it's because he's not listening to anybody or because he's listening to everybody at the same time?
At least when you had the Jelly Nutellas and all these people running around this show,
you knew not to listen to them.
It wasn't boring. It was never boring. It was never just like, ugh, I got to watch this. It didn't feel as dark. Half the matches on this show, I mean, it sounds like a silly thing. The ring's dark. The buildings are dark. This was the best lit building they've had in a while because they got a crowd there. The wrestlers were all wearing dark trunks. I said it before. It feels like NXT. Remember when it was NXT versus them? I always said it felt too dark. I mean, that was a really small room and they kept it dark.
Well, then they fixed that. They had the unicorn throw up on NXT. Who says they don't listen? But you got your way and they went too far.
Yeah, so AEW's this quiet, dark product now. I'm telling you, they've completely lost the plot and they barely had a hold of it from the beginning. And Cody held on to half of it. So I don't even know what to say anymore. But people are going to pretend that the solution is Tony needs to do this. Tony needs to get the fuck out of the way or just say, this is my hobby. Don't treat it seriously.
But if Tony gets out of the way, the problem is who he's going to hand off to because
bingo.
He's picked winners so far in almost every aspect of who he surrounds himself with or listens to or does business with to begin with or whatever. So, remember we always said can't get worse? Could it get worse?
Yes. Yes. The Bucks are not there right now. The Bucks can return. The Dark Order can be put all over this show. The Hardy Party, whatever the fuck that is, can show up and do whatever they do on this show. There are multiple people that drag this show down that they could insert at any time. But who can they insert in the show that brings the show up? MJF, although that's starting to fade because of how he's been used. Swerve. Let's see how he's used. Who else? Moxley's not drawing anyone anymore. Moxley was always one of their TV draws.
Yeah, but how often can you see that same that over and over. That's done.
Like, where are the hot angles? Where are the hot angles that get anyone interested in anyone beyond like, oh, I like the way they work? Like, there's never any, like, fucking, it's horrible. The show is horrible. And
a good blood feud.
Well, no, don't say
rivalries.
that. Don't say that with Moxley. He'll take that to heart.
Well, you know what I mean. In the old manner of speaking, the blood feud, where I hate him deep down in my blood type of thing.
Where you could have matches that would make it so that it's so completely illogical for you to stop in the middle or at the end of the match and slow things down to trade things back and forth. You should hate the person you're wrestling and never want to give them that opportunity for any reason to prove anything to anyone.
Who, in all honesty, was MJF the last and maybe one of the only heels they've had where the people genuinely popped and got excited when the babyface made his comeback and was kicking the shit out of him? Rather than just, oh, we're cheering these moves now. No, get him, kick his ass, that type of thing.
Well, the answer is yes, but the other problem is who else has been a great heel like that? Like, even when Jericho was a heel, he was never a heel.
No, because he had the wonderful music. And the people could sing and dance and gesticulate about. But that's what I'm saying, is that the whole logic universe of pro wrestling is built on, no matter how you get there, no matter who it is, no matter what they do, no matter how long it takes, weeks, months, years, one day, whatever the fuck it is, the ultimate thing about pro wrestling is the bad guy finally gets his ass kicked. And the people jump up and down and cheer when it happens and they've paid to see it. Everything else is negotiable, right? You can think of 5 million different things that have been done in wrestling, but what is the classic wrestling moment that everybody would see in their mind or remember, and or the payoff, the blow off, the goddamn big house, the end of the blood feud, whatever the case, the heel gets his ass kicked. That's what the goal of wrestling has been, no matter when and where it was presented. It's just how you get there. They can't get there. They cannot get there because there's nobody to get there on. Their heels are more popular than their baby faces. And so nobody is going to cheer any of those heels getting their ass kicked. I know I'm starting to regret a few things.
Well, on that note, Jim, I'm trying to pull up the fucking Dynamite numbers. Hold on. AEW Dynamite that we just reviewed. AEW Dynamite without a fucking in there for YouTube, but AEW Dynamite, ladies and gentlemen, from Wednesday, December 27, 2023 on TBS, on average, watched by 843,000 viewers.
Wait a minute, isn't that what they did 2 weeks ago?
This week versus the trailing 4 weeks, the trailing 4-week average was 827,000. Last week was 782.
Well, I know, but then the week before that was 823 or 7. It's like the house in Baton Rouge because of Jimmy Killshaw, the local promoter. It was all $10,600. There'd be 1,000 people there. 10,600. It'd be 3,000 people at 10,600.
Well, let's see what you think of these numbers. Again, this was the go-home show for the pay-per-view. Jim, 8 to 8:50. I don't know why I said Jim there. 8 to 8:15 p.m. These were compiled by WrestleNomics. Quarter 1. Jon Moxley versus Swerve Strickland versus Jay White with picture-in-picture, 983,000 viewers.
Jesus Christ. So Sheldon, again, hands it off. Sheldon with the tag. You got 1 million people there. What are you going to do with them?
Well, what we're going to do is go to quarter 2, 8:15, 8:30 p.m., the continuation.
Because that thing was still going on, that match.
Yeah, throughout the entire quarter 2, 8:15, 8:30, with picture-in-picture. 869,000 viewers.
Ouch! So 114,000 people. So that's where the real number starts, right? Basically.
That's what it seems like. Quarter 3, 8:30 to 8:45 p.m. Danielson and Eddie Kingston's video, an ad break, Swerve and Prince Nana backstage promo, the Mariah May ramp promo, and then the live angle with Riho and Tony Storm, plus the backstage confrontation between Action Andretti and Top Flight, and Tremperetta, Orange Cassidy, and Rocky Romero.
Yeah, I skipped that. I skipped that on purpose.
The other guy on the show wearing an eye patch. And then an ad break. 839,000 viewers.
It's another 30,000. So that now we're 144,000 down. It's only been 45 minutes.
They started with Danielson that quarter. They ended with Rocky Romero. Two guys with an eye patch in the same segment, or the same quarter.
What is the matter with Rocky Romero's eye?
I think he just is a pirate supporter, an enthusiast.
A pirate enthusiast?
We're going to sail off to quarter four.
Is that anything like a turd burglar?
Maybe so. 8:45 to 9 p.m. The endless Don Callis, Sammy Guevara, Callis Family Live promo. And then the angle with Chris Jericho, Ricky Starks, Big Bill, and Sting. Followed by Roderick Strong and the Kingdom's backstage angle. 867,000 viewers.
So they managed to muster back up 28,000 of them. And now this has been fairly steady. I've taken out the first quarter because that was artificial. 869, 839, 867. They can't keep this up all day.
Well, we have the big 9 o'clock hour, 9 to 9:15 p.m., quarter five. Bryan Danielson versus Eddie Kingston with picture-in-picture. 792,000 viewers.
Ouch. Okay, Danielson and Kingston, because it's a tournament match, they're both technically nominally baby faces, and why do people want to sit there and watch them kick shit out of each other for 15 minutes for no reason? And 75,000 people agreed.
Well, the match continues into quarter six, 9:15 and 9:30 p.m. with picture-in-picture ads, and then the post-match with Jon Moxley. 832,000 viewers. Also, the high point in the key demo, 433,000 between 18 and 49.
And what in the world do we attribute to 40,000 of them coming back? Was it the remarkable backhand slap finish, or?
I think the Callis angle drove them away before the 9 o'clock hour, and then the 9 o'clock hour comes on, and it's Danielson versus Kingston having this match. I think that match
some of them came back for it.
Some of them came back for that. That's what I think.
Well, you may be right. I forgot about the phallus effect.
We will continue things here with quarter seven, 9:30 to 9:45 p.m. Jon Moxley and Eddie Kingston's live promo, an ad break, the Christian Cage, Adam Copeland backstage angle, and the beginning of Statlander versus Sky Blue with picture-in-picture, 794,000 viewers.
And they're back under 8, but again, 869, 839, 867, 792, 832, 794. This is remarkable. They have kept much of their audience for the first time in what months? They're only down, again, you got to take the first quarter out of it because they're down almost 200,000 from the first quarter, but they're not even down 80,000 from the second quarter.
Well, let's go to the final quarter with an overrun, 9:45 to 10 p.m., quarter 8. Statlander versus Sky Blue continued. The post-match with Julia Hart, Willow Nightingale, and Abaddon. The Ruby Soho Saraya Anna.
I forgot about Abaddon.
The Ruby Soho Saraya Anna J backstage angle, and an ad break. 781,000 viewers.
Well, that's a gift. That didn't lose any more than it did. 13,000. That's the low point of the show, but it was the on-screen low point of the show.
And finally, 10 to 10:06 p.m., the overrun. The Samoa Joe backstage angle where him and MJF take on the Devil's Masked Men. And then his promo, 807,000 viewers.
So 26,000 people showed up thinking they were going to watch gardening or whatever comes on after that. And like, what the fuck is this?
I don't think it's gardening on TBS after Dynamite.
Okay. We've got to get to the root of the matter here. From now on, we got to start disincluding the overrun and the artificially inflated first quarter and doing averages based on what they really fucking get for a viewership for this program. Quarters 2 through 8. And the average would probably be significantly lower.
Well, they're about to be helped. I just saw the ad that Vanderpump Rules is coming back, but it's going to be on Tuesdays.
Well, how's that going to help them?
It's not going to be on Wednesdays against them.
Oh, I thought you meant for a lead-in.
No, I meant to destroy them.
Why can't they figure it out where they can have this Vanderpump fellow lead right into AEW, and then they'd get the Vanderpumpers and the Big Bangers? God damn, it sounds like a fucking Roman orgy.
You know, all kidding aside, if you know that Vanderpump is the one show destroying you in the ratings, why not throw a bunch of money at one of those idiots and get them on your show and try to get some publicity out of it and ruin their show in the process?
Either that or just fucking bribe Vanderpump. Say, hey, move over to fucking Thursday. What's it gonna hurt you?
Well, there it is. Jim Cornette's look at the AEW ratings, Volume 2, a popular weekly segment that in one form or another, one way or another, will be changing soon with the introduction of streaming, or a simulcast, I guess I should say, a streaming simulcast of AEW Dynamite. Jim, final thoughts on these ratings?
Simulcast. I don't know that people are really clamoring for it to air one place, and now it's going to air more than one. But we will, and we still got another Omnibus coming up here in the near future because we got to cover 2024, where it all starts falling apart right before they get more money than anybody's ever seen to produce a television program that fewer and fewer people are ever seeing. So this is going to really be, I think, an interesting feature going forward.
That's right, and we'll see what happens. We'll see what Tony and Jericho and Moxley and the whole gang of Brainiacs bring us in the years to come. But until then, for Jim Cornette, I'm the great Brian Last. Tally-ho!